Extraordinary Politics. Transforming American Politics. William G. Meyer. Revolving Gridlock. David Brady and Craig Volden. New Media in American Politics. Richard Davis and Diana Owen. Governing Partners, State-Local Relations in the United States. Russell L. Hanson. The States and Governing in the 21st Century. David M. Hetch. Seeing Red, How the Cold War Shaped American Politics. John Kenneth White. The Tragic Presidency. Robert L. Lineberry. Congress and the Administrative State, 2nd edition. Lawrence C. Dodd and Richard L. Schott. Extraordinary Politics. How Protest and Dissent Are Changing American Democracy. Charles C. Euchner. To Our Next Generation. Gregory and Richard Euchner, Christopher, Benjamin, and Carlos Cazares, and Michael and Danielle Jangrasso. Contents. 1. Beyond Ordinary Politics. Requisites of Democracy. Breakdown of Ordinary Politics. American Politics. Inside Out. Dimensions of Extraordinary Politics and Ordinary Politics. Building on Extraordinary Politics. 2 Life Cycles of Protest. The Idea of Cycles. Long Cycles and the American Regime. The Family Tree. Organizational Cycles. Riding the Cycles. 3 Spurs and Limits to Action. Crisis and Mobilization. Material Interests. Relative Deprivation Theory. The Free Rider Problem. Moral Causes of Political Action. Status and Culture. Psychological Spurs to Action. Socioeconomic Factors. From Grievances to Actions. 4 Organization Matters. The New Institutionalism. Kinds of Structure. Factors Shaping Form. Organizational Maintenance. Leadership. Structuring Protest. 5 Dimensions of Strategy. The 4 Dimensions. The Question of Violence. Reconsidering Strategy. 6 Tactics of Activists. Tactics. Making Tactics into Strategy. Birmingham. Putting it all together. 7 Consequences of Dissent. From Protest to Policy. Minor Victories, and Failure. Political Realignment. Protest and Cultural Revolution. Political Education. Extraordinary Politics and the Regime. 8 Beyond Extraordinary Politics. Legitimacy of the Regime. Reconstructing the Polity. Toward a New Political Community. Notes. About the book and author. Index. Cover. Half title. Title. Dedication. Copyright. Contents. List of tables and figures. Preface and acknowledgements. 1 Beyond Ordinary Politics. Requisites of Democracy. Breakdown of Ordinary Politics. American Politics. Inside Out. Dimensions of Extraordinary Politics and Ordinary Politics. Building on Extraordinary Politics. 2 Life Cycles of Protest. The Idea of Cycles. Long Cycles and the American Regime. The Family Tree. Organizational Cycles. Riding the Cycles. 3 Spurs and Limits to Action. Crisis and Mobilization. Material Interests. Relative Deprivation Theory. The Free Rider Problem. Moral Causes of Political Action. Status and Culture. Psychological Spurs to Action. Socioeconomic Factors. From Grievances to Actions. 4 Organization Matters. The New Institutionalism. Kinds of Structure. Factors Shaping Form. Organizational Maintenance. Leadership. Structuring Protest. 5 Dimensions of Strategy. The 4 Dimensions. The Question of Violence. Reconsidering Strategy. 6 Tactics of Activists. Tactics. Making Tactics into Strategy. Birmingham. Putting it all together. 7 Consequences of Dissent. From protest to policy. Minor victories, and failure. Political realignment. Protest and cultural revolution. Political education. Extraordinary politics and the regime. 8 Beyond extraordinary politics. Legitimacy of the regime. Reconstructing the polity. Toward a new political community. Notes. 1. Beyond ordinary politics. In February 1990, Václav Havel, the president of Czechoslovakia's new democratic regime, addressed a rare joint session of the United States Congress about the recent nonviolent revolution that overthrew his country's communist regime. Havel, a playwright and former political dissident, delivered a message with metaphysical themes unusual for debates on Capitol Hill. Havel thanked and congratulated the West for its diligent opposition to the Soviet-led Eastern Bloc since the end of World War II. At the same time, Havel sternly warned his audience about the dangers facing the United States and other democracies in the modern age. The warning concerned the most profound issues of morality in the modern nation-state. Václav Havel was a most improbable head of state. A founding member of Charter 77, the dissident group that pushed for democratization of Czechoslovakia, Havel still seemed more an activist than a politician. Just 1 year before his capital address, Havel sat in prison for laying a wreath at the grave of Jan Palić, the anti-communist who had burned himself in protest against the Soviet invasion of 1968. Havel was more used to meeting with other artists in wine cellars, wearing jeans and a casual sweater, than standing at the center of a national legislature wearing an expensive suit. In New York the next day, Havel linked his own cause with American protest during the 1960s. He recalled a visit to Columbia University in 1968 during the height of the anti-war and student movements. The atmosphere of that time very much inspired me, influenced me. 1. Now, as a result of the Velvet Revolution that peacefully overthrew the Soviet satellite state, Havel now stood before the world's oldest democratic legislature. Havel told Congress that the most advanced representative systems were merely approaching democracy and that selfish interests too often outweigh genuinely common and global interests. The only means to move beyond narrow interests is a revolution in the sphere of human consciousness, a revolution that could occur only with active citizen participation in public affairs. Intellectuals and others cannot go on forever avoiding their share of responsibility for the world and hiding their distaste for politics under an alleged need to be independent, Havel said. Citizens must get involved in the messy work of politics. 2. In his many writings about ethics and politics, Havel has emphasized the need for individual and group resistance to the modern state. In a February 1984 essay intended for delivery at the University of Toulouse, Havel wrote, "System, ideology, and operate have deprived humans rulers as well as the ruled of their conscience, of their common sense and natural speech, and thereby of their actual humanity. States grow ever more machine-like, men are transformed into statistical choruses of voters, producers, consumers, patients, tourists, or soldiers. It is the total rule of a bloated, anonymously bureaucratic power, not yet irresponsible but already operating outside all conscience, a power which can rationalize anything without ever having to brush against the truth. 3. The only recourse against such a calculating and unresponsive power, Havel wrote, is an anti-political politics. Such engagement taking the forms of civil disobedience, demonstrations, boycotts, and subversive literature and art lacks the certainty of formal public decision-making. But, according to Havel, such alternative forms of politics offer the only way to confront the monstrosities of modern life. The warning voice of a single brave scientist, besieged somewhere in the provinces and terrorized by a goaded community, can be heard over continents and addresses the conscience of the mighty more clearly than entire brigades of hired propagandists can, though speaking to themselves. 4. This outsider's style of politics necessarily engenders disorder. If dissidents were to agree on a common program, Havel argued, it would be the saddest outcome of all, one uniform confronting another. 5. Havel challenged the United States to develop alternative forms of political and social engagement. He said that Western political, legal, and social structures provided worthy models for nations like Czechoslovakia emerging from dictatorship, but he noted too that those Western political systems failed to meet their own ideals for democracy and seemed incapable of meeting the demands of modern, mass society. Just like the dissidents in the old communist bloc, Americans need to practice anti-politics in order to confront unresponsive government and corporate elites. Only anti-politics can make politics work. At the time of Havel's speech, the United States was already experiencing a basic challenge to its political regime, partly through the anti-politics approach that Havel endorsed. On issues large and small, Americans bypassed ordinary channels of politics to demand change in both the public and private sectors. A form of action that might be called extraordinary politics: protest, demonstrations, boycotts, alternative institutions, neighborhood activism, international citizen alliances had in fact transformed American politics for more than a generation. Protest and other forms of outsider politics had come to play a central role in setting the agenda for national and local politics. By the time of Havel's visit, protest was considered a legitimate and basic form of political expression and action. The rise of extraordinary politics came in response to a breakdown in the formal processes of politics in America. In 1990, as Havel addressed the Congress, the United States was mired in a political stalemate and economic stagnation that took the luster off its victory in the Cold War. After the longest peacetime period of economic growth in history, American political structures struggled to deal with the long-term consequences of that boom period. The nation faced unprecedented deficits in its annual budgets and world trade, an unemployment rate near 10%, a decline in affordable housing, a crisis of homelessness, environmental destruction, street violence, widespread drug abuse, the AIDS epidemic, and a crisis in health care. Political scandals, revelations about the Reagan administration's Iran-Contra affair, the $500 billion savings and loan debacle, Wall Street insider trading and takeover binges, fraud at the Pentagon and the Department of Housing and Urban Development also shook the system. The cynicism of the age was captured best by the videotapes of an influence peddling sting in Arizona, in which legislators joked about their sale of votes for money and other favors. The formal political institutions in the United States seemed either unwilling or unable to confront the major issues of the day. The disease of demosclerosis, a paralysis of government by interest groups, entrenched government officials, and professional elites, plagued the nation. 6 The two major political parties dominated different branches of government and blocked each other's actions as a matter of course. The electoral system, in theory the greatest instrument of democratic participation, was dominated by moneyed interests more than ever before. With some notable exceptions, state and local elections produced little real competition for offices and policies. Well-heeled interest groups developed insider ties with public officials. Established interests seemed unwilling to budge from positions protecting their benefits and prerogatives. Everywhere, it seemed, political structures were insulated from significant accountability. 7 Even when control of government shifted, it appeared that the executive and legislative branches simply shifted from one set of well-heeled insiders to another. As the basic institutions of politics weakened, so too did norms of reasonable social interaction. Cheating on tests and taxes increased steadily. Fewer people actively followed news events in the media or trusted their fellow community members. By 1994, a survey showed that 91% of the public had little or no confidence in the federal government's ability to solve problems. 9 Such a decline in individuals' identification with the larger public interest undermines the formal structures of politics. The less legitimacy the formal institutions enjoy, the more difficult it is to carry out mainstream and public-spirited reform, and the more likely that people will turn to new forms of political action. Extraordinary politics challenges the foundation and legitimacy of the political regime. Activists tend to find the system to be either unwilling or unable to address their concerns. To activists, ordinary politics is a source of frustration because of its hierarchies, entrenched interests, and specialized discourse. Working within the system seems futile. Over the past several generations, extraordinary politics has shaped virtually every important issue of modern American politics: civil rights, feminism, war and peace, labor, students, taxes, nuclear power, the environment, homosexuality, the elderly, healthcare, tenant issues, migrant farm workers, homelessness, language controversies, and abortion. At times, extraordinary politics appealed to the long-standing beliefs and values of Americans. At other times, it challenged people to rethink their basic philosophical understandings of politics and society. Activists pressured and even blackmailed political, economic, and social elites to respond to their concerns. Activists introduced issues and concerns to public debate that probably would have been excluded by formal or ordinary channels of politics. One major study of social movements concluded, American social history clearly demonstrates that no major advances for rights or liberation have been made, or progress sustained, by legislation alone. In fact, passage of a landmark bill was often but the culmination of a prairie fire lit by abuse or injustice and fanned by massive public protest and direct action into real progress. 10. Even when a basic realignment of the two parties appeared to have occurred, with Republicans taking control of Congress in 1994 and setting a revolutionary agenda for domestic and foreign affairs, protest remained an important form of political expression and action. Black men, left out of the ruling coalition in Washington, turned out almost 500,000 strong at a demonstration for atonement and reconciliation. Anti-abortion activists continued their assault on clinics across the nation, while supporters of abortion rights protested to put pressure on elected officials and courts. Environmental activists eschewed the ordinary regulatory channels and organized to block the placement of hazardous facilities and materials in their communities. Even the jury system appeared to be under attack. A jury nullification movement, involving both the right and left ends of the political spectrum, urged juries to vote for reasons other than the evidence in the case. Many observers believe that the acquittal of former football star O.J. Simpson on murder charges resulted from such a rejection of ordinary judicial procedures. The influence of American protest extends far beyond the United States. Across the globe, dissidents draw inspiration from American movements, especially the civil rights movement. Because the United States is such a dominant force in world media and culture, American activists offer examples for others to follow. Demonstrations across Europe that helped to topple the puppet regimes of the Soviet Empire, including rallies in Havel's Prague, were filled with the symbols and slogans of American protest. The protest of Chinese workers and students at Tiananmen Square in Beijing in May 1989 echoed American themes from Thomas Jefferson to Martin Luther King. The symbol of the protest was the Goddess of Democracy, a huge sculpture resembling the Statue of Liberty. South Africans who ended the apartheid system also drew from the American legacy of protest. Community activists abroad read Saul Alinsky and copied his grassroots techniques. Activists the world over appeal to the court of world opinion, using the media, in the same way that the great movements of the 1960s did. As remarkable a record as extraordinary politics has had in its involving citizens in politics and placing issues on the public agenda, it has been less successful in the more complicated process of deliberation and implementation of policy. The fundamental cause of extraordinary politics, the inadequacy of mainstream systems of politics, has also been its major limitation. Activists working on the periphery could not attract the people and ideas, coordinate the institutions, or claim the legitimacy necessary for authoritative politics. The frustration that helped to create dissent in the first place was itself reinforced by protest politics, making reform and consensus much more difficult. Without basic reform, the United States is doomed to the vicious cycle of frustration, polarization, and fragmentation. Requisites of democracy. The impulses for extraordinary politics in the United States began long before then the current crisis of legitimacy. In fact, American history is a long drama involving the often conflicting ideals of populism and elitism. On the one hand, the Constitution's framers explicitly feared popular participation because of the dangers of demagoguery, expropriation of property, and outright anarchy. They feared mobs and passions. James Madison summarized this view in his Federalist. Number 10, democracies have ever been spectacles of turbulence and contention, have ever been found incompatible with personal security or the rights of property, and have in general been as short in their lives as they have been violent in their deaths. 11. The framers hoped to devise a system in which educated elites guided the public on the major issues of the day. On the other hand, given the legacy of King George's rule, the framers also feared elite tyranny and unchecked government power. Elections provided a means of forcing politicians to take account of popular desires, and decentralized government provided numerous points of entry for citizens to engage in public affairs. Built-in conflict serves both populist and elitist interests. The Constitution encourages conflict horizontally and vertically. If enough parts of the government jealously guard their powers and prerogatives, none will gain the power to tyrannize others. Elites will govern but not tyrannize the masses. Whatever tensions they cause, both populism and elitism contain the basic impulses of a well-functioning democracy. Populism demands that people enjoy equal respect and equal opportunity to participate in public life. Two major requisites of democracy, then, are majority rule and open participation. Elitism insists that public affairs involve a careful, informed process of discussion and decision-making, as well as the authority and resources to implement decisions. Two other requisites of democracy, then, are deliberative structures and adequate scope and capacity. Both populism and elitism, in their own ways, place the well-being of the community above the interests of narrow factions. A civic ethos, then, frames the democratic process under both populist and elitist understandings. When these five basic elements of democracy are present, formal channels of politics offer adequate vehicles to address most of society's important challenges. When any of these requisites of democracy is seriously deficient, especially in a time of social change and uncertainty, extraordinary politics is likely to arise to put pressure on the lethargic system. Democracy begins with the premise that majority rule is a just and efficient means for public decision-making. Majority rule is justified on two basic grounds. First, majority rule promotes the greatest happiness for the greatest number. If a majority of 50% plus 1 is required to enact public policy, more people will enjoy self-determination than is possible under other circumstances. 12 Self-determination promotes the dignity and capacity of individuals and groups. Only by acting for ourselves, individually and collectively, can we nurture the self-esteem and abilities necessary for full development. Second, majority rule involves enough people for an open debate that produces wise public decisions. Because of people's inherent limits, experience, knowledge, intellectual capacity, and empathy, a political system must essay as wide a range of perspectives as possible. John Stuart Mill's classic essay on liberty argued for individual freedom and opportunity on such utilitarian grounds. Enlightened decision-making, Mill said, requires consideration of a wide range of viewpoints, even those that are easily refuted. 13 A plurality of viewpoints enables the community to overcome the narrowness of individual perspectives. When people consider only their own self-interest, they will see only the considerations which are obvious at first sight, and which operate on their present condition. 14. To create a critical and empathetic perspective, people need broad democratic engagement. Accountability flows from majority rule. When public officials are forced to seek periodic approval from a majority, they cannot afford to antagonize a large part of the population. Especially when their majority is tentative, public officials must seek their constituents' consent before undertaking major projects. Numerous studies have shown that politicians are afraid of alienating the public. 15 That is the essence of the accountability of majority rule. Majority rule is impossible without open participation, the second requisite of democracy. A whole people must have access to public processes for authoritative majorities to form. The idea of full participation developed slowly but steadily in the United States. Early democratic processes restricted participation to elites, men, property holders, taxpayers, people with education. Eventually, democratic systems expanded political participation. Pressures from reform movements, economic shifts, and battles among elites for control of the government combined to broaden the pool of people eligible for participation in elections and government. Democratic theorists have concluded that universal eligibility enhances the democratic process. Robert A. Dahl has expressed the idea simply: the demos must include all adult members of the association except transients and persons proved to be mentally defective. 16. The regime ought to do whatever it can to include as many people and ideas as possible. A democratic system must ensure open and meaningful procedures for elections, civil service, inclusion on community groups and commissions, access to courts, and access to important private institutions. Ordinary citizens, in other words, must have a seat at the table where important bargaining takes place over common public concerns. Throughout history, the American system has made the table available to an expanding variety of people. Formally at least, all adult Americans now enjoy the right to participate in basic political processes, from elections to bureaucratic rule-making. An important corollary to the idea of majority rule and open participation is protection of minorities. The most certain test by which we judge whether a country is free, Lord Acton wrote, is the amount of security enjoyed by minorities. 17. Without protection of minority rights, open participation is a sham. When a majority combines forces to pursue its interests, minorities are in danger of being repressed. That danger must be avoided. If a government is to benefit from the full range of opinions and perspectives, if it is to be truly majoritarian, it must involve everyone who can contribute. Even members of the majority faction suffer in a tyranny of the majority. The majority loses not only the full range of perspectives essential to decision-making but also the sophistication and toughness that competition fosters. Deliberative structures, councils, committees, and agencies capable of examining a wide range of concerns in a sober, thorough fashion provide the grounding for majority rule and open participation, and thus constitute the third requisite of democracy. Without deliberative structures, democracy would degenerate into a chaotic and arbitrary process. It is not enough for political actors to gather and record their desires and opinions. They need some forum that enables, or forces, them to measure and balance the wide range of important considerations. Deliberative structures do not simply tally preferences, they shape preferences into mature assessments of complex issues. As Hannah Arendt argued, the process of representation is a question neither of empathy, as though I tried to be or feel like somebody else, nor of counting noses, but of being and thinking in my own identity where actually I am not. 18. The process of deliberation enables citizens to enlarge themselves and at the same time enlarge their polity. Deliberation goes beyond simple processes of majority rule or other processes of decision-making. Deliberation is, in the words of Alexander Hamilton, the cool and sedate reflection about problems rather than subservience to every sudden breeze of passion or every transient impulse. 19. People need time to reflect on the dimensions of problems and the resources and abilities that they might or might not use to confront them. Public decision-making is fraught with difficulties under the best of circumstances. Without adequate means to deliberate, political decision-makers risk being swept away by the passions of the moment. People need a mechanism that forces them to pause and consider aspects of an issue that might not come to mind right away. James Fishkin has noted, political equality without deliberation is not of much use, for it amounts to nothing more than power without the opportunity to think about how that power ought to be exercised. 20. Deliberation stands between democracy and mobocracy. David Baybrook has sketched out what deliberation would look like in an ideal polity. In what we might define as logically complete debate, the participants, turn by turn, raise proposals and invoke arguments for them, and the other participants deal with all the proposals and answer all the arguments not their own. Thus, as the issue moves toward resolution, every participant is aware at every stage of every ingredient still current in the debate, every proposal outstanding, the arguments still pressed on its behalf, the distribution among the participants of favor for the various proposals and of opposition to them, as well as the distribution of conviction respecting the various arguments and of doubt. Point 21. Deliberation requires structures that allow participants an orderly and thoughtful consideration of common concerns. Such a system requires adequate time for debate, access to relevant information, a process for participants to take turns, and occasional assessments of the debate's major points and the group's problem-solving attitudes. Deliberation proceeds better in some situations than others. In American politics, the classic deliberative body is the Supreme Court. The 9 men and women on the court painstakingly consider the different aspects of cases. Lawyers present briefs, interested outsiders offer amicus curiae briefs, and the court gives litigants the opportunity to offer arguments and answer questions. Once the case has been heard, the justices debate among themselves. They exchange drafts of opinions, converse at closed meetings, and even exchange opinions at poker games. Justices also talk about the theories and particulars of the cases in private chambers with their clerks. Occasional straw votes show the court's tendencies. Eventually, the court settles on a decision and the minority settles on a dissenting opinion. The court is limited in many ways. It addresses narrow legal questions, considering the arguments of 2 polarized sides in the light of constitutional and statutory law and legal precedents. The exclusivity of the group of 9 justices, most have elite social and educational backgrounds, also limits the range of deliberation. Still, at its best, the court offers a model for reasoned discourse. Accounts of the Brown and Gideon decisions suggest an impressive potential for careful deliberation on the court. Point 22. It is a process that ideally would animate all of politics. The scope of conflict and capacity of political structures comprise the 4th critical elements of democracy. Scope refers to the size or extent of the political arena, the kinds of people, issues, and resources present during the decision-making and policy implementation process. The appropriate scope depends on the magnitude of the issue, the capacity of people within different scopes to address the issue authoritatively, the number of issues on the public agenda, and the need to balance competing factions. The magnitude of the political issue is the most important consideration of scope. Some issues are best suited to deliberation at the local level, whereas others demand action on a national or even international scale. Issues that concern limited numbers of people and can be addressed with the resources at hand are fundamentally local. How to use public parks, what curriculum to adopt in public schools, what system to adopt for garbage collection, and what kinds of land use restrictions to place on development are essentially local decisions. Issues with externalities, that is, issues that produce consequences for people beyond the local area, benefit from a broader scope of conflict. Pollution, health epidemics, corporate business practices, and national defense are classic examples of large-scope issues. The capacity of governmental and social structures also affects the proper scope of action. Capacity refers to the sum of resources needed to make and carry out decisions about common life. Consider public education, the very heart of most small communities. To provide a decent education for all of the children in a community, a local government must be able to raise adequate funds, recruit an able faculty and staff, and draw goodwill and support from parents and other interested citizens. Absent even one of these resources, the common enterprise of public schooling might falter. As Jonathan Kozol and others have demonstrated, continuing segregation, economic inequality, and political fragmentation prevent many communities from assembling these necessary resources. The results can be disastrous not only for the school children but for the entire community. Point 23. A manageable public agenda is yet another aspect of political scope. When a political system is overloaded, that system will not be able to devote the necessary time and attention to deliberation and might lack the capacity to implement effective policies. A community must determine what issues to address and what issues to let alone. Too many demands on the political system, and too many programs to respond to these demands, can overwhelm the political system from the policy-making elites on down to the street-level bureaucrats. The problem of overload is magnified when government authority is fragmented vertically among federal, state, and local governments and horizontally among different branches of government, which are further divided into agencies and committees within the branches. Of course, the involvement of many different government actors can provide useful resources and expertise. But when many levels of government address the same problem, confusion and inefficiency can result. Jurisdictions can spend more time battling one another than coordinating their actions. This is why effective federalism requires a clear delineation of responsibility among the different levels of the system. The scope of the political arena also shapes the balance of power among competing factions. The genius of American federalism is the recognition that tyranny can be checked by pitting groups against one another if the sphere of conflict is large enough. James Madison wrote in Federalist. Number 10, extend the sphere and you take in a greater variety of parties and interests, you make it less probable that a majority of the whole will have a common motive to invade the rights of other citizens, or if such a common motive exists, it will be more difficult for all who feel it to discover their own strength and to act in unison with each other. 24. Not all concerns, of course, require a national scope for groups to counteract one another. Sometimes small groups contain enough factions to promote vibrant discussion and to prevent domination by any single faction. Democracy depends on one final and intangible element, civic ethos. That ethos includes trust, tolerance, and a sense of common endeavor. These characteristics enable people to engage fellow citizens on matters of public concern and to respect one another's differences in matters of private concern. Communities with a strong civic ethos offer pleasant places to live, not to mention efficient arenas for problem solving. Civic-minded people mobilize quickly and coordinate their activities well. A we feeling enables people to think in terms greater than their own petty interests and to address common problems conscientiously and effectively. 25. The United States once was considered a beacon of civic virtue. When the young aristocrat Alexis de Tocqueville toured the United States in the early 19th century, he was struck by the spirit of the township that animated everyday life. In contrast to the centralized government of Tocqueville's native France, most of American politics took place locally. When citizens faced a problem, they did not petition distant bureaucrats but took responsibility for devising their own pragmatic solutions. Town meetings provided America's democratic answer to the Greek polis. This spirit extended beyond public affairs. Citizens joined a prodigious number of private associations. Public authority was so close to the people that it served as a means of political education. Tocqueville wrote, "The native of New England is attached to his township because it is independent and free. This cooperation in its affairs ensures his attachment to its interest, the well-being it affords him secures his affection, and its welfare is the aim of his ambition and of his future exertions. He takes a part in every occurrence of the place, he practices the art of government in the small sphere within his reach." 26. The association not only provided efficient means of dealing with common problems but also imbued citizens with empathy. As soon as you are obliged to see with another's eyes, you must will what he wills, Rousseau wrote in Emile. 27. The sense of common concern and identity captures the essence of civic ethos. It is not necessarily warm and cozy, as some communalist thinkers have suggested. 28. Some scholars suggest, in fact, that true empathy and mutuality require a degree of discord and conflict so that people learn to appreciate the complexities of themselves and others. 29. Whatever its sources, democracy needs a civic ethos so that citizens feel a duty and an obligation to contribute to the common weal. Since the beginning of the American experiment, the adequacy of the 5 elements of democracy has varied dramatically. Majority rule, open participation, deliberation, scope, and civic ethos all have been present, in different measures, at different times. At times, there have been enough of each of the elements to provide a workable balance. Since at least the 1960s, the balance of these elements has been upset. The result is a breakdown of the system, a crisis of legitimacy, and the rise of extraordinary politics. Breakdown of ordinary politics. Ultimately, the recent prominence of extraordinary politics stems from the gap between the ideals of democracy and the way the political system actually functions, the system's failure to meet its ideals. People get frustrated with political leadership, interest group deal-making, cynical electoral campaigns, tangled and irrational bureaucracy, and a range of corrupt behavior. These frustrations lead people to devise new ways of doing politics outside of ordinary channels. Extraordinary politics represents a creative and vibrant, though inadequate, response to the limitations of formal politics. To say that the American system has broken down is not to say that it does everything badly or that it is beyond useful reform. On the contrary, American politics has produced some amazing success stories: a strong middle class, abundant natural resources, military and technological power, and internationally renowned higher education and research. But a growing number of Americans consider those successes to be the exception, not the rule. Americans express deep skepticism that the government represents public interests, that government programs can solve problems, that elected and unelected officials even care to do a public-spirited job. The decline of ordinary politics in the United States is most obvious in parties and elections. Ideally, elections offer citizens the chance to participate in great debates and decisions, to deliberate on important issues and render authoritative decisions about public policy. But the modern American electoral system is the object of apathy and scorn. Campaign rhetoric is shallow, party alliances are weak, competition for offices is lopsided, and the results are inconclusive. Even when elections indicate a clear direction for policy, political parties do not possess the strength to coordinate passage and implementation of a coherent program. Fewer and fewer people consider voting to be a civic duty, and those who do often seem embarrassed by their sense of commitment. Most voters cast negative votes, selecting the lesser of two evils. The American electoral system is really a set of many separate, mostly uncompetitive systems. The first-past-the-post system of elections excludes the possibility of the systems having several political parties and causes the two parties to converge ideologically. 30 Even in exceptional periods such as 1994, when an ideologically conservative Republican Party won control of Congress, the parties offer a mix of rhetoric and policies designed to reach the center of the nation's ideological spectrum. Even an apparent statement of principles, such as the Republicans' 1994 campaign contract with America, was driven by extensive polling and focus group data. It is a collection of appeals to special interests rather than a coherent program for governing and reform. Because of the dominance of money in electoral politics, it is almost impossible to run for office without appealing to special interests that have the ability to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars. For virtually the entire post-World War II period, races for most public offices were dominated by one party, usually by lopsided margins. The presidency, for example, has been won by Republicans in 5 of the last 7 elections, usually by landslides. From 1933 to 1995, the Democrats almost always controlled Congress. Some 90% of incumbents had margins of victory greater than 10% in 1972, compared with 75% of incumbents in the 1948 election. 31 The number of congressional races decided by less than 10% declined further, from 73 to 38 between 1980 and 1988.32. When the Republicans took control of Congress in 1994, they immediately took steps to make future races uncompetitive and their control of Congress permanent. 33 Most cities are so democratic that the real electoral decisions are made in primaries. Gerrymandering has undermined competitive races in dozens of districts for the sake of guaranteed representation to minority groups. Even when parties capture control of both elected branches, government remains divided against itself. High contrast to politics in Europe, party leaders must painstakingly assemble coalitions to pass even priority legislation, as President Bill Clinton discovered in difficult battles over budget and health care legislation in 1993 and 1994. Assembling coalitions requires so many compromises with entrenched interests that the government undermines its own authority. Holdout members of Congress can take the government hostage. 34 Even the Republican Party's contract with America underscores the difficulty of coherent party rule in the United States. Assembled by Congressman Newt Gingrich of Georgia, the contract was designed to offer a clear blueprint for a new Republican Party majority to reform the regulatory redistributive state. Few proposals included in the contract survived the legislative gauntlet at all, despite the drive of one of the century's most energetic and aggressive leaders. In the final analysis, the contract's veneer of legislative resurgence may actually undermine legislative control by creating more policy disputes that will be settled in the executive and judicial branches. 35. The most intense gridlock involves an expanding universe of interest groups. Most interests are organized and operating in Washington, D.C. Lobbies spend millions to influence policy making, demanding that government start or continue programs for their narrow band of clients. The framers of the Constitution imagined that interest groups would check each other, preventing the rise of factional tyranny. But rather than challenging others' benefits, interest groups simply demand that they get their own fair share. 36. Veterans hospitals, agriculture and ranching subsidies, entitlements for the affluent elderly, military bases and weapons programs, education programs, mortgage deductions for affluent buyers, rural electrification, ranch subsidies, space programs, small business grants. These are just some of the costly programs kept alive not for objective policy reasons but because their beneficiaries lobby effectively. The iron triangles of congressional committees, executive agencies, and organized interests protect each other from serious efforts to reform or eliminate wasteful or unnecessary programs. 37. An overburdened government is committed to existing programs with strong clients. It cannot free resources for new investments or respond decisively to new challenges. 3/4 of the federal budget is non-discretionary, that is, automatically authorized and requiring specific congressional legislation for adjustment. Even the discretionary part of the budget provides little room for maneuver. The government is like Gulliver tied down by Lilliputians. The result is especially frustrating for advocates of active government. The bold, persistent experimentation that Franklin D. Roosevelt regularly evoked to revolutionize government in the 1930s cannot take place today because the system has no slack. Resources are scarce, and people are reluctant to embrace new approaches. The policy process is reduced to add-on incrementalism, small-scale changes. More than any other single feature of government, bureaucracy defines the limits and the possibilities of human action and development. Large-scale organizations have made possible feats that would have been unimaginable in earlier times. Smashing the atom, mass-producing automobiles and computers, delivering social welfare benefits to millions, mobilizing awesome military machines, all are possible only through the resources, expertise, organization, and authority of the bureaucracy. But bureaucracies also take on a life of their own and trample the values and concerns of people inside and outside the organization. The philosopher Hannah Arendt once wrote that bureaucracy and other forms of modern politics constitute a kind of no-man rule. 38. Responsibility in a large organization is difficult to trace or confront because so many officials are involved in the production of goods and services. Because of the problem of many hands, each member of the bureaucracy can plausibly deflect responsibility by claiming that his or her role was not decisive in the production of the problem. 39 Charles Peters, a longtime bureaucratic watchdog, has argued that the culture of large organizations, narrow professional loyalty, obsessive protection of agency turf, incestuous relationships with interest groups, clever manipulations of budgets and rank detracts civil servants' ability to perform their tasks in the public interest. He goes so far as to suggest a radical restructuring of the civil service to shake up the system and create new incentives. 40 Others suggest radically different reforms that would give American bureaucracy the same degree of autonomy found in the British and German bureaucracies. 41 However different their remedies, experts agree that bureaucracy is at the center of the American crisis of legitimacy. At the state and local levels of American government, Fragmentation undermines notable efforts to deliver services effectively. Localities are splintered into jurisdictions with vastly different capacities for addressing basic issues like education, housing, economic development, and crime. Zoning and municipal incorporation give affluent communities mechanisms to exclude unwanted groups and problems from their midst. An official of suburban St. Louis County explained that the county's large lot zoning, which makes housing unaffordable for poor and working class people, is designed to attract only those who had the economic capacity. The quality of life that we think our county represents. 42. Working class and poor people are left to fend for themselves in jurisdictions with the most extreme social problems and the most limited resources. The problem, briefly, is a mismatch between social problems and the resources needed to address them. Even when state governments have attempted to act as laboratories of democracy, developing innovative policies to deal with problems, the innovations have faltered. The fragmentation of local government perpetuates inequality, undermines coordination, and creates pervasive suspicions. 43. The inability of states and localities to address their basic needs has nowhere been more evident than in the development of economic development strategies. Communities have struggled to respond to the decline of the industrial sector and the global dispersal of the production process, which have undermined the economic livelihood of millions of Americans. Technological breakthroughs in transportation, communication, production processes, and materials enabled corporations to break up their production processes and disperse them throughout the country and the world. As manufacturing jobs declined, service jobs with lower wages and fewer benefits increased. The recessions of the 1980s and 1990s hurt not only the laboring classes but also middle-class people who had considered themselves set because of education and good work experience. 44. Because of their mobility, businesses could play a game of blackmail with states and cities. Companies threatened to move unless state and local authorities provided a wide range of benefits, such as land, manufacturing facilities, infrastructure improvements, lower taxes, and regulatory relief. Government was unable or unwilling to protect people from painful restructuring. No new social program was enacted during the first 6 years of the Reagan administration, and programs that were passed afterward involved no direct government spending. 45. Despite bold talk of a new industrial policy to prepare the American economy for the next century, the most substantial government actions since the 1970s were tax cuts and a military buildup that benefited mostly the wealthy, budget cuts that hurt the poor and working classes, and waves of deregulation that unloosed more. Ferocious competition in the financial, trucking, communications, and airline industries. The national economy did get a temporary boost from deficit spending, and a number of industries fared better with lower regulatory and tax burdens. But even the remarkable period of growth from 1983 to 1987 could not offer the same kind of secure, well-paying jobs as previous economic booms. The overall effect was to destabilize the national economy and rip apart the post-war social contract between the government, business, and workers. The result was greater anxiety, cynicism, and distrust. Government is too complex an enterprise, involving too many issues of importance to a wide variety of people, to brand a complete success or failure. Without a doubt, however, Americans from all walks of life have lost their confidence in government in the period since the 1960s. Polls show unprecedented lows of public confidence for virtually every important mainstream institution. The presidency, Congress, the courts, bureaucracy, parties, and elections all elicit distrustful and cynical responses from the public. The mistrust extends to mainstream institutions outside of government: news media, lawyers, doctors, big business, unions, and universities. It is nothing less than a crisis of legitimacy in the American system. American politics, inside out. Politics abhors a vacuum. When one form of politics fails, others will arise to fulfill basic needs and desires of people and groups. As a result of mainstream institutional failures, American politics since the 1960s has moved both inward and outward. People with significant resources, money, mailing lists, computers, pollsters, lawyers, analysts developed an insider approach to politics. They developed working relationships with well-placed bureaucrats and brokers in the government. Well-connected elites worked behind the scenes to influence bureaucratic agencies in deliberations over obscure regulations and standards, bring disputes to court, and hire experts to lobby important subcommittees and extra-governmental commissions. Insider politics requires either expertise, connections, or money to become a major player in what Hugh Heclo calls issue networks, tightly knit groups that interact on technical policy areas. 46 This inward movement makes the government less responsive to mainstream public control. Only those with access to expertise and technology can afford to play. Without a mandate from the public, members of the permanent government wage trench warfare with one another. The Deadlock of Ordinary Politics, Benjamin Ginsberg and Martin Schefter wrote, has encouraged the major branches of government to develop various formal and informal means of governing autonomously. 47. Rather than appealing to other members of the government to develop a workable consensus, elites seize fragments of the system and pursue their own narrow goals. This institutional conflict takes many forms. The President and Congress, for example, have conducted an arms race in expertise, each strengthening their own information-gathering systems to combat the other. In recent years, presidents have pursued foreign and regulatory policy independently of Congress. In response, Congress undermined the executive branch with endless investigations, and in turn the Justice Department targeted its political foes for a variety of investigations. While elites have adopted insider strategies, marginal groups have adopted outsider strategies. Extraordinary politics. By attacking the system from outside the formal channels of power, activists have set much of the agenda for American politics in the last generation. The range of groups and activities of extraordinary politics has been impressive. Citizens have formed protest groups and picketed, boycotted, chained themselves to trees and fences, blocked access to medical clinics, taken over government and corporate offices, refused to fulfill military obligations, sabotaged nuclear power and logging operations, set up alternative organizations, staged imaginative street theater, and named names of people in sensitive situations. Considerable evidence suggests that millions of Americans rely on outsider strategies to influence the political system. One authority estimates that 25 million Americans participate in thousands of community groups across the nation, many of which use aggressive protest tactics and most of which avoid ordinary institutions. 48 The National Toxics Campaign Fund supplied assistance to over 7,000 environmental protest groups in hundreds of localities at its peak in the 1980s. 49 Some 89% of all city dwellers say they would get involved in community organizations, and 52% say they already have. 50 A survey of communities with populations over 50,000 found that one-third of all citizens said they took part in neighborhood improvement efforts, and a majority said they would take direct action to protect their neighborhoods. 51 In 1983 alone, police made 15,000 arrests in the United States and Canada for anti-nuclear civil disobedience. 52 A number of prominent politicians including Senators Barbara Mikulski and Paul Wellstone, Representative John Lewis, and former San Francisco Mayor Art Agnos got their start in community organizing. A less direct indicator of activism is the fact that some $625 billion of total investments, 5% of the national total, is invested with social screens. These screens set ethical standards for where and how the money flowing through certain economic processes may be used. Screens like working assets constitute a normalization of the boycott strategy. Economic services that people use could help them channel their assets toward agreeable enterprises and away from disagreeable enterprises. Another sign of the normalization of dissent was the growth of the nonprofit sector, which worked with a large number of community groups. By the late 1980s, the sector included more than 1 million organizations employing 8.7 million people and using 5.8 million volunteers. 53 Those numbers vastly underestimate the total scale of non-traditional political and social action, since thousands of organizations do not register formally as nonprofits. Organized labor, usually considered part of the establishment in American politics, has shifted to grassroots activism in recent years. In an attempt to overcome the barriers to shop floor organizing, unions have explored new ways to influence the system. Forging alliances with feminist, peace, environmentalist, minority, and neighborhood preservation groups, unions have attempted to change their image and expand their alliances with social movements. One labor protest in 1992 promoted a national health care system by allying with gay rights groups and declaring, AIDS is a union issue, 54. These alliances and issues would not have developed a generation ago, when unions held a secure and powerful place in mainstream American politics. 55. The activities of corporations also underscore the rising importance of protest politics with their more aggressive responses to dissent. Mobilization, in short, begets counter-mobilization. Corporations have resorted to tactics called SLAPP's strategic legal action against public participation to attack activists who oppose real estate development, oil drilling, and placement of waste treatment facilities. The suits are intended to chill grassroots activism by engaging protesters in expensive court conflicts for years. Just a decade ago, the SLAPPs did not exist. Experts estimate that thousands of activists have been hit with suits that charge activists with harassment and violation of property rights. The SLAPP is a testimonial to the growing importance of activism at all levels of the American system. 56. Perhaps the greatest evidence of the growth of extraordinary politics is the conservative embrace of protest strategy. Protest is often assumed to be a liberal or even radical means of influence. But conservatives resort to protest when they feel that their status is being challenged or undermined. The 1995 bombing of a federal building in Oklahoma City brought to public attention a network of state militias that arm themselves for possible confrontation with the federal government. The movements are small in actual numbers but tap a deep vein of anti-government sentiment that many experts consider lethal. The anti-abortion movement also appear to have entered a dangerous period. Ever since the Supreme Court's 1973 Roe v. Wade decision, which legalized abortion and placed the issue beyond the control of ordinary politics, the movement has become a political juggernaut. Its activities range from sophisticated fundraising and lobbying to blocking entry to abortion clinics. In the early 1990s, the movement took a dangerous turn with assaults on clinics and murders of clinic workers. Since the 1970s, conservatives have also protested United States overtures to the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China, the perceived liberal bias of mass media, the alleged prosecution of Reagan administration officials such as Oliver North, and race relations and politically correct policies on college campuses. Conservative activism's modern period can be dated to the Boston protests against school busing to desegregate public schools in the early 1970s. Busing opponents were frustrated by their inability to use normal political channels, state and local government, representation by members of Congress, the courts, and the bureaucracy to preserve neighborhood schools as they were. Recent events underscore how basic attitudes toward extraordinary politics have dramatically changed in the last generation. First, consider the public attitude toward demonstrations. In 1963, as civil rights leaders planned the March on Washington, President John F. Kennedy expressed concern that the march would interfere with congressional consideration of pending legislation. It seemed to me a great mistake to announce a march on Washington before the bill was even in committee, Kennedy told organizers. 57. By the 1980s, it was normal for protesters to apply outside pressure on legislators and even judges while they worked. Abortion rights proponents and opponents, for example, actively demonstrated during hearings on the Supreme Court nominees of the Reagan and Bush administrations. Civil rights groups, activists on Latin American issues, anti-apartheid groups, and anti-nuclear forces staged demonstrations specifically timed to coincide with legislative action. Second, consider how quickly people develop oppositional stances to government. Opposition to the Vietnam War developed slowly. At the height of the protests against the war, a majority of Americans said they considered protest activities illegitimate. By contrast, as the United States-led war against Iraq approached in 1990, hundreds of community groups sprang up to protest the war and to counsel conscientious objectors. Ordinary citizens considered it reasonable to speak up outside the ordinary channels of politics against American foreign policy. Both pro-war and anti-war factions considered it normal to take their case to the streets rather than simply allow elected officials to settle the issue on their own. Dimensions of extraordinary politics and ordinary politics. Extraordinary politics represents a fundamentally different approach to politics than ordinary politics. Extraordinary politics aims to force the political establishment to address issues that it would rather ignore, operating outside formal institutions. Extraordinary politics enjoys a latitude of movement and tactics not found in ordinary politics. But at the same time, extraordinary politics lacks the institutional structure and connections necessary for thorough deliberation. Established structures and patterns of conduct limit the possibilities of ordinary politics. The basic rules of the system: 1 vote per citizen, indirect electoral control of government bodies, narrow and technical reasoning in bureaucratic and judicial bodies restrict the ways that people can express themselves and act politically because just a few elites dominate the political system. Ordinary people can only react to the choices offered them. Ordinary politics presents a series of occasional yes or no decisions, but extraordinary politics is more flexible. Ballots are binary, but other political tactics involving group organization, appeals to public sentiment, campaign support, protest demonstrations can be calibrated to match the importance people place on a spending decision. 58. Mainstream politics establishes a system of competition for a share of society's benefits, but lacks an effective means to challenge dominant values or the way benefits are produced and distributed. 59. Interest groups are the central actors in the daily process of ordinary politics. In general, interest groups attempt to work within the system to achieve their objectives. Interest groups aim to influence the major players of government and politics. Legislators, bureaucrats, courts, corporations and banks, and mass media all confront the claims of an ever-growing number of formal interest groups. Most interest groups attempt to develop ongoing relationships with people in positions of authority. Like political and social movements, interest groups raise and spend money, conduct research, rally public support, and provide information and various services and other benefits to members. But they do so within the basic structures of the system, constantly affirming the basic legitimacy of the system. 60. Extraordinary politics has a wider, but less authoritative, range of actions. Activists may take advantage of formal rules and institutions that work to their advantage, but they may also subvert and challenge those same institutions when it suits their purposes. Civil disobedience, demonstrations, boycotts, gang warfare, subversion of jury trials, squatting, guerrilla art, sit-ins and teach-ins and be-ins and die-ins, rent strikes, vandalizing machinery, blocking entry to buildings, overloading public bureaucracies with applications and petitions, rioting, and self-immolation all are forms of political action that fall outside the ordinary political process. Activists, in a sense, invent their own language and rules. The difficulty for extraordinary politics lies in maintaining political pressure and getting policy reforms implemented. Extraordinary politics often affirms the abstract values of the political system, while at the same time attacking the failure of ordinary politics to meet those values. It is not uncommon to see activists espousing civics textbook values like equality, fairness, openness, and local control. Martin Luther King was a master at calling upon Americans to uphold the values they proclaim, as in his "I Have a Dream" speech in 1963. But many activists attempt to subvert the core values of the regime. The movements of the 1960s attacked mainstream attitudes about race, gender, family, higher education, corporate life, and the military. The defiance of protest movements is expressed most clearly in the gay rights movement's slogan "We're queer, we're here, get used to it." The line between ordinary and extraordinary politics is not always clear. 61 Deciding whether an action is ordinary or extraordinary depends on the regime. Authoritarian regimes tend to offer less opportunity for political action than pluralist regimes. At the same time, activities that might be considered standard in some democratic systems are considered questionable in others. Americans, for example, enjoy greater press and speech freedoms than citizens of Great Britain. Publishing controversial reports or attacking prominent public figures can be extraordinary in England, but it is very ordinary in the United States. Transmitting risque communications on computer networks, however, lies on the edges of ordinary and extraordinary politics in the United States. The activities of labor unions offer a good example of political action that overlaps ordinary and extraordinary. Since the 1970s, corporations and the government have used several strategies to thwart American unions. Manipulation of pension funds, control of government agencies, and physical and psychological intimidation have undermined labor's ability to recruit and act for workers. Consequently, the labor movement sometimes resorts to actions that fall outside the strict confines of ordinary politics. To organize workers, labor advocates often need to act covertly. The successful drive to organize workers at the Orcal Corporation, a shrimp packing company, occurred with the stealth campaign of a Salvadoran woman named Yanira Moreno. 62 When covert organizing does not work, acts of civil disobedience sometimes do. Labor activists, led by John J. Sweeney, blocked bridges in Washington in 1995 to call attention to the organizing difficulties faced by janitors. In Sweeney's successful 1995 campaign for the leadership of the American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations, his resort to such tactics of civil disobedience was attacked by his opponent. He responded that workers had to take extraordinary steps to get the public's attention. These actions may be regarded as hybrids of ordinary politics and extraordinary politics. Table 1.1 Comparing modes of politics. Ordinary politics. Extraordinary politics. Acceptance of regime legitimacy. Challenge to regime legitimacy. Relations based on political consent. Withdrawal of consent to regime. Regular interactions of participants. Episodic relations of activists. Action occurs in formal structures. Action occurs outside formal structures. Rules of game established, clear. Rules for political conflict improvised. Bargaining and compromise over issues. Challenge before bargaining is possible. Participants recognized by regime. Marginal participants demand recognition. Specialization by political actors. Participation by motivated amateurs. Predictable issues for debate. Non-issues forced onto public agenda. Formal systems of accountability. Uncertainty over responsibility. Deliberation and closure. Open-ended debate and discussion. Majoritarian or specialized authority. Power derives from pressuring key actors. Clear public/private distinction. Public/private distinction challenged. Stability of issues, actors, tactics. Instability of issues, actors, tactics. Violence dominated by government. Violence, disorder, constant threats. Stability, order, certainty. Flux, disorder, uncertainty. Even obvious forms of ordinary politics, like elections, often contain elements of extraordinary politics. Starting in 1992, evangelical groups secretly organized to take over local electoral races. Rather than proclaiming their causes publicly, where they could be contested openly, they attempted a stealth takeover of school boards, city councils, and commissions. One of the movement's leaders described his action as a takeover of the system under cover of night, in which activists shimmy along your belly. 63. The activists won 40% of the 500 races they contested in 1992, according to one survey. 64. Other forms of political action are also difficult to characterize as ordinary politics or extraordinary politics. In the early 1990s, activists subverted the legal system by urging jurors to ignore the judge's orders and even the law itself in their deliberations. Such subversion rejects the ordinary legal processes of recent years. The legal defense at the 1995 O.J. Simpson murder trial seemed to appeal to such sentiments, angering people who felt that the former football star was wrongly acquitted. But advocates of this jury activism argue that the broader discretion conforms with the intentions of the Constitution's framers. The Fully Informed Jury Association, operating in 35 states, argued that the jury system has lost its essential function of checking government power because it is controlled by judges, lawyers, and technical requirements. Juries, FIJA said, need to feel free to work against the grain of the complex system as well as public opinion. Jury latitude would return power to the people, one FIJA founder claimed. From the earliest days of the Republic, judges allowed juries discretion about the laws they wished to apply to their cases. But that discretion has become the exception in recent years. 65. Some scholars even argue that everyday violations of laws or social norms represent a kind of political rebellion. In a provocative study of the arts of resistance, James C. Scott showed how the appearance of consensus often masks pervasive protest. Even when subordinate groups' public actions appear to affirm a political system, those groups often resist in innumerable small ways behind the scenes. Everyday acts of resistance such as utopian organizations, work slowdowns, pilfering of property, destruction of means of production, illegal commerce, and use of subversive speech and art counter the ruling elites and create separate cultures that can eventually mount more explicit challenges to the regime. It is difficult to measure the extent of what Scott calls infrapolitics precisely because the dissidents do whatever possible to avoid detection. Subordinated groups rarely confront dominant groups openly because they lack the resources and legitimacy for confrontation. The severity of possible reprisal makes open resistance foolhardy, Scott argues. As a result, the typical dissident group, in the interest of safety and success, has historically preferred to disguise its resistance. 66. These groups operate in two worlds: the public realm of formal relationships and a hidden realm of alternative culture and resistance. Behind the scenes resistance might seem trivial, but it can produce major changes in the political system. Infrapolitics explicitly accepts the system's major terms of political discourse which, paradoxically, creates the conditions for a truly radical challenge. The system's legitimacy depends on its meeting its own political values. By taking the system at its word, dissidents can draw attention to the gap between promise and reality and contest the system's legitimacy. Having formulated the very terms of the argument and propagated them, the ruling stratum can hardly decline to defend itself on the terrain of its own choosing. To launch an attack in these terms is to, in effect, call upon the elite to take its own rhetoric seriously. 67. A respectful approach to the ruling elite can produce a step-by-step attack on the regime. The regime cannot attack the dissident who makes a public show of loyalty to the regime's ideals. Building on extraordinary politics. The Roman historian Livy wrote, "In our times we can neither endure our faults nor the means of correcting them." The same can be said of American politics as the century closes. Extraordinary politics arises out of basic failures of American democracy. It offers a creative and useful way to confront the political establishment, put issues on the agenda, and press for long-term reform. Ultimately, however, the cause of extraordinary politics is also its shortcoming. Extraordinary politics cannot restructure basic political institutions or processes. It can only press and prod at the political system's vulnerable parts. To improve the body politic, extraordinary politics must be careful about what it demands and how it demands it. The political scientist Lawrence C. Dodd has written of a basic transformation in the orientation of politics that transcends the familiar swings of politics from liberal to conservative and back again. The need to reimagine politics stems from a gap between the ontology of the world and the epistemology of the world. A meta-crisis develops, Dodd argued, when the world changes so fast that dominant paradigms no longer fit with the real needs and concerns of politics. Individuals and groups perceive that what makes sense for them does not fit with the rules and norms necessary for a well-ordered polity. Epistemological crises generate anxiety as individuals experience growing powerlessness and disorder. Rather than holding on to traditional beliefs, the individual must try new behavior patterns and beliefs and, through painful, threatening trial and error, seeks forms of action and belief that reduce the sense of powerlessness. 68. Extraordinary politics represents nothing less than an attempt to rethink the basic ideas and means of politics. But no matter how clever and creative it is, extraordinary politics can never replace ordinary politics. It can initiate efforts to reform the system, but democracy requires a basic structure to accomplish anything meaningful and enduring. The stable machinery of government, permanent institutions such as political parties, and a relatively stable public philosophy are all necessary to the authoritative allocation of values, the classic task of politics. If extraordinary politics does not produce the kind of transformation that Dodd discussed, the political crisis can only get worse. The way that activists force issues onto the public agenda can undermine the process of deliberation. Activists tend to take rigid and alarmist stances just to be heard. Such a style of public debate helps to put issues on the public agenda, but it also impedes careful deliberation. Protest's vivid discourse reduces public dialogue to a few simple terms. Activists often lack the ability or the inclination to explore the complexities of social problems. If the political process does not include a wide range of considerations and values, it cannot promote deliberative decision-making. As Jürgen Habermas noted most forcefully, open and fair decision-making requires a thorough and open system of discourse. 69. Extraordinary politics blurs the lines separating the public and private spheres, a matter of profound importance since it involves the basic question of what issues are political. Housing activists, for example, confront not only government officials but also landlords and banks. Protesters concerned about animal rights may lobby the government to offer disincentives for wearing furs, but they are more effective when they target private interests, ranging from furriers to fur wearers on streets. Because protesters tend to have fewer resources and political options, they adopt the approach of aggressive lawyers, go after everybody. This take-no-prisoners approach produces mixed results. Blurring the lines between public and private realms can be liberating. By overcoming established definitions of the political, protesters can break free of constraints on their own thinking and identity. The movements of the 1960s changed people's understanding of what was possible in politics and personal life. James Miller wrote, "By exploring its vision of participatory democracy, a generation discovered what one young radical called breakaway experiences. Political and cultural moments when boundaries melted away and it seemed as if anything could happen. Such moments did, in fact, occur. They arose in the thick of passionate debate, during sit-ins, in marches, at violent confrontations, at times when people, discovering their discontents and ideas and desires in common, sensed, often for the first time and sometimes in the teeth of danger, that together they could change the world." 70. The basic goal of changing public consciousness necessarily requires challenging traditional public-private distinctions. Disrespect for a traditional public-private distinction can be destructive. All political regimes need a separate and distinct arena for debate and action. Without some kind of agreement about where the arena begins and ends, politics can be unruly and destructive. Maintaining unclear political boundaries might help protesters raise hell, but it could also hurt many of their causes in the long run. Establishment figures can exploit the unsettled community for their own benefit by appealing to a public desire for order. If activists desire lasting reform, they need a coherent political system that can implement their ideas. Without a formal political system capable of deliberating on issues and developing workable policies, extraordinary politics falls short of democratic ideals. Daniel Yankelevich has spoken of the need to work through public policy alternatives and public issues to produce a mature public judgment of major issues. 71. This requires an honest, open, realistic discussion of the ramifications of different arrangements that may be imagined as responses to perceived problems. But what extraordinary politics seems to lack above all else is a structure or process for such deliberation. Extraordinary politics can put important issues on the agenda, but it often fails to produce viable and lasting reform. The ultimate legacy of extraordinary politics, in fact, might be a fractured process of public debate and deliberation. In the final analysis, the most important consequence of extraordinary politics might be the development of a new consciousness. The change is most dramatic for the people involved in organizing. Activism can be understood as a school for politics, which teaches its pupils about history, civics, social problems, economics, and cooperation. It also teaches something about identity and the common ground that citizens share on a variety of problems. The students of protest politics extend far beyond the ranks of protest groups and participants in demonstrations. When Northern college students went to Mississippi from 1961 to 1964 to register black voters in rural areas, a dramatic transformation of consciousness resulted. Activists encountered a population that had been utterly intimidated by the entrenched white ruling class. Black sharecroppers were so intimidated that they were originally afraid to be in the company of whites, especially as equals. They avoided acts that could be construed as direct challenges to the ruling elite. They feared economic and violent reprisals. Because they knew nothing else, they shared in the cultural belief that whites were superior and that their own security depended on a system of segregation. They blamed themselves for their misfortunes. But when the students came to teach them how to register, this attitude began to change. Organizers set up freedom schools that taught them how to read and how to interpret passages of complex documents. Fannie Lou Hamer was one of the poor rural blacks who developed a new identity and confidence during the voter registration drives. She eventually became an important organizer for the movement, and was one of the members of the insurgent Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party that demanded to be seated at the Democratic National Convention in 1964. Miss Hamer remembers how young white student activists broke through the rigid barriers that excluded blacks from the public life of the South. Nobody never come out into the country and talked to real farmers and things. And it was these kids what broke a lot of this down. They treated us like we were special and we loved them. We didn't feel uneasy about our language might not be right or something. We just felt like we could talk to em. We trusted em, and I can tell the whole world these kids done their share in Mississippi 72. Miss Hamer's transformative experiences in the civil rights movements of the 1960s were shared by a wide range of groups in the 3 decades after Freedom Summer. Ethnic minorities, women, handicapped people, gays, workers, tenants, community and religious activists, and environmentalists all entered the American political process through dissent and protest. Their engagement with the political system not only changed some of the basic laws and practices of the country but also changed the very consciousness of the nation and its diverse groups. If Václav Havel's appeal for a greater conscience in politics is to be taken seriously, such a transformation of consciousness is absolutely essential to the restoration of a vibrant democratic politics in the U.S. necessary, but not sufficient. Development of a vibrant democracy and American Glasnost and Perestroika will hinge on whether formal political institutions take up the issues that outsiders define for them. Outsiders can point out the system's shortcomings and inattentiveness, and they can suggest ways to reform the system. Ultimately, though, people working with some authority must conduct deliberations, bargain, compromise, and look beyond the immediate issues to the long-range fortunes of the nation. Politics requires challenge, but it also requires governmental action that is considered legitimate by the community as a whole. Protest is essential, but it is not enough. 2. Life cycles of protest. Something about the turn of the century appears to capture people's imagination more than other historic markers. People's desire to define themselves according to well-defined periods of time, centuries, decades, years seems to fit the periodic ebb and flow of politics and economics. Such moments produce countless millenarian tracts, futurist visions, and historic treatises. In fact, history provides numerous examples of epic transformations at the turns of the century: the breakup of Britain's party system from 1890 to 1920, the Age of Revolution in the 1790s, the unrest in Holland resulting from the War of Spanish Succession in the 1690s, the shake-up in Spain's empire following the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588. The United States underwent two of its great transformations at turns of the century. The move into the 19th century brought the creation of a party system and steady economic development and democratization. The next turn of the century brought a set of great isms: populism, progressivism, imperialism, suffragism, industrialism, and urbanism. America at the end of the 20th century also has seemed to undergo the kind of fundamental transition that so animates people's fears and hopes. The political strategist Kevin Phillips wrote in 1994 that a destructive convergence of forces, public and private debt, growing inequality, distrust of government, and moral decline casts doubt on turn-of-the-century U.S. vitality. 1. The debate has been about whether that change is just another adjustment similar to the realignments of 1800, 1828, 1860, 1896, and 1932, or whether the basic structure of the American system faces a fundamental challenge. Contemporary debate has taken it for granted that some kind of basic change is taking place. The question is whether the change marks the end of America's social compact with its own people and the world, or whether the myriad revolutions in technology and social relations portend something better. Social scientists, especially economists, have long considered human behavior to be cyclical. In recent years, Albert O. Hirschman has described the oscillation between public commitment and withdrawal as a cyclical movement. Frustration with private pursuits prompts people to participate in public endeavors. Later, frustration with public affairs causes them to return to the private sphere. 3. Similarly, Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., has described a cyclical swing from conservatism to liberalism, which recurs every generation. 4. The American creed of national destiny propels liberal activism, while exhaustion, disillusionment, and the need to consolidate policies explains the conservative period's orientation toward private ambitions. James David Barber has described quadrennial movements in presidential politics from periods of conflict to conscience to conciliation. 5. All of these cycles have a direct bearing on extraordinary politics. Samuel P. Huntington has presented a sophisticated cyclical theory of the politics of protest in the United States. 6. Huntington argued that American politics undergoes recurring periods of creedal passion, when people actively protest the betrayal of basic national values. Huntington identified 4 periods of creedal passion in U.S. history: the Revolutionary War, the Jacksonian Uprising of the 1830s, the populist and progressive movements of the late 19th century, and the various protests of the 1960s and 1970s. The periods of creedal passion stem from what Huntington has called the IVI gap, the difference between the systems ideals v. Exercits I. Institutional reality. The fundamental motor of American politics, Huntington argued, is the nation's civic ideals. In comparison to European nationalism, American nationalism is more intellectualized, since it is defined more in terms of political ideas and principles. 7. The ideals individualism, equality, liberty, democracy, and anti-authoritarianism often conflict but usually coexist in creative tension. Moral fervor, which combines a sense of national destiny with a religious intensity, bonds these conflicting ideals. Americans tightly clutch their civic ideals and celebrate them in patriotic and popular culture. When the government seems to betray the ideals, the people revolt. Every generation or so, Americans demonstrate, boycott, and protest to reaffirm their creedal values. Extraordinary politics has arisen because democratic structures and practices have broken down. The creeds that have animated democracy for 2 centuries no longer fit the structures of modern democratic regimes like that of the United States. This mismatch is a paradox. In some ways, American politics has extended its democratic ideals beyond the imagination of just a generation ago. More groups participate in the formal processes of politics than ever, and the government has initiated programs to address virtually every interest group in the nation. But while the American system appears open and responsive, it also seems to have fragmented. Widespread discontent with the elected branches, the courts, bureaucracy, corporations, the professions, and the media has produced an age of pessimism and cynicism. Although Huntington makes a compelling case for the importance of ideas in shaping the twists and turns of politics, his thesis is faulty. 8 Huntington's argument disregards the system's long-term evolution. American politics does not just move through cycles of activism and quietism. A simple cyclical theory would suggest that the political order expands and contracts with regularity. But in fact the political system develops over time, rather than simply repeating patterns of the past. The stages of the cycle move the system to newer levels of development rather than back and forth. As Lawrence C. Dodd has argued, societies undergo periods of evolutionary learning. Politics, Dodd wrote, is an evolutionary process because our social learning builds on understanding from the past and yet adjusts, adapts, expands, and reconstructs that understanding to fit the unique characteristics of the present. 9. The result is new forms of governance and understanding. American politics may move in cycles, as Huntington and others suggest, but it also transforms itself over time. The major shifts forward in American politics can be understood as a monologue, that is, an ongoing debate about the metaphors and mythological narratives that best explain the political world. 10 The founding metaphor of American politics was the understanding of the United States as a child grown to adulthood and needing freedom from a meddlesome parent. Later metaphors alluded to factions, a divided house, survival of the fittest, and the extended family. Note that each of these distinct phases in American history involved not some predictable shift from one tendency to another, but a transformation of the steering ideas of politics. American politics at the end of the 20th century faces yet another challenge of transformation. The American political system represents years of policy accumulation. The government has grown at all levels to address virtually every issue of American life and its institutions. From Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson to Franklin Roosevelt to Lyndon Johnson to Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan, the government has constantly added mandates and missions. Government is everywhere, but nowhere does government seem rational and well ordered. The problem is that the U.S. constitutional order has not undergone basic reform since the end of the Civil War. 11 Ordinary politics has not restructured the system to respond to an international economy, explosive immigration, and social problems, changing functions of the branches of government, and changing notions of citizenship and responsibility. American politics responds to challenges one by one. American government, as a result, has grown massively but incoherently. The result, as Dodd noted, is a feeling of anxiety among citizens. Extraordinary politics is part of this anxiety. Whatever the limits of standard cycle theories, the idea of periodic political swings can offer useful perspectives on the development of political and social movements and on the direction of American politics as it moves into a new century. The idea of cycles. A cycle is a series of ideas or events that repeats a pattern. When ideas or events move through recurring phases of growth, development, and decline, they may be considered cyclical. The phases of a cycle grow out of each other. Cycles exhibit an internal self-sufficiency. 12. Events and ideas at one time produce contradictions and problems that must then be addressed later on. Because people have a limited understanding of politics and society, they tend to react to immediate challenges, often overemphasizing the most obvious manifestations of issues. People cannot foresee all the consequences of their accessions, so contradictions of policy inevitably emerge. So goes the cycle: actions produce consequences, which produce new problems, which produce adjustments, and so on. Cycles contain two basic dimensions: scope and time. Scope refers to the size of the entity that undergoes the cyclical movements. Cycles that involve whole economies or political systems might be called systemic. Examples might include shifts in a nation's mood from liberalism to conservatism. Cycles that involve discrete units within the system, like a neighborhood campaign to protest housing discrimination or an organization established to promote equal rights, might be called organizational or sectoral. Both systemic and organizational structures vary in size. The United States differs in size from Haiti. Likewise, a campus human rights organization differs in size from the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. A cycle's time dimension concerns the periods in which events occur. Most cycles contain both short and long waves. Short waves depict the ups and downs of social developments over a limited period of time, from a period as short as a season to several years. Short waves are especially sensitive to immediate phenomena that people must address on a day-to-day basis. People often overreact to the most recent events because they lack a long-term perspective. A good example of short-term cycle movements are the daily events of the stock market. Wall Street sometimes reacts wildly to news flashes about war, prices, interest rates, and government announcements. Short-term reactions to events usually equilibrate over time. One day's high will produce the next day's corrective low. The same can be said for political cycles, such as shifts in public opinion, legislative processes, and protest campaigns. Long waves depict patterns over periods of decades and even centuries. These shifts in behavior represent the cumulation of innumerable developments, small and large. Long waves depict the longer and fuller unfolding of social developments. Long-term economic cycles involve phases of prosperity, overproduction, declining sales and profits, layoffs, recession, and reinvestment and recovery. Long-term political cycles involve changes in public attitudes, electoral alignments, civic identity, law-abidingness, and different forms of political participation. Cycles for large and small entities, short and long periods, influence each other. Systemic developments, like economic cycles, affect the life cycles of all organizations, great and small. Conversely, the small-scale actions and events of institutional actors accumulate to determine the shape and character of large-scale and long-period cycles. Brian J. L. Barry explains the separate yet related processes involved in social cycles. Each phase is a consequence of the sequence that precedes it, and the phases are synchronized to approximately 55-year waves within which 25 to 30-year cycles are embedded. These rhythms are longer than the 2-, 4-, and 6-year electoral time horizons of politicians, the payback periods of profit-maximizing investors, and even the period of career development that each of us shares with members of our cohort. As a result, we do not plan and act with long-wave periodicity in mind, and the longer waves become context, the environment within which we shape our lives. In seeking short-term gains, we unconsciously adjust our behavior to the long-term trends, thereby reinforcing the directions of change. Point 13. What happens during one period sets the terms for the next period. What happens at one level of the political and social system plays into the dynamic of other levels of the system. Protest organizations are especially susceptible to the pressures of larger political and social forces. Protest movements do not arise during ordinary periods, Francis Fox Piven and Richard A. Cloward wrote. They arise when large-scale changes undermine political stability. 14. The important movements of the modern era were possible only with major transformations of the political and social environment. As Alden Morris has demonstrated, the civil rights movement developed in the wake of a revolution in agriculture technology that made black sharecroppers superfluous. That revolution produced mass migrations to the north and the urbanization of the black population, and was supplemented by reforms in visible institutions like the military and Major League Baseball. 15. The feminist movement arose after the post-war boom, suburbanization, an increase in the number of college-educated women, and the invention of the birth control pill. The student movement grew out of the prosperity and bureaucratization of the post-war era. All of these movements developed within the parameters of the larger intellectual and legal system. Sometimes distant events produce profound consequences for movements. Events such as the Tet Offensive, Lyndon Johnson's withdrawal from presidential politics, news of secret bombings of Cambodia, and the Kent State killings, for example, changed the kinds of resources and strategy available to the peace movement of the 1960s and 1970s. Activists could not have ignored these developments even if they had wanted to. Protest organizations sometimes resemble boats in tumultuous waters. They must deal with their own internal needs and limitations, but in an environment outside of their control. To say that activism moves through a life cycle does not imply the progression through absolutely regular and immutable stages. A cycle does not represent some system-wide groupthink or collective unconscious, but the sum of individual and group actions within an ever-changing common context. People work within the constraints of their groups and organizations, but they still conceive and implement their own plans of action. Individual agency and organizational cycles, then, are part and parcel of each other, not mutually exclusive ideas. Long cycles and the American regime. When the activities of all kinds of groups and institutions are added up, over time, long-term cyclical patterns become evident. The force behind these cycles may be coherent, system-wide shifts in values. Alternatively, these apparently coherent swings may really represent an accumulation of many different actions and tendencies for the political system. Samuel Huntington argued the first view, that American politics moves from periods of creedal passion to periods of ideological complacency. Every 60 or 70 years, when the gap between the system's ideals and institutions becomes unbearable for a significant part of the population, the system bursts into a frenzied period of protest. Conflict occurs not when the consensus breaks down but when the consensus is activated, when the consensus couchant becomes the consensus rampant, and when efforts are made to embody the values of the consensus in the structure and practice of institutions. 16. People become rebellious, then, in order to restore fundamental and common values. In creedal passion periods, Huntington argued, people respond collectively to a common sense of frustration. An important assumption behind this analysis is that Americans orient themselves less according to ethnicity or ideology or class than to a common creed that unifies the national community. The conflicts of creedal politics are not simply over how to promote particular interests that divide people, but also over how and to what extent to realize general ideals that unite people, Huntington argued. A consensus on basic values can be a very disquieting and unsettling phenomenon, serving as both an incentive to challenge existing institutions and as a weapon that one coalition of groups can use against another. 17. In a creedal passion period, people shift from an individualistic orientation that affirms ordinary politics to a collective orientation that demands extraordinary action. Contrary to this great ideas thesis of popular agitation, however, extraordinary politics can flourish even in periods of creedal lethargy and confusion. In the 1980s and 1990s, the American system staggered with uncertainty and cynicism about civic ideals. Public opinion surveys showed low levels of trust for institutions like the presidency, Congress, political parties, the professions, big business, and mass media. The public expressed a vague sense that those institutions were dominated by powerful and selfish interests, that elites did not care about people like me. But the critique did not go much further. Strong civic ideals and a coherent commitment to a common national creed did not animate national politics. A passionate national movement probably could not develop, in fact, because so many Americans directly benefited from the very practices of big government that had been deemed illegitimate. Rather than a coherent and populist uprising, a fragmented and halting collection of movements developed. The extraordinary politics of this period was a collection of small-scale efforts, not a system-wide uprising. Even in a time of national confusion, American politics can be extremely passionate. But for extraordinary politics to arise, the passion need not be system-wide or connected to a national creed. Passions may arise out of fragmented understandings of those ideals. Activism in the modern era arose from group identity and bewilderment as much as from a critique of the system. Radical fringes of the new right, feminists, gays, environmentalists, neighborhood groups, communalists, and even millenarians cared about their narrow turf and ideals more than the national landscape. Protest often had an inward consciousness, a sense of narrow grievance rather than concern about national identity and ideals. At times, the passion of extraordinary politics seemed contrived, a way of developing identity and demonizing enemies rather than defining ways to deal with common problems and developing a sense of common purpose. Emblematic of the new age of protest was the animal rights movement. A small band of committed activists challenged the use of animals in medical and drug tests, the consumption of meat, the use of furs and other animal products, and government efforts to control wild animal populations on federal lands. The animal rights forces are, without doubt, passionate. Their absolutist, non-compromising rhetoric commands Americans to rethink the way they orient themselves to nature. But the animal rights movement is limited. It does not draw from the national creed, indeed, it cuts itself off from that creed and from the rest of the system. Guerrilla tactics chip away at the regime, rather than engaging it. The animal rights movement has produced tangible results. The fur industry, for example, experienced devastating losses and disappeared from some markets but did nothing to help reshape the larger political system. Something was happening in the 1980s and 1990s to create a broad withdrawal from formal structures and widespread insurgency in American politics. It was not a creedal passion period, in Huntington's sense of the term. Rather, it was a kind of slow-motion collapse of the system into fragments. Rather than a passionate attempt to fulfill national ideals, extraordinary politics at century's end represented a breakup of traditional ideals and structures. A collection of different factors spurred people to take up alternative forms of politics in a fragmented and incoherent political system in a confusing time. The family tree. No political movement arises of spontaneous generation. All political crusades rely on a legacy that helps to guide their way. Every new political movement carries forth old causes and passions that have survived in different forms. Remnants of earlier groups and movements renew themselves in new times and settings. The existence of a movement legacy, of course, does not guarantee activism. But it does create the possibility of new rounds of activism. Newer generations can build on their causes past with the right mixture of resources, discipline, and imagination. Every political movement has its own ancestry. That lineage, which can be seen as a kind of family tree, shapes the strategies and ideologies of the present-day activists. All movements are in part reformulations of fragments of previous campaigns and social organizations. Even when movements fade away, their offspring carry forward a wide range of durable commitments and skills that help to perpetuate a culture of activism. The importance of the family tree was no more apparent than with the emergence of movements like Earth First and ACT UP in the 1980s and the rapid mobilization of protest against the Persian Gulf War in 1989 and 1990. Newspapers often treated these movements as if they came out of nowhere, with little connection to the history and traditions of American politics. But in fact these movements all had long lineages. Radical environmentalism goes back to the original inhabitants of North America. The 500 Indian nations that thrived before European colonization considered the environment a commons to be shared and protected by all. Anti-Enlightenment thinkers like James Hutton, Henry David Thoreau, and James Lovelock developed the understanding of the earth as a living thing to be nurtured rather than a mass of resources to be exploited. 18 The movement against the Persian Gulf War, 2. Sprang from a rich tradition of activism. Protests against the Vietnam War offered a model for mobilization against the Persian Gulf War. A longer tradition of peace activism, grounded in isolationism, also drove movements for arms control and kept the United States out of the early stages of the two world wars. 19. Figure 2.1 Activism's family tree. The family tree does much to determine when and where activism develops, what issues are the focus of agitation, and how long the protest and organizing endures. Contrary to deterministic notions of cycles, The family tree suggests that political movements can either exhaust themselves or continue over the long term in different forms. There is nothing predetermined about the progress of politics through cycles. In all kinds of politics, significant time lags often separate branches of the family tree. Social issues tend to be strongest at times of economic security, then fade from the scene when economic insecurity threatens people's day-to-day well-being. Issues of economics and class, on the other hand, dominate the public agenda during times of recession and depression. The temperance movement, for example, reached its peak during the boom years of the 1920s, then fell to the wayside during the 1930s Great Depression as economic issues dominated politics. The student and women's movements were strong in the 1960s, another period of prosperity. The prosperity of the 1980s was accompanied by social issues concerning religion, sexual mores, and ethnic identity. 20. The legacy of past dissent and collective action has exerted force on later movements. Abolitionists conducted one of America's earliest campaigns of insurgency and spawned later campaigns to improve the economic, social, and political status of blacks in the United States. Many abolitionist activists later played significant roles in the women's suffrage campaigns. The suffragist efforts, in turn, helped to spawn the progressive movement in the cities and states. 21. The populist movement of the middle to late 19th century, which arose in response to the processes of nationalization and urbanization, also passed its legacy on to later movements. The populists championed, above all else, the cause of farmers who felt helpless against the brutal power of the railroads, banks, and corporations. As agriculture mechanized its operations, supply increased and prices declined. Farmers with huge debts found themselves unable to pay their bills. The populist panacea, championed by William Jennings Bryan in the 1896 election, was expansion of the money supply with adoption of the silver standard. Populist followers included native-born Americans angered by massive waves of immigration, factory workers, and tenant dwellers, all groups that felt exploited by elites. Despite dramatically different temperaments and orientations, the populists provided an important legacy for the progressives of the period around the turn of the century. Even though the progressives were led by elite classes who displayed a decidedly paternalistic air and disdain for the grubby world of ethnic politics, lawyers, physicians, philanthropists, they were concerned about the abuse of power and the plight of America's new dependent classes. Progressives pushed for electoral reform, decent housing, health care, social welfare programs, environmental protection, and public works. They were reformers, and they drew on the rhetoric that decried abuse of power and exploitation of people and resources. But rather than agitating for a takeover by the masses, progressives called for a kind of enlightened restructuring and elite guidance of the system. Progressivism represented a kind of domestication of some populist impulses. The progressive movement helped to spawn new movements throughout the 20th century. First, progressives formed a variety of political and social institutions that recruited and taught people about politics. Second, the actual reforms enacted by progressives also helped to engage people in politics for generations to come. The progressive movement produced reforms that addressed municipal corruption, health, education, and welfare, democratic participation, the environment, and a variety of campaigns to address the ills of industrialization and urbanization. The civil rights and anti-lynching movements of the early 20th century benefited from some of the activists and ideas of the suffragist and progressive movements. The women's movement also contributed to the peace movements active before and after World War I. Organizations like the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, the American Friends Service Committee, and the Fellowship of Reconciliation played prominent roles in the 1920s. The later movements, in turn, helped to give rise to the rights revolution, a wide array of efforts to secure protections for minorities, women, the elderly, the handicapped, and gays from the 1960s onward. A number of factors enable activists to pass extraordinary politics from one generation to another. First, political and social movements provide structures that may be resurrected in later generations. Second, Extraordinary politics exposes people to the idea of outsider agitation. Friends and families learn firsthand that going outside formal structures, while stigmatized by many people, can be a decent and effective form of political participation. Third, activist ancestors bequeath important identities and pride of accomplishment. Children and parish members of activist families and churches consider political dissent to be an important part of their personal identities. Finally, the earlier activists leave behind accounts of lessons learned. Personal memoirs and manuals for organizing, as well as oral accounts of past battles, offer a kind of institutional memory and education for activists. Movements of one generation develop structures and strategies that later generations may use. Even though movements appear to fade away, they do not necessarily die. Many movements survive in the form of abeyance structures, institutions that sustain activists during times of inactivity. 22 Such structures provide a home for potential activists during times that are hostile to activism, a place to pass down the movement legacy and develop new understandings about their cause and new approaches to political action. A good example is the women's movement, which arose not only out of 1960s activism, but also the legacy of the 1920s. In the period since the 1920s, the different parts of the suffragist movement appeared to have disappeared. Groups with ties to the Women's Bureau of the Department of Labor, the two major political parties, the First Movement for the Equal Rights Amendment, and the National Women's Party provided opportunities for women to maintain networks that would later prove important to 1960s activism. The Alva Belmont House in Washington, D.C., provided a base for political socialization and lobbying. In time, the women and men in these organizations would help to create the modern feminist movement. Families help to pass on activism from generation to generation. The red diaper baby, the person raised in an atmosphere that stresses socialist values, is the most obvious such example of socializing a new generation for protest. More recently, the activism of the 1960s has spawned a number of community organizations in the 1980s and 1990s. Jessica Govia, a Los Angeles activist, calls herself a CSO baby, a reference to her parents' involvement in the community services organization that directed minority and labor activism in California in the 1960s. I saw that you didn't have to be of a certain color or income level to accomplish things. 23. Surveys of activists who took part in high-risk protest underscore the importance of previous experiences. A background in protest, for example, prepared activists for the danger and frustrations that they experienced in Mississippi's Freedom Summer in 1964. Those volunteers, who traveled south to set up alternative schools and political structures and to help blacks register to vote, faced physical and psychological abuse and even the possibility of murder. Of the students who expressed an interest in going to Mississippi, the ones who actually went had extensive experience in protest politics. As children, many attended demonstrations regularly. Their more mainstream classmates were brought to the circus or parades. 24 If their family tree did not include activists, many would not have gone to Mississippi. The existence of a collective family identity helps people to assert themselves. To act, people need a strong sense of self. Previous generations of activism provide role models that help people to see how to empower themselves. Pride of membership grows when one is part of a group with extraordinary historic figures. Civil rights heroes like W.E.B. Du Bois, Martin Luther King, and Malcolm X, labor heroes like Mother Jones, Samuel Gompers, and Eugene Debs, feminists like Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Charlotte Perkins Gilman all have inspired their children to thrust themselves into the excitement and dangers of political activism. Activists with links to ancestors learn early in their lives the possibilities of resistance to authority. Challenging authority seems to them just as normal as following authority might seem to others. Peace activists of the 1980s and 1990s drew inspiration and lessons from the anti-war activists of the Vietnam era. The movement's ability to mobilize almost instantly to oppose the U.S.-led war against Iraq in 1991 benefited from the examples and experiences of the movements against the Vietnam War and the later protest against the U.S. Soviet nuclear arms race. The new effort included many veterans of the previous efforts, such as peace groups, social service activists, veterans, and feminist and civil rights groups. 25 Even the student movement of the 1960s, which seemed to have only recent lineage, had been a part of American politics from the beginning. However faintly, the ethos and tactics of student activism get passed down from generation to generation. 26. Group identity travels from generation to generation through favorite books, recordings, and songs. Many civil rights anthems were borrowed from the labor movement of the 1930s. We Shall Not Be Moved, This Little Light of Mine, and Keep Your Eyes on the Prize were taught to civil rights workers at the Highlander School. Such songs were passed along like a family heirloom. Some of the songs later resurfaced in the peace movement of the middle to late 1960s. The songs provided protesters with the identity, vision, and strength to withstand the violence and ridicule of adversaries. Years later, the songs still evoke vivid memories of these movements. The most practical way that older generations help out new generations is by providing a kind of textbook on organizing. Activists pass down lessons of recruitment and strategy by word of mouth, and some also try to systematize the knowledge gained in battle. Neighborhood organizers remain indebted to Saul Alinsky for his school of pragmatic, indigenous organizing. Alinsky not only taught later generations about how to challenge power elites but also wrote instructive books. The Alinsky model was followed by later activists in groups like the Industrial Areas Foundation, which holds regular regional training conferences. The Highlander School systematically conveys knowledge of strategies to younger generations, and other organizations, like the American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, also pass on lessons learned. The birth of one social movement from another can be a painful process. Many new movements grow out of controversies and conflicts within already existing movements. As activists develop a new consciousness of the way the world works, they begin to apply new standards to a wide variety of activities inside and outside the movement. Many activists discover that a movement often violates its own basic values, such as equality, fairness, and open participation. When efforts to reform the movement fail, many activists break away and form or join new movements. A good example is the feminist movement of the 1960s, which grew out of dissatisfaction with the civil rights, student, and anti-war movements. Women who worked in these movements found themselves in subservient positions, cooking, cleaning, doing clerical work, and in general providing succor to the male-dominated leadership structure. When women spoke out against the limited opportunities, they were ridiculed. The contradictions between the New Left's rhetoric of equality and openness and the actual structures of hierarchy spurred many women to explore how gender structured their lives. Robin Morgan has noted, "There's something contagious about demanding freedom, especially where women, who comprise the oldest oppressed group on the face of the planet, are concerned." 27. The process of developing and expressing grievances took time. Many women even doubted whether engaging in a feminist critique of society was legitimate. Two early feminists later recalled how deeply learned fears, needs, and self-perceptions at first prevented them from raising consciousness about sexism within leftist organizations. 28 Eventually, the women broke off and started their own activist efforts. Like all other political and social structures, the family tree of activism can't wither and die. External and internal challenges can undermine traditions of activism, at least temporarily. Political opponents with access to resources and power can undermine the roots of the movement. By increasing the costs of activism, adversaries can initiate the disintegration of movements. The anti-communist hysteria of the 1950s destroyed many organizations of the old left, from organized labor to the Democratic Party to churches. Allies in universities, government, and media were also driven out of positions of influence. Young organizers of the 1960s did not benefit from the previous generation's common experiences or material and institutional support. The student movement was only dimly aware of previous era's campus politics. 29 Because it was cut off from the legacy of organizing, the younger generation had to learn the elements of protest politics on their own. Along the way, the younger generation antagonized ancestors and other potential allies with their rhetoric and slights. The student movement was particularly alienated from the labor movement, one of the giants of the old left. The family tree also falters because of dynamics within the movement. Ignorance of the legacy of past activism, organizational inertia, rivalries within the movement, and the use of outmoded ideas and techniques can undermine the movement's strength and focus. Forgetting the past is perhaps the greatest danger. Activists are often so motivated by their immediate concerns that they fail to see how previous people in their positions struggled for similar causes. In effect, they reinvent the wheel as new causes arise. Organizational inertia also prevents the protest organism from developing. Many critics of the labor movement claim that it faltered in the 1960s and after because it became too self-satisfied, so concerned with maintaining its own high standard of living that it ceased to bring new groups into the movement. Rivalries also distract movements from their goals and challenges. Factions dissipate precious resources with internal battles. The use of outmoded strategies like the labor movement's failure to develop alternatives to the strike in the late 1970s and early 1980s can prevent the organism from growing. The family tree provides much of the continuity and possibility for development in the cycles of protest. A legacy of activism does not guarantee a new generation of protest. But the existence of a kind of infrastructure makes it easier for new generations to take up causes when grievances arise. Organizational cycles. The big cycles that seem to sweep society along according to a world historic logic, in fact, really represent the accumulations of actions and tendencies within smaller organizations and communities. Understanding the cycles of specific groups and organizations is essential for understanding the larger cycles of politics. Whether events move quickly or slowly, progression through predictable stages is not inevitable. Over a given period, a protest group can experience a variety of setbacks. Like a child experiencing momentary regressions, some movements revert to early patterns of behavior. Movements that fail to develop clear goals, reliable resources, and viable strategies revert to the agitator style of earlier days. Cyclical change does not proceed in a predetermined way, but in accord with the group's particular circumstances and interpretations of those circumstances. A protest group's progression through a cycle might proceed predictably, but a variety of internal or external factors might also disturb or interrupt its cycle. Before organizing, the status quo carries a powerful inertia. Even political systems with serious social problems still enjoy support from a variety of vested interests. Groups with grievances face so many concerns of day-to-day survival that they often lack the time or inclination for political action. Have-nots often lack imagination and energy, and so resign themselves to accepting established arrangements. The status quo may be so ingrained that reform is impossible even to imagine. Potential movements that never get organized have been termed latent or nascent movements. Several factors may account for the failure to organize. Game theorists and economists argue that collective action often falters before it has a chance to develop because of the absence of rewards for participants and the tendency to let George do it. In the situation of non-cooperative equilibrium, individualism dominates. People do not see much use in collective action, because they cannot imagine the likely benefits to be worth the effort. 30. A society's ideology prevents many groups from developing grievances. 31. Commenting on the barriers to union organizing in the coal mining towns of Appalachia, John Gaventa has noted a tendency among the colonized, especially the local elite, to adopt the prevailing values of the power holders. 32. The established social order subtly teaches people not to consider alternatives to their own roles. J.G.A. Pocock noted, if a man finds himself playing his appointed part, it no more occurs to him to play a part other than that appointed to him than it occurs to a dancer to move to a different rhythm than that played by the orchestra. 33. Chances for activism improve when people discover that others in fact share their problems, and then mobilize followers and gather resources for political action. Of course, groups do not acquire a protest consciousness spontaneously. Consciousness requires a long process of discovery and action. Even when people do not fully understand the nature or extent of their problems, they are capable of acts of resistance. James Scott has argued that seemingly minor acts of resistance, which he calls infrapolitics, undermine the legitimacy and everyday operation of target institutions. Such resistance also helps to create a dissident subculture and sophistication about the limits of private and public actions. The aggregation of thousands upon thousands of such petty acts of resistance have dramatic economic and political effects. Under the appropriate circumstances, the accumulation of petty acts can, rather like snowflakes on a steep mountainside, set off an avalanche. 34. Such resistance might seem trivial, but it can lay the ground for political and social movements. Birth of a movement. Extraordinary politics begins with an understanding that the status quo is unacceptable and ordinary channels of political action are inadequate. The birth of a political movement takes considerable time, daring, and resources. The process of activation is almost always fraught with danger and uncertainty. The spurs to political action are many and varied: the desire for security from a threat, material rewards, feelings of solidarity, psychological gratification from conflict, connection to charismatic authority, moral imperatives, career fulfillment, and even the habit of activism. Alone, these motivations do not necessarily produce a political movement. A movement also requires the mobilization of resources and identity. Most organizing and protest begins with focusing events, vivid moments when people realize that they must get involved in politics to express their interests and concerns. These events provide common themes and goals for the people who might participate. The symbolism of the events then reverberates throughout the period of activism. Rosa Parks's refusal to move to the back of a bus in Montgomery, the Tet Offensive in Vietnam, the Stonewall riots in New York's Greenwich Village, and the Roe v. Wade decision provided focusing events for the civil rights, anti-war, gay rights, and anti-abortion movements. These events were so symbolically potent that they energized followers for years afterwards. Grievances evolve over time as activists analyze the situation that prompted their concern. New movements, Joe Freeman has argued, find themselves embroiled in action long before they develop their elaborate concepts of where they want to go, let alone how to get there. 35. Grassroots battles over toxic waste disposal provide a case in point. Most neighborhood protests against dumping started out with a simple NIMBY attitude, not in my backyard, but some protesters later developed sophisticated analyses not only of dumping but also of a wide range of related problems. 36 In a way, activists can never know all of their goals and motivations until they have been active for a while. The process of protest itself clarifies the objectives of protest. Activists make their road by walking. 37. In the early stages of protest, a movement's ideas often seem so extreme or unreasonable that the public immediately rejects them. Only by forcing the rest of society to respond to their demands can a movement overcome the prejudices against them. All of the major movements in American history, civil rights, environmentalism, peace, feminism, gay rights, faced charges of extremism in their early stages. Opponents use code words and symbols from the Reconstruction era's bloody shirt appeal to the contemporary feminazi barb to marginalize protest movements. Even kindred spirits reject the activists' claims. The civil rights and student movements rejected the women's complaints that sexism violated the movement's democratic and egalitarian claims. Likewise, the leftist movements of the 1960s rejected the early appeals of homosexuals for basic rights. The white sectarian left defined homosexuals as a bourgeois aberration that would disappear with capitalism, one activist remembers. Black power activists and black nationalists generally viewed lesbians and gay men as anathema. 38. Sometimes, logical friends offer the strongest opposition. New movements grope not only with their rationale but also with a number of recruitment, organizational, and strategic issues. The liabilities of newness threaten most new movements. 39 Groups with some organizational experience are more likely to survive early challenges than those without. 40 Virtually every social process involves a period of trial and error. Extraordinary politics is prone to mistakes and confusion, especially in its early stages, because it takes place outside predictable institutions. The only way to survive in such an atmosphere is to engage in a process of trial and error, adjusting strategies and tactics according to the lessons of experience. Events that occur at the outset of the organization's life cycle shape the group's long-term character. An organization's genetic code is based on early developments like the recruitment of an effective leader, the discovery of dramatic rhetoric or symbols, alliances with other groups, technical judicial decisions, and events in the community. Despite numerous environmental changes, organizations tend to retain the characteristics of their early years. 41 The Native American Movement's coalition was set for a generation by the Wounded Knee Uprising of 1973. 42 Organizations like the National Organization for Women, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and ACT UP for the most part all retain their early approaches to politics. Organizations that experienced fundamental changes, like the Students for a Democratic Society and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, had little choice in their transformations. Splits in the organization and uncertainty about goals and tactics required these organizations to rethink their goals and strategies. Seemingly minor developments can change the whole dynamic of activism. A movement's history can be considered a long series of decisions. Early decisions can put the organization on a course that includes or excludes important options. Early decisions to adopt certain goals, for example, could foreclose not only other agendas but also a wide variety of possible strategies, organizational forms, leaders, fundraising projects, and so on. The destiny of a movement depends on a chain of events, and even on mundane points in the chain. Michael Storper has noted that sequences of events possess a certain theoretical agency, in that they foreclose other possible events and some short-term events become cemented into history. 43. One dramatic example of the importance of small events is the provision barring sex discrimination in the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which conservatives added to the legislation to discredit it. That provision provided an invaluable tool for feminists to use in battles against discrimination. 44 That development also shaped the legalistic orientation of the liberal wing of the women's movement for years. To navigate the treacherous waters of early activism, movements need both leadership and resources. Leaders offer a movement direction and coordination, and can help the organization survive difficult periods. When times are bad, the leader is often the movement's only reliable member. When things are going well, a leader helps the movement reach out to local allies for support. Mobilization often begins with social workers, lawyers, foundations, and professionals connected to welfare administration. Getting enough resources to carry out sustained campaigns is as important as recruiting activists. Patrons play critical roles in the nascent stages of many movements. They provide essential seed resources, money, expertise, mailing lists, office space to help movements get going. The modern women's movement was boosted in the early 1960s when President John F. Kennedy ordered the creation of national and state commissions on the status of women. Many neighborhood organizations, including the Black Panther Party, got their seed money from the Community Action Program. The Students for a Democratic Society was originally a youth wing of the labor movement. The National Organization for Women, various labor federations, and the Moral Majority and other church federations have all contributed to protest group formation. Accepting outside funding presents a dilemma. While it frees the organization to pursue its activities without the complications of wide membership involvement, it also threatens to cut leaders off from their constituency. By neglecting grassroots fundraising, the organization loses a useful way to engage members. In addition, the cohabitation of patrons and members can create tensions, as several specific examples indicate. Residents of Cincinnati's West Side neighborhoods complained that their neighborhood groups lost touch with them when they took outside funding. 45 The Child Development Group of Mississippi, a program that helped to inspire the federal Head Start program, lost its verve and spirit when it received federal money. 46 When their political program turned more radical, the Students for a Democratic Society clashed with the United Auto Workers, which once funded their activities. 47 In its early stages, people's commitment to activism is fragile. This fragility is illustrated by the way a riotous crowd disperses with the onset of rain. Many protesters are willing to brave armed police, untrustworthy neighbors, and battle fatigue, but quickly yield ground to a rain shower. The key to the puzzle is that people do not share the same levels of interest and commitment. Anthony Oberschall wrote, "Crowd consists of people with different motivations and levels of commitment, ranging from extreme anger and hostility to mere curiosity and a lukewarm desire to be part of and subsequently brag about a neighborhood event. Or some of the curious onlookers, the small added cost of rain tips net benefit minus cost in a negative direction. Because cost exceeds benefit, they leave. Since crowd size is diminished, expected cost increases for everyone remaining. Thus a chain reaction results. As more and more people leave the crowd, expected costs keep increasing. 48 Getting the right combination of people involved, in the right conditions, can be a frustrating and elusive task. Most new organizations fail. Innovative organizations, which attempt to create new demands for society, are especially susceptible to an early demise because they do not develop linkages and support structures with the already existing environment. Robert Merton has used the term latent functions to describe certain social needs that are not addressed at a certain time, but that may be taken up by new or existing social organizations. 49 The latent functions have to be so important, or the strength of the potential beneficiaries so great, that the inertia of normal operating procedures can be overcome. Otherwise mobilization will not occur. Growth and development. Extraordinary politics cannot succeed by relying on unstable passions. Protest organizations must channel passions and interests into structures that endure long-term political campaigns. Organization is most important for activists seeking policy changes within existing structures of politics. Established structures themselves operate according to rational, coordinated systems and procedures. They demand nothing less of groups seeking benefits and policy changes. Of course, unorganized groups that cause disorder and chaos can also influence formal structures of politics. The welfare rights movement offers a telling example. Activists who besieged welfare offices, demanding better treatment and more benefits, often lacked even rudimentary organization. Public officials granted many of the protesters' demands in order to restore order. But for the most part, absent a sense of chaos, groups must organize and manage themselves in order to negotiate. Protest movements that challenge a community's consciousness or identity, on the other hand, often perform better with loose structures. The point of such groups is to challenge the basic order of the political system, which requires a spirit of anarchism and creativity more than the ability to execute complex projects. To challenge public conceptions of identity and fairness, feminist and gay rights groups needed to avoid predictable poses and positions. By devising decentralized movement structures, these movements encouraged a wide range of images and strategies. Even loosely structured groups must deal with factions that might undermine a group's creativity and sense of purpose. Radical factions can be marginalized by mainstream media and adversaries. If the movement as a whole is identified with its extremes, it might be difficult for it to obtain fair consideration of a wide variety of political demands. Radical feminist groups of the 1960s, for example, bitterly fought lesbians' attempts to become part of the movement. Only later did the two factions develop an appreciation of each other. The rest of the far-flung New Left also struggled with the issue of homosexuality. Decentralized environmental, anti-nuclear, anti-war, and anti-abortion movements of the 1980s also endured factional strife. Movements reach the threshold of long-term viability at different points. Much depends on the kinds of people recruited for the movement. Mark Granovetter has noted, "A radical will have a low threshold, the benefits of rioting are high to him, the cost of arrest low. Some would be sufficiently radical to have a threshold of 0% people who will riot when no one else does. These are the instigators. Conservatives will have high thresholds, the benefits of rioting are small or negative to them and the consequences of arrest high since they are likely to be respectable citizens rather than known rabble-rousers. 50. New movements especially need to orient their activities to the different interests and circumstances of their members. Activists respond to a variety of motives. A successful movement will not only offer a wide range of activities, but also allow activists to meet the degree of commitment that is comfortable to them. This is especially important for protracted movements, which must keep members involved for long periods. In a sense, organizations need to recruit their members over and over again. This continual activation gradually changes the goals and identities of both the organization and its members. The New Left is a classic example. The civil rights struggles of the South provided an early impetus. Student rights, university administrative practices, inner-city poverty organizing, Black Power, the war in Vietnam, and a new feminist consciousness continued to arouse followers after early recruits first got involved. As the feminist and Black Power revolts suggest, the process of re-recruitment can alter the movement's structure and identity. Both uprisings pointed to flagrant contradictions within the movement and its organizations. Women, for example, could not find safe haven even in movements ostensibly dedicated to equality and democracy. Sarah Evans, a feminist activist and author, recalled that women found themselves floundering in a morass of left-wing hostility and establishment derision and concluded that the whole culture was biased against women. 51. When activists survive their early struggles and fumbles, a takeoff or bandwagon stage is possible. 52. The takeoff requires the movement to make enough contacts in the community to gather resources and implement a versatile strategy. When enough people have joined the movement and conducted some operations, joining the cause might not seem so irrational to outsiders considering joining. The possibility of actually winning the fight all of a sudden looks plausible. The sense of empowerment that results from fresh success makes more people willing to contribute. As one scholar noted, the propensity to cooperate is strengthened by the sense of efficacy associated with participation. 53. Success produces confidence about the possibility of later success. A successful protest against a housing development in Cincinnati underscores the tendency for people to participate only when they feel they have a chance at success. A group calling itself the West End Community Council mobilized into block clubs to oppose the Queensgate Industrial Development Project. The group established a sophisticated 8-week training program to show activists how the local government worked and how protests could exploit openings in the system. The group encountered apathy from some members of the community but convinced many to participate anyway. One reluctant activist recalled getting a visit from a WECC leader, so he said, "The community needs you." And I said, "Oh yeah, okay." So he told me about meetings they were having and I promised to go. But I'd never go. And he would come right back. And so finally I said, "Well, I'm just going over there and seeing what he's talking about." So I went, and I was really enthused and I was shocked at all the people. And I said, "Well, maybe I can learn something." So I started going. 54. Organizational success dramatically showed this reluctant participant the possibilities of empowerment and reform. A good example of the rapid upward spiral is the student movement at the University of California at Berkeley. Student protests of the House Un-American Activities Committee led to confrontations at City Hall, which were followed by debates over Army Reserve programs at the university, conflicts over administration interference in a student government election, civil rights issues on and off campus, and finally the free speech movement. That movement coalesced and took off when administrators banned some student organization tables on campus. Students defied the ban and were subsequently arrested and suspended. The whole campus erupted in weeks of revolt. The spiral of conflict produced nothing less than a political reawakening. One participant recalled, somewhere in the process of the free speech movement, for the very first time, the young, privileged, affluent children, began to see themselves as an oppressed class. It was an astounding perception. 55. No one could have predicted the trajectory of student activism at Berkeley, from small protests against a House committee to full-fledged protest of a wide array of university and social issues. Density. The proximity of people and resources in a small area is a major factor affecting movement growth. A dense environment offers all of the necessary ingredients of a movement: complex social relationships, communications networks, material resources, and leaders and experts capable of guiding the activists within a small area. In a dense environment, potential activists can better imagine the possibilities of change, assemble the necessary resources, and coordinate collective efforts. In short, it is easier for people to come together. Dense clustering helps aggrieved groups to reach out to one another for common political causes. The 1960 sit-in movement to desegregate lunch counters offers the classic example of the importance of density to a spiral of action. A small challenge involving 5 college students quickly mushroomed into a regional assault on segregated public spaces. The protests began with a February 1 sit-in by 4 agriculture and technical college students at a Woolworth's lunch counter in Greensboro, North Carolina. Students at A&T supported the student protesters, but the protests remained local for a week. Then black students in nearby cities Durham, Winston-Salem, Charlotte, Fayetteville, Raleigh participated in protests. The protests occurred at rival colleges. Student leaders and athletes on different campuses knew each other. They had no formal structure to share information or coordinate actions, but everyone knew what students at other colleges were doing. The grapevine created a sense of common ground as well as competition to do more for the cause of civil rights. A survey of students activists showed that a common response to the question "Why did the movement start at your school?" was that students wanted to beat out rivals. 56. The importance of dense environments is underscored by the development of labor, neighborhood, women's, and gay rights movements. Gay rights offers an especially interesting example. Gays first settled in large numbers in cities like New York and San Francisco as a result of military concentration of servicemen in those cities. Later, when white middle and working class families moved from cities to suburbs, urban neighborhoods opened to gays. Before they settled close together, gays were unaware of many aspects of their community. The stigma and violence that gays faced daily drove them into the closet. They had few opportunities to share company or ideas. The development of urban settlements created vibrant social and economic institutions where gays could get to know themselves as a community. In a masterful study of the forgotten heroes of civil rights in Mississippi, Charles M. Payne has taken issue with the idea that people must be clustered to act politically. Very little attention has been paid to the possibility that the success of the movement in the rural South owes something to the attitude of local people toward self-defense. 57. A tradition of rural independence and self-defense gave blacks a willingness to fight for their own interests. Even though they were scattered in the countryside, Mississippians benefited from family networks, knowledge of common traditions, and strong leadership that gave them an ability to fight for themselves. It was precisely the isolation of these communities from the gaze of the power elites that enabled them to develop their own strategies for survival. Because they were out of sight, they could resort to violent responses to white violence. The civil rights activists with bases in the cities could maintain the high moral ground of nonviolence while enjoying at least a measure of protection, provided by rural blacks who had a more practical understanding. 58. In other words, the strategies made possible by rural life reinforced the strategies made possible by urban life. Financial support follows tactical successes. When movements win victories, people are more willing to help out. The more viable a movement appears, the more people are willing to offer their time, money, and other resources. The civil rights movement, for example, attracted hundreds of thousands of dollars at the height of the 1963 Birmingham campaign. But the old saying "nothing succeeds like success" does not always hold. Failure, too, sometimes has its rewards. Embattled activists like the anti-abortion cause after the 1992 election attract more zealous followings in their times of crisis. Fringe groups like the Nation of Islam, white militia groups, radical anti-abortionists, and radical environmentalists also offer a unique sense of camaraderie, a place to belong, for people who feel cut off from mainstream politics. Goals evolve in all stages of a movement. Activists adopt fresh goals to attract new support or keep old support, or to keep up the appearance of vigor. The civil rights and women's movements both evolved when members demanded more fundamental critiques of the political system. External conflicts also force movements to develop. Dieter Rucht has described the evolution of a movement against a public project. In the early stages of conflict, the project is usually criticized only in some aspects, and often with regard to rather secondary issues. Thus, for instance, protesters criticize the location or the size of the project, or they attempt to reduce side effects without questioning the project. Per se. After a time, if there has been no real success on such secondary issues, the movement's arguments become broader and deeper. People ask about the necessity of the project in principle, they protest against the manner in which they are excluded from information and participation, they relate the project to other policies, they look for substantial alternatives, ultimately they may challenge the prevailing conception of economics, technology, and politics, and even struggle for a new social order. 59. Over the course of the struggle, it is not just the issues that change. People change, too. Members become radicalized. Activists understand the way their own problems are related with the problems of others and then begin to criticize social arrangements that they once took for granted. Too much early success may impede a movement's growth. If a group does not have the organizational capacity to manage new challenges or resources, it may find itself overwhelmed. Movement leaders overwhelmed by new resources might not know how to parlay those resources into useful tools for the cause. Successful movements, both small and large, must redefine themselves in order to respond to the demands of growth. For example, the SDS struggled to absorb the thousands of new members activated by the Johnson administration's bombing raids in Vietnam. SNCC also experienced growing pains. The leaders of the group, which began after the successful sit-ins of 1960 and 1961, could not control the members and chapters that wanted to be part of the movement. In both cases, the involvement of Rough Riders interfered with leaders' ability to steer the movement. Maturation. Most new organizations settle into routine patterns after an initial period of flux and development. Routinization establishes predictable places and activities for people throughout the organization. Organizational maintenance, fundraising, communications, long-term planning, mediation of internal disputes, negotiating with outside groups becomes the group's primary focus. Students of politics and organizations have long debated whether social structures necessarily become more conservative. At the center of the debate is Robert Michels's theory of the iron law of oligarchy. Michels maintained that all organizations, no matter how democratic and open their aspirations, evolve into hierarchical, rigid, closed systems. Elites concentrate control of information and resources at the top levels of the organization. Those elites are skilled in intramural politics because they devote themselves to it. Leaders become more interested in maintaining privilege and prestige than aggressively promoting the cause. Other students of modern organizations and social movements argue, on the contrary, that some groups actually become more radical. Dynamic environments force groups to reinvent themselves or risk expiring. Both internal and external pressures account for this process of radicalization. Internally, fringe factions might take over part of the apparatus or demand radical approaches in return for their loyalty. Externally, a dynamic environment might push political organizations to adapt in order to compete against rival groups. A group might become more radical in order to stand out from other organizations that deal with similar issues. Academics and activists seem to support the oligarchy thesis. Whether activist organizations become more conservative depends on the sources of financial support, stability of the political environment, organizational scale, ideology, and leadership styles. Richard Flax has offered an assessment common among both his fellow scholars and activists: there is no iron law of oligarchy, but certainly Michaels identified a fundamental feature of organizational dynamics. It is a feature common to all bureaucratic organizations, but it is particularly damaging to the organized left, precisely because the left is uniquely committed to popular participation as its stated means and end. 60. Oligarchy always presents a danger to extraordinary politics. Organizations become cautious and conservative when they appeal to outside sponsors. Activists are less willing to assert bold new goals and strategies if they know that a sponsor is demanding results from its previous commitments. 61 Groups that receive money from government agencies or foundations must design their grant applications to meet the needs and biases of those institutions. Politicians tend to protect their prerogatives and are wary of groups that challenge their authority. The Community Action Program, one of the more innovative efforts of the Great Society, attempted to encourage grassroots organizing in cities. But under pressure from mayors and other city politicians, the CAP cut grants from organizations that appeared too radical. In a broad survey of environmentalism, Mark Dowie has argued that domestication of the movement has undermined its ability to confront industry and the government. Activists spend so much time bargaining with government agencies that they always risk co-optation by slow-moving bureaucratic processes in the government. Environmental groups that rely on funding from corporate and philanthropic sources, Dowie said, lose the nerve to confront their adversaries. Even protest-oriented activists are affected by the respectability trap. Most foundation grants to environmental groups are targeted to specific projects, but have an influence that extends far beyond those projects. The corporate and foundation money given to mainstream groups like the Wilderness Society and the Sierra Club shapes the public discourse on environmental issues. One public relations specialist describes the logic of corporate co-optation: cash-rich companies are funding hard-up environmental groups in the belief that the imprimatur of activists will go a long way in improving their reputation among environmentally aware consumers. 62. In response to the cause's growing moderation, a number of radical green groups arose in the 1980s. 63 One critic quipped that mainstream environmental groups had all become like Queen Victoria: old, fat, and unimaginative. 64. The size of the protest organization also matters. As the organization grows, activists start behaving bureaucratically. They focus on maintenance functions, battles for desirable positions, and forging ties with elites in the larger political system. Francis Fox Piven and Richard A. Cloward's study of the National Welfare Rights Organization found that the movement lost its vitality when it attempted to become a mass membership structure. The NWRO's Boston model stressed formal affiliation in a national organization, which led to the demise of more daring local actions like occupations of welfare offices, which scared local bureaucracies into making concessions. After early bursts of success, one report found, groups moved into a period of doldrums, marked by a lingering death. The life cycle was a relatively short one. 65. Strong leadership can produce rigid hierarchy in movement organizations. When gifted leaders guide the organization by the force of their own personal or administrative qualities, the rest of the structure becomes dependent. Complaints about hegemonic leadership marked the mature stages of the civil rights, migrant workers, labor, and anti-abortion movements. Size can either exacerbate or mitigate the tendency toward centralized control. Because of their ample information and resources, large organizations may offer leaders enviable means of centralizing power. But at the same time, large organizations may be too far-flung and complex for even skilled leaders to control. A leader in a large movement faces the same dilemma as the Russian Tsar, who, Max Weber observes, was seldom able to accomplish permanently anything that displeased his bureaucracy and hurt the power interests of the bureaucrats. 66. Conservative groups tend to be more hierarchically structured, formal, and disciplinary. 67 The Stop Era organization was famed for its meticulous attention to detail, professional fundraising and recruitment, and hierarchical form. 68 Operation Rescue and other anti-abortion groups also operated with top-down structures. Groups on the so-called religious right dealing with issues like school prayer, State textbook policies, pornography, and public religious displays also tend to assume hierarchical forms. But conservative groups may become less hierarchical as they develop new factions. The anti-abortion movement split into violent and nonviolent factions in the 1990s, and leaders lost their ability to control the movement as a whole. The so-called militia movement exhibits tendencies toward rigid structure within groups, but a decentralized structure nationwide. Organized labor is the classic example of the routinization of a rebellious movement. The movement became so large, and the rewards it gained for its members were so significant, that eventually unions became more concerned with maintaining the status quo than pressing a radical agenda. Legitimized by federal laws and court decisions, the movement lost its urgency and intensity in the years after World War II. Members gained a middle-class lifestyle that mitigated the movement's early sense of urgency. Labor organization ritualizes and encapsulates the strike power, thus limiting its disruptive impact on production, and limiting the political reverberations of economic disruptions as well. 69. In addition, labor developed such a close relationship with management in the post-World War II era that it neglected to develop ties with other social movements. Radical movements often try to avoid formal structures altogether. They set up loose organizational structures to raise funds, obtain access to legal assistance, and plan actions. The loose structure enables the groups to develop a creative mix of goals and strategies and to baffle authorities. At an early protest of the AIDS group ACT UP, police asked demonstrators to identify the group's leader. The reply, "We're all the leader. None of us is the leader. If you want to talk, you have to talk to all of us." 70. Earth First is another loose confederation that downplays organizational structure. Earth First's lack of organization is designed to conceal its many illegal actions and frustrate law enforcement activities. Whatever the dangers of oligarchy, rigid hierarchy is not inevitable. In fact, the dynamic environment of extraordinary politics often prevents organizations from following any predictable routines. Instability might be the surest way to maintain a radical edge. To keep up with rapid change and uncertainty, movements improvise. Competition with other groups spurs creativity. A number of movements have similar goals: civil rights, women's rights, protection of the environment, an end to the arms race, neighborhood protection, but compete against each other. Even when relatively conservative patrons provide financial support, a movement can become more radical over time. For years, Tennessee and federal officials attempted to get the Champion paper mill in Cook County, Tennessee, to restrict its pollution of the Pigeon River. A small group of community business elites created the Dead Pigeon River Council to raise concerns about the river's pollution without the help of grassroots organizers. Eventually, the council stepped back from environmental advocacy when its members' economic interests were threatened. Other groups sprang up to fill the void. A study of the controversy concluded, by challenging the actions of a corporation on the basis of shared grievances, the DPRC had legitimate environmental grievances and provided a model for challenging economic authorities. 71. Contrary to what might be expected under the social control model of patronage, elites had created the possibility of broad mobilization. The ultimate outcome of democratic activism is never predictable. The civil rights movement provides a case study of the developments that can drive a movement toward extremes. Changing circumstances, passage of landmark legislation, heightening of conflict over school desegregation, emergence of backlash politicians like George Wallace and Richard Nixon, the emergence of other issues like the Vietnam War and women's rights radicalized the movement by forcing activists to improvise. But competition among factions within the movement provided the ultimate push for radicalization. The changing orientations of the several civil rights organizations during the 1960s was in part due to the competition for members. During periods of intense activity or inter-organizational competition, the number of recruits constitutes an index of the degree of activity, a symbol of success of movement operations, and a protective support in the face of a hostile environment. 72. By the time of Martin Luther King's murder in 1968, the movement had become so radical that it alienated many of its early supporters. After the inevitable letdown after the passage of the 1965 Voting Rights Act, Martin Luther King expanded the movement's agenda to include economic opportunity as well as political rights, with campaigns for jobs and tenants' rights in New York, Boston, and Chicago. The Northern Initiative effectively ended the movement's focus on the straightforward issue of de jure segregation. The new campaign required a more radical critique, bound to alienate middle-class allies and require more effective coordination with other activists. At the same time, King began to speak out against the Vietnam War. In February 1968, King told a Los Angeles audience, "Our nation, which initiated so much of the revolutionary spirit of the modern world, is now cast in the mold of being an arch anti-revolutionary. We are engaged in a war that seeks to turn the clock of history back and perpetuate white colonialism." 73. Despite King's expansion of the movement, radicals detached themselves from assimilationist and equal opportunity themes and promoted Black Power themes. Changes in the Congress of Racial Equality and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, for example, started out as multiracial organizations dedicated to integration of blacks and whites through nonviolent direct action. The leadership and membership of both organizations was biracial and attempted to appeal to the better consciences of the broader public. Both received huge increases in memberships and financial resources in the early 1960s. But schisms developed. Blacks began to resent not only the whites' greater leadership roles but also their very involvement. Frustration with the pace of change led some factions to advocate a harder line, including the adoption of more ambitious goals, racial purity in the ranks of members, and even the use of violence. By 1965, the time of Malcolm X's assassination, Black Power factions dominated CORE and SNCC. The radicalization of the anti-abortion movement also developed during the cause's mature stages. In the immediate aftermath of the 1974 Roe decision, groups seemed to form spontaneously to respond to a sense of moral crisis. By 1980, the movement had rallied behind the presidential campaign of Ronald Reagan, who vowed to screen federal judges and other officials to assure their opposition to abortion. Some splits developed during the following 12 years of Republican rule, mostly concerning whether elected officials should be pressured to push harder for the movement's priorities. As a rule, however, the movement remained stable and cohesive. By 1992, the movement radicalized. Extremist factions defended the use of violence, from attacks on clinics to the murder of people who worked in clinics, to restrict women's access to abortion providers. Activists were caught between mainstream and radical rhetoric. As these experiences show, radicalization can exact heavy costs. King's drew harsh criticism from his erstwhile allies in the mainstream media and politics. 74 supporters dropped out of the movement, confused or angry about the changes in emphasis. Infighting cost the movement valuable time and resources. Efforts like the 1968 Resurrection City demonstration failed miserably. Meanwhile, a backlash against the movement grew so strong that it helped to elect Richard Nixon president and realign politics in the South. Contradictory forces tug at activists during a social movement. On the one hand, most activists desire a degree of regularity and certainty so that they can make plans for demonstrations and other confrontations. On the other hand, because they have few resources and seek to foster instability, activists must avoid becoming too domesticated. The cycles of most protest movements hinge on this basic contradiction. The long haul. Protracted movements, campaigns that confront not just a specific problem but a wide range of related issues over a long period of time, require enormous patience and resourcefulness. Activists must maintain their organization, keep members committed to the cause, and preserve their credibility with both friends and adversaries. Even after the passions of activism fade, a movement can still influence politics if it keeps its structure intact and its members alert and committed. Over the fire of a protest organization, innumerable small adjustments and changes often subtly steer the organization in a different direction. Grievances that originally sparked protest fade. Derivative issues move to the center. Sophisticated activists allow their agenda to shift according to circumstances, as long as the basic goals remain consistent. For example, if a tenant rights group pickets a landlord's home and the landlord attempts to remove the protesters, issues of free speech and assembly arise. Or if students protest a university's military research program, and administrators record the names of participants in financial aid files, questions of academic freedom arise. These derivative issues may become the center of attention, because they can extend the scope of conflict beyond the original grievance. Constantly raising new issues can keep activists energized, as long as members can see the rationale behind the new issues. Feminists have displayed skill in shifting the focus of their activism. The focus of the feminist movement has involved a variety of different issues, such as employment and wage discrimination, unfair divorce laws, abortion rights, street crime, rape, pornography, and domestic violence. The movement has been able to shift its focus because the movement's underlying values, basic dignity and fairness for women in a male-dominated society, are clear and consistent. The transition from one issue to another is not always easy. When new issues distract activists from their primary goals, the effect can be disastrous. Student protesters in the 1960s successfully jumped from protests against the authoritarian and bureaucratic structure of the university to protests against U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War. But those groups failed to maintain their organizations and values. With a group as notoriously unstable as students, the issue shifts were fatal. The movement became untethered and was susceptible to a quick demise after the anti-war protests faded. Over the course of most movements, problems arise that demand immediate attention, so-called brush fires. The effectiveness of the response can help or hurt the movement. Activists must adapt to events like negative media reports, announcements of opposition by elected officials, and counter-demonstrations by opponents. When they respond well, they can gain greater attention and public respect. When they fail, they get branded as incompetent. In responding to brush fires, activists establish precedents that the movement later follows without much reflection. As Carol H. Weiss has noted, the many minor actions of political actors can produce far-reaching consequences. Some decisions take shape through a series of actions and reactions. An inside or outside event triggers a move, which sets off the next move, which leads to the next, until the unconnected series of well-advised or bumbling moves has shifted the direction of policy. 75. Improvisational decision-making is especially likely in informal organizations. Internal divisions demand skillful mediation. Radical tactians tend to have more energy and focus, presenting a danger to group unity but also less capacity to control their own members and agenda. The gay, women's, civil rights, and environmental movements all struggled to maintain unity after the emergence of more radical factions. Eventually, each movement had to allow allies to break away simply to restore a sense of control and focus. The breakaway of factions, like the divisions of cells in an animal organism, creates new possibilities for protest structures. Participation in protest politics takes a toll on activists. Activists sacrifice time, money, security, careers, and even friends when they commit themselves to a cause. Keeping members energized during difficult times presents a critical challenge to the movement. As F. G. Bailey noted, fatigue can have two contrary effects on members: passivity and courage. The will is within him but inert, unaroused even by the instinct to stay alive. He confronts life without fear because its loss is of no significance. 76. The civil rights movement amazed observers with its ability to maintain discipline and good spirits in the face of local police violence. By the time of Martin Luther King's assassination in 1968, however, the movement degenerated into a dispirited and directionless mass. The ways that movements keep people involved shapes the character of activism. Civil rights workers, for example, resorted to song and prayer at times of great danger. The anthems reinforced the group's solidarity and commitment to nonviolence. Singing old gospel favorites and even writing new songs to express the feelings of the present movement offered a reprieve from fear. It also gave the movement a soulful character and reinforced the commitment to nonviolence and love. Activists themselves made up songs and altered existing favorites to fit the circumstances. Songs sung at mass meetings were part of the payoff, emotionally and politically, for the drudgery of daily organizing. 77 years before, music strengthened the labor movement's solidarity in times of crisis. Sustaining protest over a long period is easier if the costs of participation are low and the cause's principles are simple. The 1983 boycott of Nestle Company, which sold dangerous infant formula to third world countries, succeeded because it set realistic and simple goals and carried out effective publicity campaigns. The relatively low costs of boycotting products, especially those for which substitutes exist, enabled the movement to involve millions of people for over a year. The boycott benefited from a clear message about the unnecessary harm to third world families because of corporate profiteering. Celebrity participants gave the boycott a touch of chic. The fickleness of mass opinion here today, gone tomorrow presents activists with one of their greatest challenges. Television and newspapers provide saturation coverage of some issues and then quickly move away after the issue has been resolved in some way. 78 Dissidents' ability to hold media attention is limited. For example, for much of the 1980s, media provided extensive coverage of U.S. involvement in Central America. Once the U.S. government lowered its profile, the coverage faded. Human rights activists struggled in the late 1980s and early 1990s to keep a spotlight on the issue. Media also provided bursts of attention to other issues that involved protest politics, such as nuclear power, South Africa, the Palestinian Intifada, the Gulf War, homelessness, AIDS, the nuclear arms race, toxic waste, and the savings and loan crisis. Protest is hard work. Activists must build organizations, motivate followers, and develop working relationships with a variety of community organizations. The secret of a successful movement is to endure long enough to become a pesky part of the political process. As Woody Allen once said, 90% of life is showing up and, he might have added, surviving long enough to make a difference. Aging and decline. Protest movements decline for two basic reasons: success and failure. In both instances, a protest movement renders itself irrelevant. The tactics of extraordinary politics are either unnecessary or ineffective. Activists and financial supporters no longer see any reason to offer precious resources to the movement. If a protest organization achieves its major goals, it no longer has a compelling reason to act outside the normal channels of politics. It can either go out of business or become a mainstream organization. Many neighborhood organizations form to protest major projects like highways and public housing, but then stay in business to promote neighborhood cohesion and development. By acknowledging that outside pressure tactics are no longer effective, the new interest group can become a more or less permanent part of the interest group bargaining. The leader of a South Bronx protest group that blocked plans to raise apartment buildings reflected on the shift from outsider to insider status. By developing a large professional organization, the Banana Kelly Community Improvement Organization gave up our right to advocate and organize in the community. If ordinary politics fails the community again, it's the responsibility of the residents to organize like in the early days. 79. Extraordinary politics has a future role to play, but only in situations that cannot be addressed by ordinary politics. A movement may be too successful for its own good in another way, by overextending its commitments and goals. Once a grassroots organization produces results in one skirmish, pressures build to get involved in other issues. An organization that uses protest tactics to force banks to lend to minority neighborhoods, for example, is not necessarily capable of following up with other kinds of campaigns. Tried and true methods of recruitment and protest might not produce the same success. Even when the organization possesses the skills and resources to shift its approach, it may lose the focus essential for productive activism. Many tenant groups, for example, shift from confrontation toward a service and promotion orientation once they have achieved some gains for their members. Most organizations die a slow death. Rather than simply closing up shop after successful campaigns, many groups continue to operate. Protest can become so routine that it does not have an impact on either the audience or the participants. The sights and sounds of protesters may become white noise, nondescript background sounds. Protests at the United Nations, for example, have become so regular that the only people who notice are the occupants of the ground-level offices. It's a symbolic place to demonstrate, one UN official noted. You come before this great glass building and you shout at it and shake your fist and you must believe somebody hears you. But another official remarked, sometimes I think the only person listening is me. 80. The decline of a protest movement, ironically, can produce one last round of radicalization. When they have a hard time producing tangible results, activist groups often resort to symbolic gestures and sweeping rhetoric to keep their followers energized. Radical rhetoric can even lead to the transformation of the group as followers demand that the group match its radical words with radical deeds. The causality here is paradoxical. Conservatism and lethargy prompt a resort to symbolic rewards to keep activists on board, which in turn energizes members to engage in more radical action than ever. Extreme rhetoric and tactics usually indicate a movement's swift decline. Extremism is the last refuge of a dying movement. The violent period of the anti-abortion movement followed the 1992 election of Bill Clinton, a supporter of abortion rights, as president. The development of an extreme faction of the environmental movement, led by Earth First, came during a 12-year Republican period of policies hostile to the cause. The Weathermen, a faction of Students for a Democratic Society that broke away in 1969, became ever more desperate as time passed. After the split with SDS, the Weathermen expelled 3/4 of its members and created underground communes to carry out bombings. Never popular, the underground became the focus of growing public disgust. The Weathermen and several other terrorist groups, like the Puerto Rican nationalist movement, aroused public authorities to step up law enforcement activities. Protest leaders were captured, tried, and imprisoned, and the radical movements quickly faded from the public arena. Riding the cycles. Politics follows progressive cycles. Like natural organisms and processes, politics seems to follow the predictable stages of birth, development, maturation, and decay. Activists and their adversaries benefit when they understand that politics is a series of short-term and long-term processes at all levels of the system. Cycles do not move automatically or inexorably. Aggregate economic or political data may show the political system to be reacting to recent events by moving into a new phase of a cycle. But underneath the chart's smooth curves lie manifold complex dynamics. The cyclical movement of politics depends on the innumerable political players, each acting in a distinctive environment and subject to many influences. People ultimately make their own politics, as Marx remarked, though not in circumstances or cycles of their own choosing. 3. Spurs and limits to action. In minority communities across the United States, environmentalism has become a rallying cry of civil rights activism. Traditionally, the civil rights movement has avoided environmental issues. When liberals drifted from civil rights to green politics in the 1970s, black leaders complained that their old allies were abandoning justice for an elitist cause. Minorities felt alienated from the core environmental agenda of clean air and water, preservation of wetlands and old-growth forests, protection of endangered species, and maintenance of national parks. Civil rights activists focused on more immediate social concerns like unemployment, discrimination, violence, and crime. Minorities appeared to have little place in a movement like environmentalism that had no basic claim for human justice. But the environment became a cornerstone of grassroots civil rights politics in the 1980s and 1990s. A number of government and university studies documented the extraordinary health dangers faced by blacks, Hispanics, and other minority groups. The studies documenting the exposure of minorities to unhealthful living conditions were shocking, even to longtime residents of toxic ghettos who had grown accustomed to those conditions. Industry and government discriminated against minority neighborhoods in the placement of toxic dumping sites, incinerators, and dangerous utilities and manufacturing plants. 3 out of 4 toxic waste dumps in violation of federal regulations, for example, were located in minority neighborhoods. When violations of environmental laws were demonstrated, government agencies responded more slowly in minority neighborhoods than in white neighborhoods. The environmental justice movement has been emblematic of extraordinary politics in the late 20th century. Ordinary people joined forces to confront a common problem because the formal governmental process, the executive bureaucracy, the judicial process, interest group bargaining did not make the issue accessible and were not responsive to their grievances. Ordinary people felt marginalized from debates and bureaucratic processes that hinged on arcane and technical terminology and complex data. In response to this exclusion, activists began in the 1980s to develop a whole new political vocabulary, a hybrid of the language of the civil rights and ecology movements. Grassroots activism fostered a dramatic increase in public awareness and occasional shifts in public policy. Ultimately, though, the activism did not produce a reassessment of the fundamental nature of environmental problems or the structure of the political system. The turning point in the environmental justice movement came in October 1991 when civil rights leaders and environmental activists gathered in Washington, D.C., for a national summit. Close to 500 people convened to reshape and redefine the American environmental movement. Minority leaders pressured mainstream environmental groups to expand their movement to include notions of social justice. The summit approved a statement outlining 17 principles of environmental justice and established mechanisms to oversee protest against unfair treatment of minority communities. Before the Washington gathering, minority communities had organized a wide range of movements to confront public and private authorities over discriminatory placement of environmentally harmful projects. Now the summit offered a means to support activists across the United States. Studies of environmental racism, minorities' disproportionate exposure to pollution documented a depressing catalog of horrors that extended across the United States. 1. The health dangers produced by petroleum, chemical, and waste industries were lethal in many minority neighborhoods. The black communities along Cancer Alley, a 28-mile stretch of the Mississippi River between Baton Rouge and New Orleans, were overwhelmed by the toxic wastes of oil and gas refineries. The Altgeld Gardens housing project in Chicago falls within a 3-mile radius of oil refineries, steel mills, chemical plants, and sewage treatment facilities. Kettleman City, California, was the site of the biggest waste landfill west of the Mississippi. Predominantly black Emell, Alabama, was the site of the nation's largest hazardous waste landfill, which receives materials from 45 states. Chicano farm workers in the Southwest were regularly exposed to deadly chemical fertilizers and pesticides, used by agribusiness with little government regulation or oversight. Indian reservations were among the most notorious sites of despoilment. 2/3 of all uranium and 1/3 of all low-sulfur coal was mined on Indian lands, for example. 2. The environmental justice movement demonstrates that nothing spurs political action like immediate threats to people's material, cultural, or social survival. But such an observation actually raises more questions than it answers. On a regular basis, people are confronted with serious problems but do not become politically active. If people act when their interests are threatened, then why do people act so rarely? Why do seemingly insignificant events often trigger action? Why do people with common concerns fail to act together, while people with different interests come together in movements? Most of the academic research on social movements explores these questions of why people get involved in politics in the first place. In the post-World War II era, scholars like William Kornhauser viewed protest movements as the result of psychological disorientation, or even mass dementia. Later scholars, working from the rational choice perspective, approached political participation from the opposite standpoint, beginning with the assumption that all human endeavors are ultimately rational, undertaken to improve a group's material well-being. Other students of political and social movements, meanwhile, emphasized the moral motivations of political action. 3. In fact, as this chapter's survey of the motivations for political action shows, no one orientation drives people to participate in protest politics. Psychology, morality, materialism, collective identity, status, and even style are all important variables in the equation of extraordinary politics. Sometimes these elements combine to galvanize people to act, and sometimes they are insufficient to motivate participation. Just as important as the spurs to political action are the barriers to participation. Even when people have compelling reasons for getting involved in politics, they may remain inert and inactive. For years, people in minority neighborhoods did not organize to oppose the discriminatory and illegal polluting practices of government and industry. Even in the best of circumstances, people sometimes do not organize because they tend to focus on individual and short-term interests. However important the individual motivations of political activists may be, they cannot explain the rise and fall of social movements. Political and social movements are collective, involving the coordination of many people and groups, not just the individual motivations of members. Extraordinary politics is a process. Political cycles and regimes, organizations, leadership, strategies all play vital roles in the construction of political action. Somehow individuals must be pulled into groups and organizations that are capable of devising and implementing political actions over a sustained period of time. Still, individual motivations do provide a starting point for the basic questions of political mobilization and action. Politics operates on many levels, from the individual to the small group to higher and higher levels of political space. To understand the rise of extraordinary politics and its consequences, it is necessary to look at what motivates particular people to take part in political action outside ordinary political channels. The short answer is that there is no single cause. The motivations for outsider politics vary from person to person, group to group, place to place. But looking at the range of motivations, material concerns, morality, social status, psychology, and socioeconomic status makes it possible to understand the parameters of political action. Crisis and mobilization. Depend upon it, sir, Johnson wrote to Boswell, when a man knows he is to be hanged in a fortnight, it concentrates his mind wonderfully, for the most obvious cause of political action is a natural or social crisis, which concentrates the political mind and gives rise to activism. Extraordinary politics often begins with a sudden realization or belief that a group's well-being, status, or values are threatened and may be damaged permanently unless people immediately combine forces to fight a common enemy. The environmental justice movement is a classic example of the way such a crisis spurs political activism. Minorities organized quickly when they discovered that their rates of cancer, asthma, and other maladies were directly connected to the dumping of toxic materials and other environmental hazards. Protests against nuclear power, abortion, and urban development projects also developed within a short period because groups perceived the imminent loss of something precious unless collective action were undertaken. The anti-war movement and groups like ACT UP developed coordinated campaigns almost overnight, partly with the help of previously existing organizations and groups, to protect personal, ecological, or moral integrity. Preventing harm to one's interests in a time of crisis, in fact, may provide an even greater motivation than pursuing some vague new value or good. 5. Crises may be material, physical, or moral. Miners who face the destruction of their livelihood, young men who confront the possibility of wartime service, gays who confront the deadly AIDS epidemic, neighborhoods that face the destruction of homes and businesses, all can be considered crisis situations despite vastly different challenges and circumstances. Lacking other options, activists feel they have no choice but to protest. One woman who became active in the Brookside coal strike of 1973 said, "With no other type of life, or type of job that they knew, it was like we didn't have a choice in the matter. We had to make a stand." 6. A rural resident of Georgia, faced with the construction of a wastewater plant in the area, put the matter succinctly, "They didn't think we'd fight, but we're stuck to the land." 7. The lack of an exit option forces many community groups to stand up for the community's interests. Crisis is a powerful motivator because it clears away hesitation and uncertainty, consolidates a variety of motivations for political action, clarifies understanding of common interests, and crystallizes possible strategies for action. Without the urgency of a crisis situation, people avoid confronting social problems. The upfront costs of activism seem to outweigh the benefits that might result from activism. For most people, concerns of everyday life crowd out social problems whose consequences seem abstract or distant. In the words of Richard Flax, most people are more intent on making life than making history. But crisis situations give the costs and benefits of political action an urgency that people in the community cannot ignore. People in crisis situations think they can and must get involved in politics right away to avert impending disaster. Focus is the primary result of a crisis situation. For a brief moment, activists concentrate solely on the object of the crisis. Crises simplify perceptions of political alignments. Rather than working within an ill-defined cluster of groups, people see a vivid division of forces operating in society. One side consists of the forces of good or progress, and the other consists of the enemies of those righteous forces. It is us against them. With clear divisions in the community, discipline in a movement is much easier to develop and maintain. Organizational communication is also much more direct and clear-cut. A crisis situation challenges people's assumptions about basic political and social arrangements. Whole groups and communities gain a new literacy about previously unexplored issues. The public discourse over nuclear power, for example, has changed dramatically since reports of nuclear accidents in the United States and elsewhere have made headlines. The 1979 Three Mile Island accident in Pennsylvania dramatically shifted the frame through which people viewed nuclear power from one of scientific progress to one of concern about runaway technology and an absence of public accountability. 9 Revelations that 3 Mile Island officials had suppressed information fed the movement. 10 The crisis brought in outside experts to comment directly on issues that local elites had filtered and finessed. People reconsidered long-held beliefs about technology and corporate power. The accident contradicted utility company reassurances that the possibility of human error at the plant was nil. The 3 Mile Island accident galvanized a broad cross-section of activists because it threatened everyone who happened to live near the plant, including the middle-class families who were the backbone of the nearby communities. The same can be said for the Love Canal disaster, a 1978 public health crisis in Buffalo, New York, caused by the Hooker Chemical Company's long-term toxic waste dumping practices. Love Canal appealed to middle-class anxieties about their ability to live the American dream. Lois Gibbs, a Love Canal activist, later organized the Citizens Clearinghouse for Hazardous Wastes, which assists thousands of local activists around the nation. Foreign policy crises have long shaped the balance of power between the president and Congress. But they also give rise to grassroots activism when people feel a palpable sense of threat. The Cuban Missile Crisis challenged old assumptions about the Cold War and gave rise to a new stage in the peace movement. 11 The missile crisis contradicted the Cold War's rationale that winning the arms race could prevent adversaries from endangering national security. The ability of political and military elites to control the nuclear threat was also undermined by the Cuban crisis. Once the basic trust had been rended, activists and the general public questioned a wide range of official statements. Decisions of courts and bureaucracies may also create a sense of crisis that can lead to extraordinary politics. Boston neighborhoods discussed school desegregation for almost 2 decades, but it took Judge Arthur Garrity's 1974 decision to bus children to other neighborhoods to ignite a firestorm of protest in South Boston, Charlestown, and other areas. 12 The Supreme Court's 1973 Roe v. Wade decision legalizing abortion galvanized anti-abortion forces. An anti-abortion activist remembers getting involved in protests when the Roe v. Wade decision hit her like a bolt out of the blue. 13. In 1993, President Bill Clinton's vow to end the ban on gay service in the military angered and mobilized thousands of Christian right and other conservative activists, who found willing allies in the military and Congress. The sense of outrage was almost palpable. Ultimately, a crisis arises when people's understanding of their proper place in the world clashes with the realities of society. When their worldview seems to fit the larger political and social order, they affirm that order. But when those values are violated, the possibility for protest develops if the lack of fit is defined as the fault of social structures rather than of the individual. Consider the example of labor organizing at the Duke Medical Center in the 1970s. 14 When the hospital arbitrarily changed work assignments, upsetting the workers' home lives, a struggle ensued. The hospital's logic of efficiency and professionalism collided with the workers' logic of family and community. Each side operated according to a coherent logic, but the two logics became incompatible. When the hospital refused to compromise, the workers joined forces for a strike. 15. A crisis is not an objective condition, but a felt sense that a group faces a basic threat to its safety and well-being. As the environmental justice movement shows, that sense of crisis results from an interpretation of a situation rather than the situation alone. Ministers and other activists with ties to the civil rights movement interpreted the health problems of inner-city and poor rural residents as a function of race. National leaders like Benjamin Chavis, looking for a way to revive civil rights activism, framed health problems in a new light. As Murray Edelman has written, more often than not, a crisis is an episode in a long sequence of similar problems. No characteristic of any episode makes it the precipitant of a crisis. It is apparently possible to elevate any incident to that role. A crisis, like all news developments, is a creation of the language used to depict it. The appearance of a crisis is a political act, not a recognition of a fact or of a rare situation. 16. Many serious problems that may threaten the well-being of a group or community never come to be considered crises. Lesser problems, however, often are designated as crises. Whether or not a problem is understood as a crisis depends on whether activists and opinion leaders can convince the public that the problem requires urgent attention. Creating a crisis atmosphere often takes a concerted effort. As Benjamin Chavis's activism on environmental issues shows, organizers often agitate to create an atmosphere of crisis. Chavis, the newly elected president of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, was searching for a way to revive the civil rights movement and the environmental justice cause offered just the vivid issue he needed to arouse minority communities. In general, people feel that current arrangements in the community or workplace are normal or acceptable until someone challenges their complacency. Painstaking organizing, speech-making, letter writing, and provocation of public incidents can disrupt the normal ebb and flow of community life and lead people to believe that a crisis exists. Congregation-based protest, one of the most vibrant forms of activism in the 1990s, is another form of activism that begins with efforts to create a sense of crisis in the community. Escobedo Cortez, founder of Communities Organized for Public Service, trains organizers to agitate people in poor neighborhoods to uncover their anger about inequality and lack of opportunity. Agitation is bringing things to the surface. We agitate by probing and prying. We go deep whenever an opening is made by another person. You go in when they allow you. It is a calculated action. 17. Developing a sense of crisis often requires a long process of intervention by trained organizers. Because of the public's limited attention span and a general desire for political stability, the opportunity for exploiting moments of crisis may be limited. By its very nature, a crisis situation is volatile and difficult to control. Activists try to use the volatility to their own advantage, exploiting elites' fear to make demands for political reform. Elites, for their part, seek to restore stability as soon as possible. Co-optation always threatens to undermine crisis-based activism. In a crisis, large numbers of people are swept into a movement without a deep or long-term commitment. Meanwhile, government and corporate elites, anxious to restore order, know that they can defuse protest by taking official actions to address the concerns of activists. The formation of advisory commissions and other symbolic actions may satisfy enough activists to disperse protest. Moderate, less committed activists are especially likely to be mollified by such gestures. Once advisory commissions have been created, discourse assumes the logic of mainstream politics, dominated by scientific and utilitarian terminology. Point 18. Crisis-oriented activism produces wildly unpredictable results. The stakes are high for organizers in crisis situations because the expectations are pitched. A brief burst of agitation, feeling, and energy can result in burnout and disillusionment among activists if no tangible results are achieved quickly. People who make sacrifices to participate in protest politics can get disoriented and lose their drive to stay involved. Without some kind of victory, protest can actually undermine their sense of efficacy and purpose, and lead them to disavow political causes in the future. In modern times, instability often seems to be the normal state of affairs. Crisis situations offer enough incentive to instigate extraordinary politics. But crisis alone is rarely enough to sustain movements. Other motivations, along with appropriate leadership and organization, are necessary to create a meaningful movement. One such motivation also visible in the environmental justice movement is material interests. Material interests. The idea that material interests motivate people to act is probably the most pervasive concept in modern politics and economics. Point 19. People are thought to behave rationally when their actions promote acquisition of financial, land, or other property. F.Y. Edgeworth proclaimed in 1881, "The first principle of economics is that every agent is actuated only by self-interest." 20. Some social scientists go so far as to say that material interests really underlie a number of seemingly unselfish behaviors, including gestures of friendship and empathy. Point 21. Material interests do, in fact, motivate people to engage in all kinds of political action. Material conditions represent a kind of foundation on which people place other motivations. Protests, riots, and new radical organizations proliferate in times of economic crisis. Labor unions, welfare rights organizations, neighborhood protection efforts, and anti-tax crusades are all examples of outsider politics motivated by the desire for a better or more secure material life. But materialism alone does not drive political action. In fact, materialism can be an irrational motivation if it does not take into account a wide range of human needs and desires. Material interests must somehow be translated through other concerns about personal or group dignity in order to serve as the basis of political action. A comparative study of 85 countries found that income inequality was the greatest cause of political violence. The study found that income inequality had a direct and pervasive effect on the development of protest and revolutionary movements. All of the evidence that we have considered points to the presence of a robust, positive, monotonic relationship between income inequality and political violence that is independent of the other variables in the model. 22. Such inequality undermines the legitimacy of the regime more than other factors, causing people to reject commitment to formal political processes. The American middle class resorts to protest-style politics when it sees its material interests threatened by higher real estate taxes, increased property assessments, complex tax law, bracket creep, and the like. The tax revolt of the late 1970s and 1980s defined American politics for a generation. The social contract that linked citizen and state through taxation appeared increasingly arbitrary and punitive. The bitterness and cynicism toward taxes were reflected in a steady increase in the number of people who resorted to tax evasion and deal-making with assessors and eventually, the nationwide tax limitation movement. Point 23. People understand their material interests in different ways. Contrary to the Marxian doctrine that workers would revolt as a group when they understood their common plight to result from a common adversary, people's material orientations depend on particular circumstances. What might be rational for a person as part of a group may be irrational for that person as an individual. It is often taken for granted that groups of individuals with common interests usually attempt to further those common interests, Manker Olson noted in a seminal study of collective action. But it is in fact rational for a person to ignore his class interests and to spend his energies on his private interests. 24. The classic example of the gap between individual and collective interests is the labor movement. When workers consider only their individual needs, the working class as a movement suffers. When workers develop a spirit of solidarity, workers benefit as a group. That is why the right to work for a company without joining a union has undermined organized labor in the United States. Individuals are given incentives to cut a deal with companies apart from the union, so the union falters. One expert concluded, these so-called right-to-work laws actually hampered further union growth more than anything in Taft-Hartley itself. 25. The motivation for political action increases when pressures mount on the social and group well-being. If the political system is unable or unwilling to address material concerns, political action often takes unconventional forms, such as demonstrations, riots, hunger strikes, and wildcat work stoppages. To use the phrase of James Q. Wilson, when it comes to well-being and the chances for dissent, the worse, the better. 26. Material motivations for protest rise when economic conditions threaten people's existing levels of well-being and survival. Henry Lefebvre argues that revolution occurs when and only when, in such a society, people can no longer lead their everyday lives. 27. Economic depressions periodically cause protest and even violence. 28 Rallies attracted thousands in big cities during the economic crises of 1837, 1857, 1873, 1884, and 1893. In the early stages of the Great Depression, when unemployment increased from 429,000 to 4,065,000 between October 1929 and January 1930, mob looting and organized demonstrations provoked a political earthquake in the United States. Riots often resulted from the conflicts between police and demonstrators. Attempts to evict delinquent tenants ended in clashes that galvanized whole neighborhoods. Unemployed workers besieged welfare offices demanding relief. Confrontations often turned physical. Sheer desperation and anger spurred more or less spontaneous activism. 29. A group may endure a lack of economic opportunity without protest. A jolt like a round of layoffs at a factory or mass foreclosure of home mortgages is needed for the group to understand its material deprivation and the need for political action. But even drastic changes in material conditions do not always produce immediate revolt. Sometimes, accumulation of grievances over time produces resignation. John Gavin-Ta has noted the accumulative sense of frustration that produced quiescence in some Appalachian mining communities throughout much of the 20th century. 30 A survey of literature on pre-industrial societies likewise found that long-term scarcity causes a decline in community and family relations, a return to traditional ways of doing things and seeing the world, and a growing acceptance of hierarchical relations. 31 But that quiescence can explode in revolt if the people in the community come to understand the structural causes behind their suffering and organize a political group with the capacity to mount sustained political action. Material protest, interestingly, occurs as much in affluent as in poor communities. One scholar has noted that people with formal education were more apt to favor participation in a protest rally or march if they believed Americans were facing scarcity and had themselves experienced an economic decline. 32. Whatever the particular circumstances, deprivation provides tinder for rebellion, even if frustration dampens the tinder for a while. Class is a critical dimension of material interests. Paradoxically, systems with low levels of class consciousness appear to be more concerned with individual material interests than systems with higher levels of class consciousness. David Harvey has outlined the consequences of different levels of class consciousness. Consider, first, a situation in which each worker seeks independently to command for his or her own private use the best bundle of resources in the best location. We envisage a war of all against all, a society in which the ethic of possessive individualism has taken root in the consciousness of workers in a very fundamental way. 33. People with a weak class identity consider their own personal situation to be separate from larger economic and social processes. They try to make their way in the world without making common cause with others. When they have problems, a lost job, discrimination, lack of access to basic needs, they blame themselves, not class structures. A contrasting situation, Harvey noted, is that of people with high levels of class consciousness, who do not use their social power as individuals seek individual solutions. They fight collectively to improve the lot of all workers. 34. Class identity is collective and systematic. A person with a strong working class identity, for example, understands that his potential to enjoy a wide range of social opportunities depends on the strength of something larger than himself. The person has material interests, to be sure, but understands them within a complex context. Cultural identities modify class interests. Race, ethnicity, religion, education, language, region, and generational mores structure conflict into trenches that often run counter to class concerns. The trenches of political conflict are often found in neighborhoods. The specific characteristics of places often counteract the more general concerns of class. In wars of position like World War I, the system of trenches defines the terrain of battle and thus imparts a logic to the war itself, Ira Katznelson wrote. Because each system of trenches is distinctive, it defines both the place and content of conflict. 35. In the trench of a particular community, people understand their ethnic or religious identity to be more salient than their class position. The result is a trump of ethnic and place identity over class identity. Class position often leaves people with little choice but to engage in protest politics. A study of Baltimore politics found that low-income neighborhoods could be remarkably adept in developing leaders and pulling together in collective action. 36. Another study found that poorer neighborhoods were more likely to engage in collective action. 37. Because they lack access to formal channels of government where lobbying takes place, low-income communities often must resort to extraordinary measures such as demonstrations and disruption of public offices to attract the attention of government officials. But unless protesters can sustain their action, they are likely to produce only marginal changes in policy. 38. Material interests might seem to constitute the most logical motivation for all forms of political action, but the concept of interests is a modern one. In the period leading up to the American Revolution, philosophers emphasized the importance of passions above all else. Passions, the bundle of affections, fears, aggressions, vices, and lusts that drove people's actions, were considered irrational and unruly. To tame such elements, statesmen and philosophers gradually framed the concept of interests, presumed to be among the more rational form of passions. Within a generation, interests displaced passions at the center of debate about human motivations and social planning. Early on, as Albert O. Hirschman has noted, the concept of interests was by no means limited to the material aspects of a person's welfare, rather, it comprised the totality of human aspirations, but denoted an element of reflection and calculation with respect to the manner in which these aspirations were to be pursued. 39. Eventually, however, interests took on the narrower, materialist meaning and became the conventional explanation for a wide range of behavior. Even activism fundamentally motivated by material concerns such as a labor strike contains other concerns. A widespread coal miners' strike that began in 1993 centered not on wages and benefits, but rather on access to information from mining companies. The right of access to information was as much a matter of dignity and partnership as a bargaining lever for the workers. 40 People in neighborhoods, factories, and schools who demand a fair share of material goods often are seeking respect, control, and other values as well. The narrow idea of wealth for its own sake, ultimately, is nonsensical or incoherent. What motivates an ambitious business go-getter, for example, tends not to be money or possessions per se. Instead, a variety of non-material values compels people to seek material well-being. Status, the recognition, honor, and deference one receives by virtue of social position, is one compulsion for people to acquire wealth. Love of family is another. The sheer sport of making money is another aspect of the drive for material benefits. Outside a social context, wealth is meaningless. The miser is one of the most irrational of all actors. George Simmel wrote in his classic The Philosophy of Money. Any endeavor that has been focused on money only finds in it something completely indeterminate, something that cannot satisfy a reasonable demand and to which we have no specific relation because it has no substance. If our wish does not extend beyond money towards a concrete goal, then a deadly disappointment must follow. Point 41. Material concerns are embedded in a larger complex of social values and practices. Outside that context, materialism is difficult to understand or use to mobilize people to political action. Relative deprivation theory. The theory of relative deprivation provides important clues about the ways material interests develop and shape political movements. People who revolt feel deprived relative to their expectations. They feel slighted when they compare their condition to what they had anticipated, to how other groups in the community fare, or to how they once fared themselves. People may feel especially deprived compared to another group that they consider to be their social equal, either inside or outside their own circle. Blacks in inner cities in the late 1980s, for example, felt cheated when they watched other racial and ethnic groups take over neighborhood stores and leadership roles. Frustration boiled over into violence and bitter boycotts against Korean-owned convenience stores in New York City and Los Angeles in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Point 42. Relative deprivation grows out of the most human of experiences, failed dreams. Disappointment, Albert O. Hirschman has argued, is the natural counterpart of man's propensity to entertain magnificent vistas and aspirations. People tend to project unreal expectations about their future. Unreal expectations cannot be met. Humans, in contrast to animals, are never satisfied. That it is in their very nature to be intrinsically unsatisfiable, insatiable. After a period of unmet expectations, people may be aroused to political action to try to close the gap between their expectations and their actual condition. As Hirschman said, public action is often the result of a radical cognitive change, akin to a revelation. The sudden realization that I can act to change society for the better is intoxicating. 44. When expectations exceed reality, revolt may result. The environmental justice movement arises directly out of a sense of relative deprivation. Black, Hispanic, and Native American communities contained a disproportionate number of waste dumps, power plants, chemical production facilities, public infrastructure projects like highways, and airborne toxins. Activists directly compared their own situation with those of more affluent communities. Robert Bullard, one of the founders of the movement, has said that the demands for environmentally safe practices can be reduced to one simple demand: to run a project as if it were in Beverly Hills or Kennebunkport. 43. No community should bear disproportionate damage from industrial or disposal projects. For the most part, relative deprivation refers to material conditions. But a person or group may feel relatively deprived in non-material ways. Point 45. A person may experience anxiety from the feeling that everyday life does not fit with laudable moral standards. People can also experience status deprivation when their identity is dismissed or rejected by others in society. The anti-abortion movement is, at least partly, an attempt to reclaim honor for traditional structures of family, church, and community life. Point 46. The relative deprivation theory offered a compelling explanation of the race riots from 1965 to 1968. The unrest was paradoxical. At no time in American history had minorities achieved so much so quickly. In just more than a decade, legalized segregation from schools, public accommodations, interstate transportation, and the armed services was ended, and blacks achieved their greatest degree of economic well-being vis-a-vis whites. In 1964 and 1965, Congress passed the most important civil rights legislation since Reconstruction. Blacks had strong leadership and uplift organizations and even a friend in the White House. President Lyndon Johnson's domestic agenda was dominated by social programs designed to address social ills of hunger, illiteracy, healthcare, housing, and jobs. These developments steadily improved blacks' access to mainstream institutions and led to a revolution of rising expectations, in which blacks expected life to improve continually. Yet ghettos burned during the long, hot summers of riots in scores of American cities. The riots began with the Watts disturbances in Los Angeles in 1965 and spread to virtually every major city in the following 3 years. The explanation for the riots, according to the J-curve thesis of James C. Davies, is that the rising expectations were bitterly upset by events starting in the 1950s and developing greater urgency in 1963. A tolerable gap had existed between expectations and reality in the post-war years, but when that gap suddenly widened, blacks rebelled. For the first time in history, a cohesive black middle class developed in cities in both North and South. But starting in 1963, incidents of violence against blacks increased. Ordinary blacks were subjected to violence at the hands of police and white vigilantes. The violence culminated in and was in turn exacerbated by the 1965 assassination of the black nationalist leader Malcolm X and the 1968 assassination of Martin Luther King. The increase in violence against blacks, Davies argued, provided the quantum of energy necessary to raise black frustrations to the point of rebellion. 47. The urban unrest would have been unthinkable without the steady improvement in conditions and rising expectations. Blacks enjoyed improved living standards, urbanization, development of independent churches and businesses, and higher levels of education had all improved blacks' standard of living that ultimately served to dramatize continuing racial inequalities. Other rebellions in American history appear to buttress the J-curve theory. The women's movements of the 1960s followed a long period of social and economic gains. Women attended college in record numbers, entered the professions, and enjoyed the prosperity of the post-war years. The birth control pill and the sexual revolution liberated women from traditional limits of gender relations. Suburbanization and a variety of new household technologies created a more comfortable domestic environment. Yet after all these gains had been reckoned, women found themselves disappointed. The promise of modern life exceeded the reality. Married, suburban life amounted to a comfortable concentration camp, in the words of the feminist Betty Friedan, whose book The Feminine Mystique dramatized the gap between expectations and reality for modern women. The rebellion of the women's liberation movement was the result. Another example of the relative deprivation idea is the so-called entitlement mentality. People with certain characteristics, such as a college degree, feel that they deserve a job and economic security almost as a matter of right. A person who meets a standard assesses his well-being according to the promises implicit in that standard. The result can be smoldering resentment and even radicalization, which social movements exploit. 48 Entitlements have provided protections and compensations for specific groups ever since Revolutionary War veterans won benefits from the new American government. But the dominance of the entitlement as a policy tool has intensified since the New Deal. Political and social movements have played a major role in strengthening the ideology of entitlements, just as entitlements have spurred people to action. In recent years, even the most anti-government forces have endorsed basic entitlements for the elderly, veterans, the sick, and the poor. Even Republicans who took control of Congress in 1994 declaring war on liberal entitlements championed a wide range of other entitlements, including the right of miners and loggers to resources on public lands. Relative deprivation is a middling theory of political action. It stresses the importance of groups in the middle of the social structure. The top levels of a population generally are content, and the lower levels are too frustrated to imagine different arrangements. Groups that do not have a lot but have glimpsed the system's possibilities are the ones who usually feel the resentments of relative deprivation. Groups in the middle of a social system are relied upon by elites for support of the regime. They are told that affluence can be theirs if they work hard or contribute creative ideas. Middle-level groups usually feel relatively satisfied because of the superiority of their position to those on the lower levels of the system. But when expectations are excited and then disappointed, the groups involved are ripe for revolt. Relative deprivation theory is controversial for a number of reasons. 49 First, most studies of relative deprivation aggregate data about a group's social status. The use of aggregate data about group attitudes can produce distorted pictures of the motivations of that group's members. For example, although the riots of the 1960s were considered racial disturbances, it does not follow that all minorities were motivated to rebel. Second, the theory does not distinguish for why some relatively deprived groups revolt while others remain quiet. The usual condition of most deprived groups is inaction. Even when people feel frustrated, they often remain inert. Some extra ingredients must supplement the feeling of grievance to make political protest possible. Third, the theory does not distinguish the different modes of protest, such as uncoordinated revolt and coordinated protest movements with conscious efforts to organize and develop specific goals and strategies. Point 50. The most illustrious proponent of the relative deprivation theory was Alexis de Tocqueville. In his analysis of the French Revolution, Tocqueville noted that the uprisings occurred in a period of unparalleled wealth and freedom for the French people. Tocqueville stressed the role of the emerging bourgeois class. Point 51. The regime which is destroyed by a revolution is almost always an improvement on its predecessor. Evils which are patiently endured when they seem inevitable become intolerable once the idea of escape from them is suggested. 52. Growing prosperity changes people's expectations of what a community should provide for its citizens. The free rider problem. In themselves, a sense of crisis and material deprivation are not enough to cause people to organize politically. Even in the most extreme conditions, people often remain aloof from politics. Even though blacks and Hispanics had long known that they suffer unfairly from environmental hazards, for example, they had a difficult time envisioning change or pulling together aggrieved parties into a coherent cause. The classic explanation of this problem is called the free rider problem. Contrary to the assumptions of thinkers like Locke, Madison, and Tocqueville, groups do not form whenever common interests arise. Many groups would benefit greatly from collective action: the poor, immigrants, women, and workers, but have great difficulty in getting together to pursue common goals. Many groups that do organize suffer from defections and internal resentments. What accounts for the failure of collective action in situations in which it might dramatically improve people's lives? The quick answer is that people have more than one identity and more than one conception of time, and the more immediate motives have a higher priority for most of the people most of the time. A person's concerns with I and now usually trump that person's concerns with we and later. Still, group action can be encouraged under the right circumstances. Group action produces what economists call public goods, that is, benefits that everyone in a community can enjoy. The quintessential public good is public order and safety. Theoretically, all citizens benefit equally from a military or police force that protects the community from internal and external threats. Other public goods include education, public parks, access to radio programming, environmental protection projects, streets and bridges, and libraries. Some goods obtained from collective action are semi-public. These goods benefit large classes of people equally. Examples include programs designed for poor people, like public housing and other forms of public assistance. Despite the obvious gains possible with group action, individuals often fail to mobilize to pursue these advantages. The principal explanation for stunted action is the free rider problem. Point 53. A free rider is a person who benefits from a public good, but contributes nothing to its production. The size of the group involved is the key factor involved in the free rider phenomenon. As the size of a group increases, the individual's importance and visibility to the group declines. In a small group, a person's failure to contribute is easily noticed and reprimanded. In a large group, however, an individual can easily avoid contributing to the group without being noticed. It is irrational, in fact, to contribute to large groups, since non-participation will not be noticed. The upshot is that many large groups will not form because the group's potential members have no incentive to contribute. The uncertainty of the benefits of collective action also contributes to the avoidance of collective action. The benefits of group action may not materialize until far into the future. Many potential activists reason that the benefits of group action might accrue so far in the future that they themselves might not even be around to reap the rewards. Why make sacrifices today for a benefit that might only appear in the distant future? The person might move to another neighborhood or city by the time the benefits are won. Or the person might eventually improve his or her circumstances apart from the group. People regularly make sacrifices for their future well-being, but when the future benefits are dependent on other people's cooperation, the willingness to sacrifice is likely to diminish. The best way to overcome the limits to collective action, economist Manker Olson argued, is to provide tangible benefits to participants and sanctions against non-participants. Organizations provide a host of material and non-material benefits to attract people to the cause. Such rewards ensure that participants can reap some rewards before the group is actually able to achieve long-term goals. Party machines, for example, thrived in American cities when they could offer small and large patronage benefits to members. Benefits such as jobs and contracts, lax enforcement of regulations, even a turkey at Thanksgiving provide immediate inducements for supporting the party organization. Labor unions also offer members a number of immediate rewards, such as recreational activities, job training, insurance, discounts on consumer goods, and holiday benefits. Organizations like Common Cause and American Communities Organized for Reform now offer magazines and expert advice to members. Coercion induces people to join collective efforts as effectively as direct benefits. A person who is coerced participates not so much because he or she wants to, but because the consequences of non-participation are so dire. Workers did not organize into unions on a mass scale until the passage of federal laws that gave unions the right to force workers to join. The 1935 Wagner Act required management to bargain with any union that won the allegiance of a majority of workers on behalf of all the workers in the plant. This essentially bound all workers to the union, whether they approved of the collective bargaining process or not. Other efforts to coerce workers include the compulsory picket lines and automatic deduction of dues from paychecks. So-called negative inducements of threats and intimidation are also vital. Gangs that need to increase membership quickly often coerce members of the neighborhood to join. An Irish gang member recalls his recruitment into a gang facing a challenge from a black gang. "I said I thought they could handle it themselves, but then about 3 or 4 greenas said that if I didn't go with them I was going to be ground meat and so would members of my family. So they asked me again and I said okay." 54. Unions have resorted to physical threats to keep workers in the fold. The former president of the United Steel Workers of America recounts, a group of dues-paying members, selected by the district director, would stand at the plant gate with pick handles or baseball bats in hand and confront each worker as he arrived for his shift. 55. More informal intimidation is common in movements that promote a sense of solidarity and belonging. Scholars of social networks have argued that people decide whether to engage in collective action according to the cues of people close to them. Even when their participation produces few results and the costs are high, peers and neighbors successfully pressure people to stay involved. 56. When social movement members appear susceptible to backsliding, comrades tell them not to stray or they will suffer social isolation and obloquy. In such cases, activists use a person's very identity and status as a coercive mechanism. The civil rights, feminist, and gay rights movements all use these forms of friendly pressure. Movements that rely on external rewards and punishments to recruit and retain members may undermine their cause in the long run. Such inducements cause people to focus on a cause for the short term, but that focus fades over time. These incentives bear little relation to a movement's logic or values. As a result, the person being induced does not gain an appreciation of the rationale behind the activity. If people see their role in the community as a simple exchange relationship, I get, therefore I reciprocate, they fail to develop a stake in common causes. Rewards might actually alienate participants. Alfie Kohn, a critic of material incentives in American institutions, wrote, "We do best at the tasks we enjoy. An outside or extrinsic motivator simply cannot take the place of an activity we find rewarding in itself." 57. Participation seems a dull and burdensome chore if done for extrinsic rather than intrinsic rewards. Basing political participation on an exchange relationship fragments people's identity and, ultimately, their depth of commitment. Once they have done their part, they see no need to remain involved. Participation for individual gain undermines the potential to develop a sense of public commitment. In the long run, this alienation from a larger vision of life undermines people's own sense of efficacy. Some achievements are possible only with the larger vision of politics that is possible in cooperative arrangements. It is hard to imagine the civil rights, peace, and homeless movements achieving as much in the realms of public policy and transformation of consciousness if they simply relied on material rewards for participation. Had that been the case, these movements would have offered little of the excitement, comradeship, self-esteem, and joy of helping others that they did. The free rider dilemma might not be the barrier to collective action that Manker Olson and others say it is. Most activists are not bothered by the fact that other members of the community do not contribute to their efforts but may gain from the efforts of activists. Peace activists, for example, would never quit a campaign because of the possibility that the rest of the community would benefit without active involvement. On the contrary, the sense that other people are oblivious to the dangers of nuclear arms may give peaceniks an even greater sense of urgency. The need to reach a large group of outsiders is part of the motivation for action in the first place. Furthermore, when the cost of involvement is low, for example, sending a $20 check to Greenpeace contributors do not harbor resentment toward non-contributors. The sacrifice is so minimal that the contributor does not lose much in comparison with the non-contributor. Whether activists resent a free rider depends on their original expectations. Activists expect more from friends and peers than they do from adversaries. Friends and peers are presumed to share values and commitments and are expected to contribute their fair share toward protecting their common concerns. Less is expected of a neighbor who does not share those values. Consider the civil rights movement. Activists never expected assistance from a citizens' council member, so they were not resentful or disappointed when members of this racist group did not contribute to the cause. But they expected and demanded support from their networks of kin, friends, and colleagues. Civil rights workers did not hesitate to show resentment toward friends who stayed aloof, and this resentment was important in pulling new participants into the movement. 58. Paradoxically, low levels of participation can strengthen a political or social movement. If a relatively small core group defines the issues and singles out particular adversaries for criticism, it is easier for the rest of the community to understand the stakes of the controversy. When people break off into relatively small groups to address their concerns, they can develop specialized knowledge and deep levels of commitment and identity. The great movements of modern American history, the civil rights, feminist, anti-abortion, environmental, and peace movements, succeeded when relatively few activists became specialists in the larger social division of labor. One academic study concluded, the problem of collective action is not whether it is possible to mobilize every single person who would be benefited by a collective good. It is whether there is an organization or social network that has a subset of individuals who are interested and resourceful enough to provide the good when they act in concert, and whether they have sufficient social organization among themselves to act together. 59. A tightly bound small core of individuals makes activism work by fostering commitment and creativity that would not be possible in a larger group. In addition, politics fundamentally involves dramaturgy. 60. Protesters need an audience of non-participants and opponents to make a dramatic statement. A production that includes everyone, that does not set the performers apart from the audience, would lack the ability to develop and project a distinctive message. Each group needs a unique identity that can be formed only in contrast to something else, just as there cannot be a self without an other. Moreover, a protest group needs something distinctive to set itself apart from the normal. A protest is a deliberate disruption of normality, a statement of difference. Without an audience, no one is in a position to be shocked or to remark on the event's extraordinary nature. Even when the audience is antagonistic to the protesters, the dramatic tension can contribute to the creativity and sophistication of the activists. Activists have exhibited a character or bearing that sets them off from their audience. The free rider model is limited by a narrow understanding of rewards. For many people, the process of suffering and sacrificing is itself a kind of benefit. The sense of being true to self and society and of forging strength and clarity of vision through the trials of struggle offer enough reward to make the costs of activism worthwhile. Civil rights workers, anti-abortion activists, and anti-war organizers gained a degree of self-respect through their willingness to endure pain for a higher cause. Though they would not necessarily term the moments of pain pleasurable, enduring the pain was essential to the development of dignity and self-respect. Having experienced the pain was a marker of commitment and therefore a kind of benefit. Even when the free rider presents challenges to the movement, it is not activism's only recruitment problem. Too much participation can also hinder a movement by creating problems of logistics, communications, and management. The more activists involved, the more organizers are distracted by the need to manage and control members. Easy riders are all too ready to join a movement without the rigorous commitment necessary for collective efforts to succeed. When a movement is too easy to join, the campaign may lose its intensity and focus because of the inclusion of less committed members. Rough riders also present problems. These members prove difficult for leaders to organize or discipline, thereby wasting the group's precious time and resources. Attracting members is important to all movements, but just as important is what kinds of members get involved. In the final analysis, the free rider model fails to capture important dimensions of politics. The model assumes that people desire only the outputs of politics. Sometimes public participation providing inputs to the political process can offer the important rewards of pride and gratification. People might actually enjoy participation. We are, as Aristotle taught, political animals. Moral causes of political action. Tocqueville once remarked that Americans, quintessentially pragmatic and disdainful of abstract reasoning, were Cartesians without having read Descartes. But in many ways, Americans also may be understood as Kantians without having read Kant. Politics without moral questions, especially protest politics, is like a person without a soul. Moral questions provide passion to the basic political questions of who gets what, when, and how. Political movements without moral components either shrivel or degenerate into narrow, distributive interest group politics. Mark Dowie has noted that before civil rights and other community groups highlighted the immorality of government and corporate dumping practices, environmentalism was for years no more than half a movement. 61. Environmentalism was the only major protest movement that did not specifically emphasize morality and rights. When it took up these concerns, the movement underwent a revival in hundreds of communities. The importance of morality as a spur to political action becomes clear with a survey of movements in which the activists cannot hope to gain direct benefits. No matter how the issues are resolved, activists in the environmental, animal rights, children's rights, human rights, sanctuary, and anti-abortion movements will not receive special privileges or rewards. Virtually every moral activist echoes the words of the animal rights activist who says, "We feel we answer to a higher law." 62. Failure to develop sharp moral standards undermines movements. The environmental movement has long struggled to reconcile the vague interests of conservation, preservation, economic development, and fairness, but without the kind of urgent moral vision capable of engaging masses. In an anthropocentric age, appeal to human rights is vital to raising people's awareness and sense of indignation. The emergence of movements against environmental racism in recent years has given environmentalism a moral spur that it never had before. So-called NIMBY movements exploit anger and indignation about environmental threats. Responding to government endorsement of acceptable risks for chemical poisoning, Lois Gibbs of the Citizens Clearinghouse for Hazardous Wastes declared, "Would you let me shoot into a crowd of 100,000 and kill one of them? No. Well, how come Dow Chemical can do it to us?" 63. Gibbs unabashedly called environmentalism a moral question, affecting the relations among people as well as between mankind and nature. "I look at the issue of people being poisoned and it makes me mad, and I wonder why it doesn't make everyone mad. It's a moral issue and that's why we won't go away." 64. Social scientists often discount the importance of morality in politics because of the problem of subjectivity. What is morality, anyway, in an age of relativism? The 18th century philosopher Immanuel Kant outlined a system for determining right. Kant offered a rigorous foundation for morality and rights as an alternative to state of nature and utilitarian theories. The categorical imperative is the basis of Kantian thinking. Kant wrote, "I ask myself only, can you also will that your maxim should become a universal law? Where you cannot, it is to be rejected, and that not just because of a prospective loss to you or even to others, but because it cannot fit as a principle into a possible enactment of universal law." 65. Propositions that can be applied universally are moral imperatives, all else can be understood as, at best, situational standards. Kant's categorical imperative is not the only foundation for moral systems. The development of sophisticated moral systems of thought and behavior, rather, may simply reflect a human desire for order and predictability. Novalis wrote, "Philosophy is really homesickness, an urge to be at home everywhere. Where, then, are we going? Always to our home." 66. Nietzsche also maintained that ethical systems stem from arbitrary efforts to create order and make people feel at home in the world. Claiming a moral high ground, Nietzsche asserted, is just a way for people to overcome a natural human fear of disorder and meaninglessness. 67. Religion is a potent source of moral commitment. The sanctuary movement of the 1980s defied the U.S. government on the grounds that its universal values of human rights were more compelling than mere legal procedures. By harboring refugees from El Salvador, churches undermined the policies and procedures of the Immigration and Naturalization Service. Some 70,000 parishioners from 2,000 churches defied the INS because of the higher laws of the international community and God. Activist Stacy Lynn Mert maintained that she had no choice but to defy the government. "What motivates me to help people and work for justice is my belief in a God of life and love. I have seen. I have heard. I don't need 500,000 more refugees to convince me that we act illegally when we deport refugees." 68. Mert not only concluded that a higher law was on her side, but also that the crisis was urgent enough to require extraordinary measures. The desire for self-respect, the idea that people's basic human qualities demand the esteem of others, also provides a powerful source of moral motivation. Self-respect, in itself, provides a powerful springboard to action. Those lacking in self-respect do not have the sense of urgency necessary to promote a political or moral cause. Turning the other cheek to abuse and deprivation can be an unbearable form of self-denial. It can be interpreted by others as a kind of admission of inferiority or, worse, immorality. The dignity of the individual requires a person to affirm his own dignity. Bernard Boxill writes of the moral imperative inherent in self-respect, but why should one affirm what one believes, however deeply and firmly one believes it? To this it may be proposed that the self-respecting person wishes to seem what he is, we may say, authentic. 69. Respect for self and others is a fundamental element of morality. Moral standards and systems often emerge from the raw power struggles waged by elites. In order to tip the balance of power in their favor, elites make moral claims on behalf of unmobilized groups in exchange for their political support. Over time, the American system has invested more and more groups with moral claims to rights, equality, and dignity in groups seeking an advantage over rivals find it advantageous to bring out groups into the conflict as allies. The expansion of the franchise in the age of Jackson, the extension of basic rights to blacks during the Civil War, and the women's suffragist movement all resulted, in part, from a desire of an embattled elite to gain the upper hand against challengers. A more recent example is the mobilization of born-again Christians into the political system in the 1970s and 1980s. Once they are part of the system, previously excluded groups can claim a status and dignity that was not possible before. 70. In the United States, moral claims frequently take the form of rights talk. The Constitution's Bill of Rights enjoys an exalted position in American discourse. One of the most influential works of modern Anglo-American philosophy, John Rawls's theory of justice, is a neo-Kantian justification of a rights-based society. 71 Rights serve as the rallying cry of most contemporary political and social movements. Rights are claimed for a vast array of groups, such as the handicapped, minorities, children, and people speaking other languages. Certain situations, such as privacy, also enjoy the privileged status of rights. Rights serve as a kind of moral trump card in many political discussions. Rights have a higher status than other political considerations because of their abstractness and absoluteness. They lie outside the messiness and ambiguity of everyday life. Rights claims assert that a person's or a group's motivations lie beyond mere self-interest. The political theorist Richard E. Flathman has noted, by virtue of their rule-governed character, all rights presuppose thinking and judging that abstracts from and generalizes over immediate, narrowly personal, or group interests and objectives. 72. Rights help political activists locate their cause in an imposing structure of authority. When activists claim abstract rights, it can be difficult for elites to refute their specific claims. In a provocative study, Mary Ann Glendon has documented the pervasiveness of rights talk in American politics and law. 73 Individuals and groups in the 20th century have shut out a wide range of social considerations in favor of the rights trump. The obsessive focus on unqualified rights permeates all levels of society, from the judiciary to public bureaucracy to schools to family life. 74 Rather than to engage in a thorough discussion and negotiation of controversies, Americans reach for the absolute statement of principle that rights talk offers. Rather than to wrestle with the ambiguities of moral questions in a diverse society, Americans pretend that rights offer a neutral, unbiased, uncompromised principle that stands above all others. At the core of both rights talk and extraordinary politics is a demand orientation. The language of rights offers a way for activists to force themselves on the system rather than to wait to be accepted. Rights talk provokes protest also by undermining ordinary politics. Weighing complex community values, balancing interests, building coalitions, and bargaining among diverse groups seem laborious, difficult, and just plain boring. Ordinary politics demands hard work, acceptance of only partial success, the need to give something to the other side. Making uncompromising demands seems more satisfying and decisive, at least at first. Glendon noted that in its simple American form, the language of rights is the language of no compromise. The winner takes all and the loser has to get out of town. The conversation is over. 75. The demands of rights talk undermine ordinary politics, which in turn increases the possibilities of extraordinary politics. It almost seems a self-fulfilling prophecy. Ordinary politics is deemed too difficult and ineffective, so people turn to extraordinary politics, rendering ordinary politics even less effective, thereby increasing the possibility of protest, and on and on. Since the 1960s, the notion of rights has expanded beyond humans to include other elements of nature. Animal rights theorists like Peter Singer have argued that rights must extend to all creatures with sentience, the ability to experience pleasure and pain. Beings such as cats and chickens, in this reckoning, deserve to be accorded basic rights because they can experience pleasure and pain. Other beings, such as oysters, do not qualify for such basic rights. 76 This approach to morality has given rise to a small but active movement to protect animals from hunters, from use in scientific experiments, and from use for food and other commodities like fur and leather goods. Radical environmentalists went even further, arguing that nature as a whole deserves more protection, as a matter of right, than the human species. David Foreman, an Earth First founder, explained, to me, the possibility that we could lose the last 5% of the ancient forest and the ecosystem it represents is far more frightening than possible injury. 77. Such a sentiment may seem odd to people living normal middle-class lives, but it provides a powerful motivation for so-called eco-terrorists. Regardless of its source, morality plays a powerful part in politics. Moral systems make purposeful human action possible by providing a model of the world with internal consistency and compelling purpose. Having a roadmap or code of appropriate and inappropriate behavior helps people to confront the complexity of the world. People and institutions inevitably develop a stake in the code, since they depend on it to maintain their position and understanding of the world. Morality can serve as a kind of resource when it provides the cause with an urgency that diminishes the relative dangers and costs of action. In a way, morality provides an urgent prod to action. Moral challenges speak to people in immediate and insistent ways. People feel the need to justify themselves, right then and there. The subtle role of morality and ideology is evident in a New Jersey resident's politicization in a battle over dumping toxic wastes. Frank Collar, a house painter, was inspired to engage in protest politics by the democratic values celebrated in textbooks and government pronouncements. When those values were betrayed, Collar turned to protest to get them honored. The controversy began when local authorities selected South Brunswick for a toxic waste dump. Collar raised objections through ordinary channels, like the local health department, town meetings, and the courts, and he was rejected. What they really said was to hell with Collar, his wife, and his kids, to hell with the community. We have to worry about industrial landfill, which is a draw for Industrial Corporation 78. The government's betrayal of Collar's civic ethos only served to strengthen that ethos. Though a minor example, it illustrates how even mainstream ideology can foster grassroots protest. Sociologist Eric L. Hirsch goes as far as to say that all movements require ideological definition. Potential recruits are not likely to join a protest movement unless they develop an ideological commitment to the group cause and believe that only non-institutional means can further that cause. 79. Hirsch's analysis of anti-apartheid protests at Columbia University in 1985 found that students took risks because of the growing awareness of the moral stakes not only for South Africa but also for their peers who were willing to put themselves in danger. One student said, "I guess it's the self-sacrifice aspect of it that appealed to me, that really drew my attention. These people were willing to sacrifice. That's something that hit a chord with me." A fast that sent 2 students to the hospital impressed another student. "I was determined that this was not something that was just going to whimper off. At least I was going to be there, and I know others felt the same way." 80. Whatever form they take, political movements can help the activist gain or maintain a place in the larger moral scheme of things. One white civil rights activist, a student, remarked, "I have thought it over, and I have decided that I and the movement are one." 81. Another stated, "The movement means so much to those of us who disagreed with our parents and rebelled against society. In it we have found a home." 82. A worker active with the Congress of Racial Equality said, "It's in core that you find the Holy Scripture." 83. Paul Hill, an anti-abortion activist who murdered an abortionist in 1994, exhibited extreme convictions of right and wrong. A former roommate recalled that Hill had no tolerance for gray. He went to the extreme on everything. No one could ever change his mind on anything. 84. A person with such a level of commitment pays little attention to the costs and consequences of activism. Moral imperatives provide powerful motivations for activism. Moral motivation can be greater than the most intense material desire because of its immediate and insistent force. Once a person accepts moral commands, other considerations pale. Status and culture. Whether or not they make explicit claims toward material or moral concerns, most political and social movements are motivated by a desire to protect the group's status and cultural identity even when they state their claims in moral terms. Some activists care more about threats to their way of life than about abstract principles. These groups may be termed cultural or status movements. Most community-oriented movements entail concerns about status and culture. Status refers to the place that people see themselves occupying in the community. Culture refers to the traditions, values, and practices that bind people with one another. People need to feel that they fit into the larger order of things, that their ideals and activities have a merit that is honored by the rest of their community. When a group does not receive this recognition, it may engage in political action to demand it. One comparative study of protest politics concluded, those who have a post-materialist orientation are more likely to be receptive to using unconventional means of political action than those with materialist values, irrespective of the nature of the political structures of the interest group/government relationship/85. The power of culture to spur activism is apparent even in movements that focus on economic issues or demand radical change of political and social arrangements. People fight to protect the values that make their lives meaningful. One scholar has argued that conservative cultural values can produce the most radical protest. In ordinary times, the deep-rootedness of traditional understandings and communal relationships makes them conservative and provides for the reproduction of culture and social relations. But in times of rapid change, this very conservatism may make traditional communities politically radical, even revolutionary. 86. In addition to giving them a reason to fight, cultural traditions also provide the social cohesion and commitment that are necessary for political action. Culture is a vital part of most extraordinary politics, not only the end, but the means as well. 87. Two of the most unusual status movements of recent years are the gay rights and AIDS movements. The identity politics of homosexuality presents difficult dilemmas. On the one hand, gays desire integration into the community on an equal basis with others. This means the respect of fellow citizens and equal opportunity in education, employment, healthcare, and housing. On the other hand, many gays also desire a degree of isolation from mainstream society. To survive the intense stigma attached to homosexuality, gays need a place of mutual support and understanding. They need to protect and foster their distinct culture. Gay rights groups typically split along assimilationist and separatist lines. The greatest dilemma of gay activism is the invisibility of both the movement's potential supporters and its opponents. Many homosexuals reinforce society's anti-gay attitudes by pretending to be heterosexual in public life. Unlike the people in other identity movements involving gender, race, and language, gays can conceal their identity to outsiders. Many gays would rather stay in the closet and avoid the stigma and discrimination that comes with homosexuality. Even when gays come out of the closet, they seem to experience difficulty in confronting directly with social attitudes toward homosexuality. The AIDS crisis heightens the stigmatization of homosexuality. Unease about sexuality, deviance, blood, and death always lurk beneath the surface of gay politics. Conservatism characterizes many status movements. The anti-abortion and anti-busing movements fought to maintain settled social patterns, trying to hold on to the neighborhoods, schools, social networks, and family patterns that gave their lives stability and meaning. Eric Hoffer observed in a classic essay on ideological movements, where power is not joined with faith in the future, it is used mainly to ward off the new and preserve the status quo. 88. Interestingly, many contemporary status groups were not especially well off. They fought not to maintain great advantage as much as their known place in an uncertain world. Even when status movements attempt to change public attitudes and policy, the underlying motivation might be preservation of something more basic. A number of community movements in Wisconsin in the 1970s and 1980s challenged prevailing public attitudes about rape, kidnapping, and other threats to women and children. Even though the movements took a distinctive feminist cast and challenged prominent public officials, the basic goal was to protect women and children from internal and external assaults. 89. Even members of the most moral of movements care about status, how others view them, and what social positions they occupy. Anti-abortion activists' concern for the sanctity of the unborn child, for example, is undeniable, but it is not their only motivation. Several other concerns, the decline of the nuclear family, sexual promiscuity, homosexuality, blurred gender roles, and threats to organized religion also motivate activists. These matters underscore a general preoccupation with status because they all seem to threaten the viability of the traditional family. Most of all, the activists are concerned about the threat to motherhood allegedly posed by feminism. One activist expressed her concerns about abortion by referring to her fears about women's participation in the workplace. But when you start competing in the marketplace for what you can do and how you can get one up or whatever, then I think we get into problems. It's harder to come down off that plane and come home to a life where everything is quite mundane, and the children are way beneath you. 90. Such women fear erosion of their unique status in their families and communities. They see abortion not only as murder, but also as part of technology's devaluation of their God-given place in the world. It would be easy to fall into a mechanical view of the spouse if you were to use a mechanical means. One activist said. 91 It is a fear of a slippery slope, in which one compromise of principles inexorably leads to others. The anti-abortion activists struggle to maintain their way of life, based on a nuclear family and traditional parental roles, appears to be as important as their goal of ending what they consider to be the murder of unborn children. They are, in a word, fighting for their status. The 1970s anti-busing movement in Boston also stemmed from concerns about culture and identity. South Boston and Charlestown developed tightly knit and closed communities. The neighborhoods were cut off from much of the flow of the business and recreational activities of the rest of the city. The neighborhood's blue-collar traditions such as the high school athletic rivalries and the rituals of the Catholic Church bound people together over generations. The neighborhoods also developed a unifying sense of resentment because they were the city's dumping ground for prisons, asylums, and poorhouses. Southies and townies felt slighted by Boston's more cosmopolitan and powerful neighborhoods and the suburbs. The federal court's decision to order busing to black schools unleashed a free-floating rage that resulted in massive demonstrations, riots, and break away from the city school system. 92. Student demonstrators of the 1960s offer another example of a cultural movement. The activists came from upper-middle-class families where the values of education and open-ended dialogue were valued. These young people, before college, developed a set of high expectations of higher education, professional careers, and public service. But this liberal upbringing clashed with the realities they confronted in their first significant excursion away from home. College administrators appeared calculating and hypocritical, researchers worked on questionable projects, free speech was stifled, and fellow students were uninterested in world affairs or liberal arts education. College proved to be a great disillusionment. The liberal students did not fit with the institution's culture and so they rebelled. The 1962 Port Huron Statement and Mario Savio's passionate critique of the university during the 1964 Berkeley free speech movement nicely captured the frustration with middle-class ideals and institutions. Culture lies at the center of other motivations of action. The civil rights movement provides the most outstanding example of a moral movement born in the culture of a group. Baptist and Lutheran churches formed the heart of black social life in the South, especially after the migration from rural to urban areas after the Second World War. In the early part of the century, black churches taught their congregations the passive lesson that improving individual spiritual life should take precedence over more mundane earthly concerns like discrimination and inequality. But the social gospel replaced this lesson in sermons, songs, and community organizing. Benjamin Mays, a scholar on black churches and a mentor to Martin Luther King, Jr., said churches preached a revolution but in disguise. 93. Sermons stressed the equality of God's children, and preachers took to organizing their parishioners to vote, petition the local government, get an education, and file court cases. Churches allied themselves with secular organizations like colleges and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People and later the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Status and culture matter. The way people see themselves and how they fit into society affects how comfortable they feel in the world. When political and social institutions undermine their identity and they find no other outlets for change and venting their frustrations, they may move toward extraordinary politics. Psychological spurs to action. Any challenge to the political or social order requires a change in consciousness. Somehow, people's psychological makeup must prepare them to defy authority in pursuit of a better world. Activists need a combination of ego strength and psychological tension to thrust themselves into the political arena. Sigmund Freud laid the groundwork for understanding the relation between self and society. Freud posited a human psyche that contains conscious and unconscious elements. The conscious region, the ego, or the self, is the calculating point of contact between the individual and the environment. The unconscious has two elements, the ID and the superego. The ID contains the instinctual drives of eros and then eidos, which are in constant conflict. The superego is the psyche's moral umpire, a collection of standards and prohibitions that the individual learns and assimilates from family, church, school, and other social institutions. Healthy personality types understand and manage their relationships with the outer world, deriving pleasure from everyday life, using aggressive impulses to shape the outer world, and avoiding risks that endanger the psyche's stability. Unhealthy personality types retreat to a private world or overextend themselves into the public world. Protest among youths may suggest a need to break out of the confining roles that they confront while growing up. The fact that much protest occurs on college campuses where people struggle to move beyond the roles taught them as children and those reinforced on campus may indicate a desire to overcome confinement. College offers a freedom from students' roles and identities as children but also imposes a new set of netlesome restrictions. 94 People also take part in protest and other forms of political action as members of generational units. 95 Generational identity not only helps to get people involved but also offers them psychic support throughout their experiences. 96 Carl Jung, once an associate of Freud, identified two basic personality orientations, extroversion and introversion, that affect a person's interaction with the world. Biology and experience interact in complex ways to determine the psychological types. Jung wrote, "The introvert's attitude is an abstracting one. At bottom, he is always intent on withdrawing libido from the object, as though he has to prevent the object from gaining power over him. The extrovert, on the contrary, has a positive relation to the object. He affirms its importance to such an extent that his subjective attitude is constantly related to and oriented by the object. It is sufficient to note that the peculiar nature of the extrovert constantly urges him to expend and propagate himself in every way, while the tendency of the introvert is to defend himself against all demands from outside, to conserve his energy by withdrawing it from all objects, thereby consolidating his own position." 97 How this affects political action is complex. Politics usually revolves around extroverts, who define themselves in relation to other people and causes. The extrovert thrusts himself into politics with verve, he gets sucked into objects and completely loses himself in them. 98 If repressed, the extrovert verges on the ruthless and the brutal. 99 Introverts, on the other hand, shy away from politics, but may become active if they feel their internal world threatened. Distasteful as political action may be, egotism and a sense of being the underdog can rouse the introvert to action. 100 Even when they are not activist, introverts can support a movement by serving as ground troops or offering other means of assistance. Not surprisingly, research shows that extroverts and people intent on dominating the world get involved in politics. Studies show connections between gregariousness and participation in extracurricular activities and politics. 101 Surveys of students show correlations between extroversion and political participation. 102 Protesters interviewed before a march in Washington, D.C., tended to be extroverts. 103 Personality strength affects a person's sense of efficacy, which in turn affects the probability of political involvement. 104 Of course, strong personalities do not always get involved in politics. Other outlets like sports, business, and a variety of avocations also attract active types. A survey of peace, anti-abortion, and animal rights movements found that activists in all three causes were more likely to be extroverts. Even when controlling for measures of social integration, education, religion, gender, and age, individuals with high levels of activism were more likely to resort to unconventional participation, feel a deep sense of responsibility, and enjoy the experience. 105 A desire to shape the world may not always be healthy. People may resort to politics to compensate for shortcomings in their personal development and in their personal relationships. 106 A person's childhood is marked by numerous powerful and conflicting experiences and thoughts. Sexual exploration and frustration, violent experiences, battles for affection between parents and children, physical problems and insecurities, and ridicule all are part of growing up. When a person leaves the family, he or she may displace private motives onto public objects and then rationalize that displacement. Political involvement based on such displacement can lead to political fanaticism, as Harold Lasswell wrote in his classic Psychopathology and Politics, believing in direct, emotional appeals from the public, the agitator trusts in mass appeals and general principles. Many of this kind live to shout and write. Their consciences trouble them unless they have periodic orgies of moral fervor. 107. Lasswell described one of his subjects, Mr. A, who was a pacifist and socialist during World War I. This self-punishing strain of insecurity might be alleviated, he found, by publicly reaffirming the creed of repression, and by distracting attention to other matters. A's rapid movements, dogmatic assertions, and diversified activities were means of escape from this gnawing sense of incapacity to cope with his own desires and to master himself. Uncertain of his power to control himself, he was very busy controlling others. 108. Mr. A, then, lacked the ability to integrate his many personal traumas and other experiences, and so he used external objects to give expression to warped psychological urges. Activism provides a form of compensation for stunted relationships with family and friends. Feelings of resentment or longing toward parents, for example, may cause adjustment problems in school and the community and, in turn, withdrawal and rebelliousness. W. W. Meissner recounted the adjustment problems of a patient he called Jerry, who was active in radical politics in college. The tirades always had the same themes: that those who exercise power are cold, indifferent, and uncaring, and that they make decisions that affect the lives of helpless individuals without any concern or interest in what the feelings and wishes of those helpless individuals might be. 109. Jerry depicted authority figures the same way he depicted his parents. Jerry had difficulty adjusting because only political activism gave him self-esteem. The adjustment was even more difficult when university administrators and other authorities acted in ways that confirmed the simplistic notions that came from his infantile frustrations and rage. 110. Movements offer a sense of belonging as well. Working with others on common projects provides comfort and stimulation that strengthen a person's sense of identity and well-being. A movement is more than an ideological conveyance and champion of change, it is also a circle of interaction, a network of relationships, a social microcosm, wrote Joseph F. Zygmunt. The alleviation of pangs of loneliness, the offer of a defined and secure place within an organizational structure, the opportunity for an enlarged, interesting, and even exciting set of social experiences, etc., may be potent motives for joining a movement. 111. Even introverts have a place in movements. Virtually every important social movement of recent times, civil rights, feminist, student, anti-abortion, environmental, to name only a few, offers activists a place to come to, a circle of friends and associates. In an age of isolation and alienation, that is no small benefit. A healthy psyche requires the ability to separate the self from the external world while still understanding the ways that the two interact and affect each other. Members of ideological movements may lose the ability to make these distinctions. Members of the People's Temple in Guyana, a cult that committed collective suicide in 1978, exhibited such confusion. Members devoted themselves to the movement so fully that they felt that an excess of individuation might threaten the survival of the human species. 112. Members identified so strongly with the group that they could not stand their own distinctiveness. The appeal of charismatic leaders can help to explain the rise of movements of alienated people. According to Max Weber, charisma is a leader's otherworldly aura of authority and benevolence. Freud or Jung might ascribe charismatic power to the follower's infantile desire for an all-powerful father figure to protect them from a difficult and dangerous world. Leaders like Christ, Caesar, Luther, Washington, Gandhi, Mao, and King gain almost unquestioned allegiance because their knowledge and empathy seem to transcend the capabilities of ordinary humans. However charisma is defined, a charismatic leader can provide the coherence and discipline necessary for a movement. Developmental theorists suggest that people need to ascend to ever higher stages of moral development. 113 Abraham Maslow, for example, argued that people have a hierarchy of needs and advance from basic to higher needs. The most basic needs are physical food, water, clothing, shelter. The person will do what he or she must to attain these simple requirements of life. The next stage involves safety and security. The third stage is the need for affection and belonging to a group. A person needs validation, or at least recognition, of others. Next, people seek self-esteem. Finally, people seek self-actualization, a feeling of autonomy and control over one's life. Maslow's hierarchy implies a linear progression from lower to higher stages of development, but in reality people carry complex mixtures of the motivations, and they tend to act according to which motivations dominate their mind at a particular time. Motivation is not as straightforward as logic might dictate. One might expect people from lower economic classes to care more than the wealthy about material well-being. But rather than augmenting their material security, many lower middle-class people care mostly about the moral questions that affect their identity more than they care about mere material concerns. 114 Many anti-abortion activists, for example, come from the lower end of the socio-economic scale. Wealthy and middle-class people, on the other hand, often seem more concerned about economic security, even though they enjoy security, because material well-being is an integral part of their identity. Higher levels of psychological development are often associated with a greater propensity for political commitment. People feel enough stake in higher values to fight for those values. Activists in one study were found to use a higher stage of moral reasoning when they decided on the civilly disobedient action than they did when they addressed other hypothetical dilemmas. About 66% of the activists used a different level of reasoning, 46% higher, 20% lower when deciding to take action. The findings suggest a need to embrace higher ethical standards when participating in dissent. 115 The evidence is not always clear-cut, however. 116 Whether the drive for higher values is innate or the result of social situations and conditioning is a matter of debate. 117 Developmental theories provoke controversy because of their implicit assumptions about what values ought to be considered higher and moral. Carol Gilligan's feminist study In a Different Voice, for example, maintained that Lawrence Kohlberg's hierarchy of values exhibits gender bias. 118 Traditionally male values of independence and abstraction are valued by mainstream institutions more than are traditionally female values of compromise, sharing, and conciliation. But the values of mutuality and cooperation have been at the center of the development of social movements. 119 Black women played a critical role in the civil rights movement, one scholar suggested, precisely because they were not tied into hierarchical political and social structures. 120 Those women created and sustained social networks as well as the sense of moral decency and responsibility that were at the core of the movement. It was precisely because they did not exhibit the traits of control and autonomy celebrated by Abraham Maslow and Lawrence Kohlberg that they were able to help create the strong social fabric of the movement. The developmental model has another basic flaw. It assumes that as people move toward the state of mastery, they will be more rather than less engaged in the community. As Richard Sennett has argued, middle and upper class people often have the resources they need to isolate themselves from the messiness of public life and to create a purified identity safe in their own neighborhood and household enclaves. The consequences of this isolation are complex. To begin with, the withdrawal from community affairs deprives the community of important voices and experiences. There is a loss of situations of confrontation and exploration between individual groups of men, as Sennett argued. 121 Occasionally, a crisis develops that draws the withdrawn citizen into community affairs. When these withdrawn citizens do get involved in politics, they often lack the skills necessary to be effective or creative. In summary, the material well-being that should enable people to develop more thoroughly actually enables them to stunt their own development with profound effects for politics. The myth of community solidarity disposes men, I believe, to escalate discord with other communities or with outsiders too powerful to be excluded at the level of violent confrontation. When issues within or without the community arise that cannot be settled by routine processes of bureaucratic administration, it seems that the whole fabric of the myth is in jeopardy. 122. Such activism is not always constructive. It is reactive and uncompromising. Not respecting complexity, members of such groups are unwilling to engage in negotiation or compromise. Such unbending movements could undermine rather than advance the democratic process. Psychological makeup may shape ideological orientation. One study found that tough-minded people, those willing to engage in difficult political battles, tended to work on behalf of the extreme right and left ends of the political spectrum. More compromising types, not surprisingly, could be found in the political center. Studies have found that when liberals perceive the external world to resist change, they may be more likely to become activists. When conservatives perceive the same kind of resistance, their participation is inhibited. 123 Conservative activists tend to have authoritarian personalities, while leftists experience difficulty submitting to authority. 124 Other studies, however, have found leftists with authoritarian tendencies. 125 William James once referred to psychology as a string of raw facts, a little gossip and wrangle about opinions, a little classification and generalization on the mere descriptive level, a strong prejudice that we have states of mind, and that our brain conditions them. 126 The psychological makeup of humans remains one of the world's great mysteries. But however inconclusive the jumble of gossip and classification, psychology still offers some suggestive hints about the inner sources of politics. Socioeconomic factors. Since its contemporary movement emerged in the 1960s, the environmentalism was considered a luxury of the educated, upper-middle-class population. While working-class and poor people struggled to survive from day to day, college-educated whites sent checks and signed petitions on behalf of protest groups seeking to protect endangered species, national parklands, and the purity of water and air. Only since the 1980s have minorities embraced protection of the environment as protection of themselves. Socioeconomic status no longer bars the possibilities for activism among minorities in inner cities and isolated rural communities. A movement that was once the province of elites has expanded to include people from the more strained groups at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder. A person's sense of self-interest, morality, and psychological orientation take shape in specific social contexts. Formal education, class and professional status, involvement with groups and associations, religion and ethnicity, learning from mass media, and place and type of residence all contribute to a person's tendency toward activism. Socioeconomic status, the confluence of these factors, shapes a person's proclivity for political action in two ways. First, SES shapes the person's developmental environment. Economic class and levels of education, for example, help to determine the degree of security and anxiety that a person experiences in the course of his or her psychological development. Second, once the personality is developed, a person's SES shapes the possibilities that the person may pursue. Education and occupational niches, for example, offer different abilities and access to institutions. It is difficult to untangle the socio-economic elements that determine political activeness. Formal education, as an independent variable, has been found to increase the likelihood of political participation. But other variables are part of the complex equation of participation. Some factors, like race or residence, affect the likelihood of activism. Location in a specific occupational hierarchy also affects the possibility that a person will participate in politics. Socioeconomic status affects one's sense of efficacy, the confidence and wherewithal to shape one's environment most directly. People who successfully conceive and execute plans of any sort gain confidence in their ability to influence other situations. People with grievances and a strong sense of efficacy are most likely to thrust themselves into the public realm to effect change. People who have grievances about social systems but suffer a low sense of efficacy retreat from public action. As a rule, a person's integration into some level of society is important to activism. Even though activists often feel excluded from the larger social institutions, they are integrated into smaller communities and groups. In part, the civil rights movement succeeded because of the integration of activists in the growing black communities of southern cities. The emergence of professional careers in the ministry, education, retail sales, and other trades gave blacks a sense of mastery and mutuality never experienced on the tenant farms that dominated black life after Reconstruction. Satisfying experiences in churches and other organizations gave many the confidence in their own abilities. As Lester W. Milbrath and M. L. Goyal have noted, persons near the center encounter more stimuli enticing them to participate, and they receive more social support from their peers when they do participate. 127. Age is fundamental to people's social status. Formal political participation is greatest among people in the 30 to 65 age group. Other variables, like education, residential stability, and family and social influences, reinforce the likelihood of participation for some middle-age groupings. Age is an especially powerful predictor of participation among less educated persons. Among the well-educated, age is not a significant factor. 128 Birth order also shapes a person's personality because it frames one's views of authority, cooperation, and rivalry. While firstborn children tend to support the status quo, their younger siblings tend to be open, experimental, and willing to challenge authority. 129. Young people tend to become more involved in protest politics for the same reasons that they are less active in formal politics. Young people have more free time, less attachment to mainstream community values, few family and social responsibilities, and little to lose materially. 130 They are, to use Doug McAdams' term, biographically available. 131. Physically, young people tend to be more rambunctious and willing to challenge society's standards and arrangements. 132. Karl Mannheim argued that generation units share a style and outlook that shapes the character of their political involvement. 133 A person's character develops to some extent out of the character of the generation as a whole. Its size, cultural experiences, economic opportunities, and public expectations. The baby boom generation, for example, has played a unique role in American history. Raised in affluence and confidence but dismayed by the impersonality and conformity of educational and social institutions, the baby boomers became the leading force behind movements for civil rights, students, women, and cultural change. Perhaps the greatest shared experience of generational units is education. Education exerts an independent force on the extent and sophistication of political participation. The more education, the better a person perceives the world and develops abilities to address that world. People with more education have a greater knowledge about politics and society and more of the skills and cognitive abilities needed to define problems, to organize, and to develop alternatives. Well-educated people join organizations that teach organizing skills. 134 Higher levels of education are associated with greater tolerance, empathy, commitment to civil liberties, and antipathy toward violence. 135 Educated activists have satisfied their basic needs but work to promote more universal causes such as environmentalism and peace. At the same time, however, educated activists can be formalistic, isolated, and unwilling to fight for common cause. Low levels of education may be a factor in extremist or insular movements. Followers of Senator Joseph McCarthy and of many of the fundamentalist movements had low levels of education. 136 So, too, do followers of cults such as those of the Reverend Jim Jones and David Koresh. But other separatist or cultish groups cannot be explained with reference to education. Many isolationist groups, like the followers of Bhagwan Rajneesh, include many educated people among their followers. 137 Most members of the state militia movements lack extensive formal education and drastically simplify complex issues about government and economic processes. The workplace shapes the material incentives, skills, and collective opportunities for political action. Workplaces dependent on public financing or regulation mobilize when important governmental issues arise. Farmers, defense workers, teachers, and social workers all organize when the benefits to which they feel entitled are threatened. Occupation also shapes the skills, resources, and social connections that are important to political action. Professionals are the most likely to get involved in politics because they have the skills and resources necessary for organizing. 138 Clerical workers also get involved in disproportionate numbers, presumably because of their abilities to conceptualize problems and organize people. Manual laborers, who enjoy less opportunity for problem solving on the job, are less likely to participate. Workplaces with unionized labor spur activism. The union serves as a permanent structure through which to pursue collective interests. Unions offer a school for politics, which some members take outside the organized labor movement. Unions themselves have come under assault since the 1970s, with membership declining by more than half since the 1950s, and often resort to unconventional political tactics. Corporate campaigns have allowed unions entry into many previously unorganized professions and regions and have expanded the labor agenda beyond shop floor issues. In recent years, unions have reached out to feminist, community, environmental, and gay groups in order to increase their range of actions. 139. Levels of wealth and income also shape people's frame of mind and ability to act politically. Income plays a dual role in spurring people to political action. On the one hand, the haves desire to protect their significant resources, which are often tied to government benefits and contracts. Although the haves tend to rely on formal channels of politics, extraordinary politics provides another means of political action to arouse their fellows and the community at large. The tax revolt, for example, extends beyond elections and referenda to protests and defiance of the Internal Revenue Service. Studies of civil rights activists have found that landowners were more likely than sharecroppers to participate in civil disobedience. Even though they were more financially secure than day laborers, landowners still saw segregation blocking their social progress, and they had the sense of efficacy, optimism, and duty to act. 140 The have-nots, on the other hand, may feel so excluded from the system that any kind of activity seems pointless. Burdened with the demands of simple survival, political action comes harder to people of modest means. Even though extraordinary politics offers an approach to politics for excluded groups, social movements of recent years have often been upper-class ventures. The anti-war, student, women's, gay, and environmental movements were all dominated by elitist concerns. Even the civil rights and labor movements were biased toward elites. E.J. Dionne has noted that the upper-class bias has squeezed out traditional working-class concerns. To a degree, participatory politics will always tilt toward the elites, since the better off and the better educated will always have more time, money, and resources to devote to politics than those below them on the class ladder. 141. The irony is that extraordinary politics offers the only chance of political action for the downtrodden, but is also the most useful means of political action for people with some connections and education. Racial minorities historically are subjected to discrimination and lack of equal opportunity, and so tend to have lower economic and educational attainments, factors that tend to decrease participation in formal politics. But when conditions reach a boiling point, minorities have resorted to unconventional politics. In their study of political participation, Lester Milbrath and M.G. Goyal noted, extreme alienation combined with feelings of futility and despair may lead to a withdrawal into isolation. Sometimes, however, a deprived minority begins to feel that its situation may be improved if some extraordinary means can be used to tap the latent political power of the group. 142. In recent years, as barriers to registration and voting have declined, blacks have equaled and even surpassed the electoral participation rates of whites in many jurisdictions. Hispanics still participate less in electoral politics but may be quicker to mobilize outside electoral politics to protest inequality in housing, neighborhood, education, and jobs. A strong sense of racial ethnic identity provide the impetus to political protest and overcome some of the shortcomings that result from lower socioeconomic status. Religious orientation provides another wellspring of identity that contributes to activism. Organized religious institutions offer ideal sites for teaching people about the origins of social problems. Churches and temples are uniquely positioned to organize and lead their members. Religion cultivates a sense of spiritual commonality that is beneficial to collective efforts. People learn how to deal with one another under a common code of morality in religious institutions. Equally important, religion provides an essential bridge between protest and more formal processes of politics such as elections and community pressure groups. 143. Among Judeo-Christian denominations, Jews tend to participate more than Catholics, who in turn are more active than Protestants. In recent years, evangelical Christians have played an important role in electoral politics and have increasingly exerted their influence in social movements for social issues like abortion and school policies. In 1992, the right attempted to take over local government bodies by running hundreds of stealth candidates in local elections for city councils and school boards. 144 Although small numbers and message of separatism and self-reliance have tended to reduce the Nation of Islam's impact on everyday politics, figures ranging from Malcolm X to Muhammad all have roused inner-city blacks to assert themselves politically and socially. Cults like the Unification Church, Hare Krishna, and the Rajanishis enlisted hundreds of thousands of followers among them, yet tend to be inwardly focused. The Church has provided a base of operations to the civil rights, anti-abortion, and sanctuary movements. The black community traditionally has used the Church as a site to gather and coordinate its material, intellectual, and spiritual resources. Ministers have a unique view of the problems of their congregations. For example, they were among the first to note the extreme health problems caused by toxic dumping in minority neighborhoods. Alden Morris attributes the rise of the civil rights movement in the 1950s to the organizing capacity and charismatic leadership in Baptist churches in major cities of the South. 145 Even activist groups that are accused of violating conservative religious values like the gay rights movement have found support in some congregations. As the building blocks of the larger society, families shape the political imagination of activists. At home, children experiment with social roles and group negotiation and cooperation. Dinner table talk about politics often fires the imagination and focuses the mind on helping to produce concrete changes in society. One activist remembers hearing philosophical discussions in her parents' reading group. She watched televised hearings on Senator Joseph McCarthy's charges that the army had been infiltrated by communists. I was enthralled by the political maneuvering, and the drama, and the speeches, and the whole thing. I was just taken by it. I thought it was just the most exciting thing I had heard or read, and it was real, you know, this wasn't a play, it was real. 146. Other research has shown that the home was a school for liberalism among many student activists. 147. Family dynamics often reinforce traditional gender roles. Girls often learn to play a more submissive role in public affairs. 148 In a variety of ways, girls learn that the proper place of women is in the home. Girls and women tend to adopt a more conciliatory approach to relations with others, while boys and men develop abstract, conflict-oriented modes of thinking and action. The male model is traditionally seen as more conducive to political action. Some research has found that women enter politics later in life than men because of a psychological reserve and the demands of other responsibilities. 149. Even though their roles have been constricted, women have been major leaders in the civil rights, labor, environmental, and anti-abortion movements. In addition to the women's rights crusade of the 1960s and 1970s, recent scholarship has found that women have played a leading role in two-thirds of successful labor organizing campaigns, partly because of their willingness to work outside of ordinary processes. 150 The distinctively female contribution to activism is underscored in the thousands of neighborhood movements against government and industry siting of toxic waste dumps and other dangerous projects. Family responsibilities provoked women when men remained passive. One activist remarked, "These women have just refused to play by the old rules and have been the ones to insist that enough is enough. It has been women, for so long shut out of decisions affecting themselves and their children, who have stepped forward to demand a say." 151. Earlier, women played leadership roles in the abolitionist, progressive, and temperance movements. Women have long played a leading part in movements against hate groups like the Ku Klux Klan. Women were also at the forefront of the anti-lynching movements, sometimes resorting to civil disobedience to get their voices heard in the hostile South. 152. Two factors explain women's unique roles in social movements. First, women encounter, on a daily basis, many of the social problems that provide the basis of extraordinary politics. Women are more aware of many social problems than men, whose careers commit them to narrower goals and patterns of behavior. Second, less rigid career paths allow women the flexibility in their schedules to participate in organizing. Like the young, women are biographically available for political action because of the slack in their long-term careers. Women often get shunted aside once their movements develop. Men and women struggled for influence in the civil rights and student movements. Martin Luther King, for example, forced Ella Baker out of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Many people feel that King's resentment of women in leading roles was the key factor in Baker's departure for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. 153 The anti-abortion movement of the 1970s was dominated by women, but by the 1980s men took over top leadership roles. Randall Terry took over the previously female-dominated Operation Rescue, for example, after the anti-abortion organization gained national notoriety. Activists' backgrounds vary as much as their causes. Socioeconomic status can work in contradictory ways. Even though most activists have high levels of formal education, for example, some movements are dominated by people of little formal education, such as in the anti-abortion movement, which was driven in its early stages by housewives with no college education. From grievances to action. Political and social movements require more than a group's desires and grievances, no matter how many and how varied the motivations may be. Sometimes the most deprived members of a community are the most quiescent. A group's precarious situation has to be channeled so that people are impelled to act. Knowledge of the problem and the possible remedies, the availability of resources, a sense of community or identification as a group, a belief that action is not fruitless, and an ideology that explains the problem and political system help the individual to move from the unsettled situation to action. Even more important, would-be activists need organizations capable of mobilization for sustained political action. 4. Organization matters. On August 2, 1990, Iraqi military forces attacked the tiny emirate of Kuwait in a dispute over territory and oil money. Despite the massing of Iraqi troops along the border for weeks, the invasion surprised and concerned Western leaders who had been trying to develop long-term relations with Iraqi President Saddam Hussein. President George Bush had been one of the leading proponents of improved relations with Iraq. 1 But Bush acted quickly to assemble an international coalition to defend Saudi Arabia and other Persian Gulf states against the Iraqi military threat. American troops dominated the military force massed along the Saudi border that was dubbed Operation Desert Shield. Behind the scenes, however, the Bush administration shifted from a defensive to an offensive response to the invasion. Immediately after the 1990 congressional elections, Bush announced a deployment of 200,000 new troops to the area and renamed the Operation Desert Storm. Bush set a deadline of January 15, 1991, for Iraq to leave Kuwait or risk an American-led attack on Iraq. Bush claimed that he had the right to order an invasion under United Nations auspices, without congressional approval, under his powers as American Commander-in-Chief. Almost from the beginning of the Persian Gulf crisis, peace activists mobilized to oppose war. In contrast to the Vietnam War, which did not arouse a broad anti-war movement until thousands of American troops had been killed in combat, peace activists voiced strong opposition to war right away. Activists who had opposed the Vietnam War and the nuclear arms race formed committees and recruited people for protests against war in the Middle East. Lawyers counseled military personnel about the possibility of refusing to serve in the Gulf. Peace advocates held rallies and lobbied members of Congress to oppose the war. Leading anti-war figures from the past challenged President Bush's claim of the right to make war without congressional approval. In some respects, the protest against the war succeeded. Public pressure prompted Bush to acknowledge congressional power to make war. Congress staged days of floor debate about American options to the crisis. Public fears of a protracted and bloody war with extensive American casualties probably convinced Bush to end the war once the Iraqis were expelled from Kuwait and before Saddam Hussein, whom Bush had likened to Hitler, could be evicted from power. One reporter noted, the president was not prepared to pay the political price that increased American casualties would have involved or to take responsibility for putting Iraq back together after an unconditional surrender or to figure out how to contain the power of Iran or Syria once the Iraqi regime was destroyed too. But in the broader sense, the grassroots movement against the Persian Gulf War failed. The United States went to war, with broad public support. The Pentagon carefully controlled information about the war's conduct. American casualties were light, but many thousands of Iraqis were killed fleeing U.S. attacks. When the war was over, Bush's approval ratings were as high as 91%. The United States had spent tens of billions of dollars to fight the war and to induce Israel, Egypt, and Turkey to cooperate with the war coalition. Kurds who responded to Bush's call for revolt against Hussein's regime were viciously repressed after the war. The Iraqi people suffered epidemic crises of health and nutrition in addition to direct war losses. The Middle East remained a volatile region, with little progress toward democracy or control of arms. Why did the movement against the Gulf War fail? Probably the most important reason was the suddenness of the conflict and the broad public support for the war. A related explanation is that the activists failed to build a formidable national movement capable of rallying public support and challenging the administration. The movement also suffered from a lack of established national leaders. National organizations like Sane/Freeze and the Democratic Socialists of America were reluctant to take on such an explosive issue because of their slipping public support. 3. The reputations of the leading national groups to organize war opposition, the Coalition Against the Vietnam War and the National Campaign Against the War in the Middle East, were tainted by Trotskyist factions. One activist later reflected, what was unfortunate about the sectarian influence was that it undermined the possibility that a national anti-war movement might coalesce for. Even though the public expressed deep anxiety about the war, the peace movement could not assemble a coalition capable of resisting it. In a way, the dilemmas of the anti-war protest mirrored the problems of formal structures of politics. The breakdown of institutions that once oriented people to the larger community, such as political parties, neighborhood organizations and networks, public schools, systems of mutual aid, and places of stable employment, leaves people cut off from the possibilities of common cause. Political activists need to address those problems of powerlessness and atomism, but are wary of the restrictions and inherent conservatism of formal organizations. So assembling them into a well-organized national crusade becomes difficult. As the scattered local protests against the Persian Gulf War attest, the lack of a central coordinating structure deprives movements of both resources and discipline. Even at the local level, the movement was split into factions, including gays and lesbians, religious activists, women's groups, environmentalists, and critics of U.S. Central American policy. Some groups were capable of quickly mobilizing peace advocates for rallies. The Pledge of Resistance was also able to arrange protests quickly, complete with monitors, legal observers, speakers, and sound equipment. 5. About 10,000 protesters tied up traffic on the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco on January 15. But effective activism needs more than public statements of opposition. Activism requires a wide repertoire of actions, coordinated by effective leaders in reliable organizations. Demonstrations might be able to influence public opinion, but not enough to quickly shape national policy on an issue as complex as the Persian Gulf. If activists had organized and coordinated their campaign better, Congress might have refused to give President Bush the authority to fight the war. In that case, Bush would have faced a constitutional crisis if he had decided to go to war. But the anti-war movement never developed the kind of creative campaign that could have put enough pressure on Congress and the White House to stop the war. As much as the war represented the public's tendency to rally round the flag in times of national emergency, it also represented a failure of extraordinary politics. Ultimately, the movement's failure could be attributed to inadequate organization as much as any other factor. The new institutionalism. In a major study of the role of institutions in politics, James G. March and Yuan P. Olson offer a simple proposition: organization matters. Refuting the arguments of economists and sociologists in particular, they state that political structures channel the behavior of political actors from presidents to ordinary citizens. To understand political behavior, it is necessary to go beyond the admittedly important issues of economic development, class, race, and ideology. March and Olson wrote, "Actions taken within and by political institutions change the distribution of political interests, resources, and rules by creating new actors and identities, by providing actors with criteria of success and failure, by constructing rules for appropriate behavior, and by endowing some individuals, rather than others, with authority and other types of resources. Institutions affect the ways in which individuals and groups become activated within and outside established institutions, the level of trust among citizens and leaders, the common aspirations of political community, the shared language, understanding, and norms of the community, and the meaning of concepts like democracy, justice, liberty, and equality. 6. Organizations, ranging in size from a large-scale bureaucratic agency to a small neighborhood tenant group, shape the way people inside and outside those organizations operate. Organizations do not determine human behavior, but they do give form to people's activity. Like other forms of political action, protest requires organization. Despite the abhorrence of many activists for bureaucratic structure, some structure is necessary to coordinate an attack on the formal system of politics. William Gamson's seminal study of social movements found that almost half had formal organizations. 7. The anti-war movement of the 1960s shaped a generation and altered the nation's military policies, but the brief spurt of activism in 1990 and 1991 could not confront the powers or ideas behind the Persian Gulf War. The critical difference between the two periods of activism was organization. Organizations are essential to recruiting activists, training and leading members, raising money and other resources, establishing goals, developing strategy, reaching out to the media and the general public, researching issues, mediating internal disputes, offering encouragement and incentives to activists, carrying out specific actions, and negotiating with adversaries. Protest succeeds when it can be sustained over a long period, and that requires the coordination that can only come with organization. Protest organizations differ from governmental or corporate bureaucracies in a number of ways. First, protest groups have fewer and less reliable resources. Funding depends on fleeting factors such as media attention and success in recent actions and campaigns. Second, the vocabulary of protest tends to be more emotional and less technical. Emotion can be an important resource in extraordinary politics, though it is often considered dysfunctional in more formal bureaucratic structures, where specialized and technical jargon predominate. Third, roles in formal protest organizations are more rigidly defined. The complex division of labor has only a weak counterpart in protest groups, where people usually move in and out of jobs to meet the demands of the moment. Formal organizations also codify behavior more strictly than protest groups. Hierarchy, while not unknown in extraordinary politics, is a less defining characteristic than in government and corporate structures. Organizations evolve according to the relationship between their own capabilities and the internal and external demands they face. If the organization stands too much in opposition to the external environment, it may not survive or make much of a political impact. If an organization expands too quickly, it may not be able to digest new members or projects. If it expands too slowly, it may atrophy. The key to survival is responding to changes in the larger environment while at the same time maintaining internal stability. It is, at best, a difficult balancing act. In contrast to the stillborn Gulf War protest, the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s offers the classic example of the vital role that formal organization can play in extraordinary politics. The movement took advantage of generations of organizing, from the legal strategy of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People to the innumerable grassroots groups that resisted the indignities of segregation. Starting with the base of the church, the modern movement developed an apparatus that gave it the resources and stability necessary for a long-term campaign against segregation. The Southern Christian Leadership Conference, the Congress of Racial Equality, and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee all provided leadership, resources, professional expertise, and means of recruitment. Churches, schools, and universities, and small businesses formed the base of these organizations. Like other forms of political and social life, protest has become routinized in recent years. Even when protest unfolds according to the creedal passion of the times, as Samuel Huntington has argued, specific protest groups develop conventional structures with rigid hierarchies, divisions of labor, and specialization. Sidney Tarrow captured the tension inherent in structured protest. The problem for movement organizers is to create organizational models that are sufficiently robust to stand up to opponents, but flexible enough to change with new circumstances and draw on energies at the base. 8. Kinds of structure. No single organizational style characterizes extraordinary politics. Different causes require different structures. A formal organizational structure that helps to organize resistance to a foreign war, for example, might run counter to the spirit and goals of radical feminists. Function matters for the overall form of protest. Both scale and form help to determine the organization of protest. The scale of action ranges dramatically, from neighborhood groups fighting displacement to international coalitions protesting the arms race. The form of protest runs from loose, informal structures to tight, formal structures. Centralized structures operate along strictly hierarchical lines. The leadership group controls members. Decisions made at the top are expected to be honored and executed at the lower levels without objection. Hierarchical groups resemble a pyramid, with the members of the group arranged to face a central point where the leader operates. Members at the base or periphery look to the top or center for direction. They acknowledge the superior knowledge and organizational skills of leaders. They rarely develop their own goals or strategies. A clear and certain division of labor characterizes formal structures. People are assigned distinctive tasks, with clear lines of authority and channels of communication. It is considered improper for people to move beyond the strict definition of their jobs. The formalism of these bureaucratic structures makes the roles utilitarian. Individual members fulfill particular functions, as cogs in a machine. Passion plays a minor role. People perform their tasks mechanically, out of a sense of obligation and self-interest. The predictable and sometimes lifeless quality of formal structures is exemplified in the modern labor movement. Secret societies, like the Ku Klux Klan, also operate with highly formalized structures. Their secrecy and ideological orientation, however, makes their activities passionate even though they are not spontaneous. The Communist Party, which conducted clandestine operations in the United States for decades, relied on outside support and lost its creativity, partly because of its tight organizational structure. Tightly structured organizations tend to carry a more enduring institutional memory than loosely structured movements. Organized crime and gangs often impose a hierarchical structure that requires members to learn the organization's history, rules, and norms before they can rise through its ranks. Other formal institutions, like the NAACP, also inculcate members with a sense of historic mission and resolve. The members of such organizations enjoy a strong sense of group identity and purpose. Institutional memory, along with the machine-like procedures for carrying out actions, helps tightly structured groups solve complex problems of organization and strategy. Difficult problems require synthesis of information and ideas. Centralized groups, like mainstream environmental and civil rights organizations, can address technical problems better than open groups because they can efficiently gain access to expertise, courts, and mass publics. Hierarchical groups have the capacity and the incentives to work on problems over the long term. Their greatest virtue is follow-through. Decentralized, open groups occupy the opposite end of the organizational spectrum. These groups take the form of a circle or a chain, with no obvious central focus for the members. In the circular arrangement, the members gather in the spirit of the ancient Greek agora. People come together, take turns speaking, and make decisions consensually or by majority vote. Many feminist and student organizations use this open format. In the chain arrangement, different elements coexist side by side. Cells within the group make decisions independently, with all invited to join in the process. The AIDS activist group ACT UP has a chain structure. The organization's different sections act autonomously. If they want to stage a demonstration or hold a press conference, they may, while remaining completely open to participation by people from other sections. Open, non-hierarchical structures gather information about grassroots concerns better than closed structures. People tend to do a better job evaluating non-technical information because they consider a wide range of moral as well as practical issues. The open format, or the circle model, allows people the opportunity to consider the information all at once, even if it requires long and contentious meetings. Non-hierarchical organizations often create greater satisfaction among members, who feel that they play significant roles in the movement. This sense of empowerment encourages members to devote themselves and their time to the collective cause. Informal organizations allow anyone with the ability and inclination to participate at all events. The jack of all trades is not only accepted but embraced. The amateur and low-budget nature of the organization produce an egalitarian spirit. People are constantly asked to participate in all of the organization's actions. A person may attend a demonstration one day and on other days talk with the press, recruit members, and take part in decision-making. The openness of these structures encourages people to experiment and find roles that are most suitable to them. The ability to make your own place in the cause often fosters a deep commitment to the organization. In a way, commitment is an additional resource. When people care about their cause passionately, as in the case of neighborhood movements and anti-abortion activism, they sacrifice more and engage their family and friends in demonstrations and other activities. Despite obvious benefits, decentralized movements do not enjoy the advantage of a clear and sophisticated division of labor. Joe Freeman, a feminist activist and scholar, ascribes the difficulty of coordinating a far-flung movement to the tyranny of structurelessness. The younger feminist groups of the 1960s that disdained centralized organizations, for example, focused on educational and service projects, such as women's centers, cooperatives, abortion counseling centers, research and publicity outlets, alternative schools, and cooperative stores. These activities played a vital role in shaping a new consciousness about gender. They also offered the flexibility for women to respond to changing needs and to avoid fatal clashes with outside parties. 9 But the loose structures did not offer the scale or coordination necessary to confront the political system squarely. Feminists operated on the margins, avoiding co-optation, but they also lost opportunities to confront political adversaries directly. 10. Mixed systems lie between the extremes of centralization and decentralization. The mixed form of protest organization can be likened to a confederal or franchise arrangement. Numerous small organizations maintain their own autonomy in day-to-day operations, recruitment, communications, local actions, but also allow themselves to be coordinated by a larger structure when major issues arise. When the leadership of the Confederation decides to conduct a large-scale, coordinated campaign, local affiliates lend their support. When the campaign ends, the local groups go their own way until the next major challenge unites them again. The strength of the confederal arrangement lies in multiple cultures, different ways of understanding the movement, its members, and its goals, which expand the group's creativity and range of strategies. Confederal systems allow for both coordination and autonomy of members and subgroups. Trying to impose a unitary culture is not only impossible, given parochial pressures for autonomy, but also foolish. Coordinating the center and the periphery presents the major challenge of structures with multiple cultures. Organization theorists identify three models of decentralization. Point 11 in enabling subcultures. Affiliates adopt the center's values and procedures and allow little room for their members to maneuver. Interestingly, the pressure for conformity comes from the periphery as much as from the center. Management is easier with strict rules and procedures. A counterculture, in contrast, adopts different and often antagonistic sets of practices at the center and periphery. The radical independence of the affiliates leads to conflict by both open and covert means. Finally, orthogonal structures allow a dual set of rules for processes to operate at the center and at the periphery. Point 12 Such organizational form allows for both coordination and independence, with a subtle flow of influences inward and outward. Over time, orthogonal structures allow the greatest coordination and innovation. No matter what form an organization takes, some kind of overlap of its parts is necessary to foster oversight of its different components. The parts of an organization overlap like Ballantine rings, preventing the parts of the organization from becoming cut off from systems of information and accountability. Factors shaping form. An organization's tendency toward formal or informal structure depends on 5 distinct factors: issues and goals, membership, resources, strategies, and environment. These factors pull the organization in different directions. One factor might tug toward formal structure, while another tugs toward informal structure. Issues and goals. Function shapes form. People form groups to pursue some kind of political or social goal. The group's objectives help to determine the structure of the organization. New issues tend to produce less formal organization. When a new issue moves onto a community's agenda, it often lacks the kind of strong definition that is essential to developing clear institutional means of pursuing the issue. Because activists may not yet have a clear understanding of the many different facets of the issue, setting up a rigid apparatus to pursue the issue is difficult. Certain means require certain ends. Some protest groups engage in a period of trial and error, searching for issues that work best for the organization and its constituency. Church-based community organizing, for example, determines what issues to take up after the group forms. A series of one-on-one meetings with members creates a consensus about what grievances the group should address. New groups tend to search for issues, one by one, determining which issues attract the most followers and pose greater threats to their adversaries. A movement with instrumental goals, limited contact with the external environment, and exclusive membership is likely to have a more formal structure and strong leadership. Such a group encourages workers to perform specific tasks rather than to experiment and speculate about general ideas. Material issues can involve distributive, redistributive, or regulatory policies. Because material issues are divisible, they tend to be less emotional and more amenable to a formal division of labor capable of bargaining with and working the system. A permanent structure most effectively produces results. For example, a group seeking to force banks to loan more money to minorities might benefit from formal structure. Financial experts within the protest group can decipher complex banking regulations, lawyers can take the conflict to court, street-level organizers can canvass the neighborhoods, workers can appeal to their comrades in the labor movement, and so on. To coordinate this effort, the movement might require the top-down organization of hierarchical structures. Moral causes often thrive under the direction of charismatic leaders, who in turn tend to run hierarchical organizations. Martin Luther King's Southern Christian Leadership Conference is a good example of this tendency. Groups dealing with emotional issues like abortion and war can easily mobilize their followers, but they need strong organizational structure to direct and channel the passions of members. The anti-abortion movement of the 1990s enjoyed the support of millions of Americans and operated through a number of formal structures like Operation Rescue and the Eagle Forum. But the movement could not control its rogue elements, who resorted to tactics of intimidation, vandalism, and even murder to protect the lives of the unborn. Expressive causes movements that help people to articulate their identity and values take different forms. The Nation of Islam is a closed, exclusive movement that requires its members to meet strict standards and to heed its leaders. The movement's identity requires a separation from the rest of society. Other expressive movements, however, require engagement with society. Gay rights and AIDS activism both thrive on open confrontation with straight people in public spaces. Gay activists do not need discipline, but rather creativity and tolerance. The major difference between these two types of groups is the primary target of their messages. While the Nation of Islam speaks primarily to members, gay activists speak to a broader audience. Of course, the Nation of Islam does speak to the public at large, and gay activists do turn inward to offer mutual support. But the character of these movements derives from their targets. A group's time span also helps to determine the sophistication of an organization's formal apparatus. Short-term issues are usually taken up by non-bureaucratic structures. The major goal is to mobilize as many people as quickly as possible. At most, short-term movements coordinate scattered existing structures. On long-term issues, a sense that all sides will dig in encourages groups to maintain membership, financial resources, access to experts and decision-makers, and so on. Long-term movements also get involved in elections and other ordinary political processes. Both sides in the struggle over the Equal Rights Amendment built impressive organizations at both the national and state levels. While differing in degrees of hierarchy, both the pro and anti-era forces knew that they needed permanent structures for a struggle that would last a decade. 13. The complexity of the issues also helps to shape a movement's organizational structure. The more complex the issue, the more some form of sustained organization is necessary. The anti-nuclear power movement needed experts to counter the scientists and public relations armies of utilities. But the need for expertise does not necessarily mean that the whole movement must be tightly structured. A loosely structured movement might have some experts on call but runs its own protest activities in an open, non-bureaucratic way. Loosely structured groups do not rely on a permanent leadership group. All they need is someone to inform activists of the whereabouts and whenabouts of activities. ACT UP provides a good example. This far-flung movement enjoys access to lawyers, scientists, and other experts, without the rigid structure that could stifle creativity. Ideology shapes the organization's structure. In general, more conservative groups adopt hierarchical structures, and more liberal groups devise consensual or decentralized structures. 14 Organized labor clearly demonstrates the pitfalls of hierarchical organization. Thomas Gogan, a labor lawyer, rues the gigantism of labor. When the AFL and CIO merged in 1955, it was like the merger of two football leagues, which merged because they were both playing the same game. Organized labor began to lumber. It stopped being cat-like, fast on its feet. 15. Other causes that often lumber under the weight of their organizations include the environmental, civil rights, and women's movements. Resources. To gain a place in the political system, protest movements use a variety of resources, and these resources shape the structures of the movements. The more tangible and reliable the supply of resources, as a general rule, the more formal the organization. Material resources and expertise lend themselves to formal structures. Time tends to be the central resource for loose, open structures. Two other kinds of resources: the ability to construct symbolic appeals and to gain media access, are found in both structured and unstructured movements. Money and other material resources, such as office space and equipment, give an organization staying power and flexibility that enable a long-term commitment to a cause. Because it is the universal equivalent accepted in exchange for practically every good and service in the marketplace, money can be quickly converted into other resources, such as expertise and media access. Movements with material wealth seek to maintain their resources so they can continue accustomed expenditure patterns. A focus on resource maintenance usually undermines a group's creativity and willingness to confront powerful political forces. When activists rely on outside sources of financial support, Their organization often becomes more formally structured and conservative. Patrons provide resources to social movements for their own purposes, which sometimes conflict with those of the movement. Donors to civil rights organizations, for example, gave to the movement's moderate elements and tended to be reactive to recent developments. An analysis of social movement funding from 1950 to 1980 found that professional movements received 57.2% of grant money even though they initiated only 14.1% of all movement actions. 16 Insurgent groups like SCLC, SNCC, and CORE received far less support than their leading role in the movement might seem to have warranted. The consequences of this bias toward mainstream movements are complex but may help to explain the decline of insurgency in the 1970s. 17. Expertise also tends to make a group more rigid and hierarchical. To begin with, experts separate themselves from the masses in the group and demand special status. They often express a patronizing attitude toward both leaders and followers. Guy Benveniste noted in The Politics of Expertise. It is not atypical for experts to avoid any contact with the ultimate beneficiaries of their plans. 18. Experts' involvement leads to creation of new divisions and mechanisms for oversight to prevent challenges to the group's leadership. Legalism, for example, has restricted wings of the civil rights, environmental, and women's movements. There are some notable exceptions to this generalization, however. The anti-nuclear and grassroots environmental movements both required technical expertise but opened themselves to broad participation. Struggling groups usually do not have to deal with such expert elites. Those groups' resources are limited to members' time and physical presence. Student movements, the women's movement of the 1960s, and the anti-abortion crusade of the 1970s relied on the willingness of their members to spend long hours organizing and agitating. Volunteers offered themselves to the cause at odd hours. As such, these groups tended to be informal. The organizations had to accommodate themselves to the people who donated their time and resources. Time is the only resource available to all activists. As a group gains access to other resources, office space, computers, and other supplies, money, technical expertise, it needs more formal structure to deal with the growing complexity of its operations. Ground troops. Ultimately, a political movement succeeds or fails because of the makeup of its membership. The ground troops determine whether a movement has the will, creativity, and resources it needs to confront the political and economic power structures. The particular characteristics of the ground troops, homogeneous or diverse, opinionated or docile, experienced or novice, powerfully shapes the potential of the movement. Diversity produces contrary effects. On one hand, a diverse group needs open and democratic structures to keep members involved. Group members need to voice their opinions and grievances. Urban movements against public projects, landlords, and public welfare bureaucracies fit this description. Saul Alinsky's urban organizations relied heavily on open participation. Strong leaders served as facilitators who offered technical information and lessons about strategies and tactics. In some circumstances, on the other hand, a highly diverse group of people might require more direction and therefore tend toward strong leadership and discipline. Internal chaos is a constant danger in open organizations. When the student and anti-war movements expanded after major events like the Tet Offensive, they lacked the capacity to train and manage new recruits. The groups were too large and too diverse. A more formal organizational structure might have helped the 1960s movements to absorb new recruits better. Broad-based, inclusive groups are more likely than exclusive groups to seek coalitions with outside groups. A general willingness to deal with people of different backgrounds and aims makes collaboration possible. Such coalitions tend to occur when success is close at hand or the group's goals and values are at stake more than other times. New alliances require periods of difficult adjustment. A merger or coalition leads to a search for a common denominator to which both parties can agree. The more conservative party to the merger finds itself with more radical goals, and vice versa. 19. A merger can be an internal feud waiting to happen. But an open, participatory ethos can make coalitions work, at least for the short term. Loose forms of movement organization often enhance creativity. The more fluid the communications and decision-making procedures, the greater the chance for developing new of goals and strategies. In such open movement organizations, there is wide latitude to search for novel solutions to problems, as well as a willingness to implement these solutions. Inclusive structures are more likely to reach out to other groups in the community. Such networking garners more resources and develops a greater repertoire of actions. Good examples of movements that fit these descriptions include AIDS activists, grassroots environmentalists, feminists, and anti-abortion groups. Homogeneous groups that assume unanimity feel less urgency about seeking members' opinions. A lean, hierarchical structure may be best for such groups. Because they mobilize members to perform specific tasks, implementing programs is more efficient. Anti-abortion groups and some civil rights and environmental organizations fit this description. Homogeneous, exclusive groups create a rigid structure simply by excluding certain ideas and approaches. The Knights of Labor, the Know Nothing Party, the Ku Klux Klan, and the Weather Underground all set high barriers to entry and enforced a strict code of conduct. When ideology is the reason for a group's exclusivity, schisms are more likely. Deviations from the group's line provoke divisive internal bickering. The later incarnations of SDS, CORE, and the anti-abortion movement all suffered disputes over ideological purity. Routinization of the organization's activities after a period of charismatic leadership also splinters the group. A strong leader can muffle differences, but those differences emerge with ferocity with the leader's passing. One case in point is the migrant farm worker movement, which declined after Cesar Chavez's dominance faded in the 1980s. Political environment. The external environment, the government, the economic system, and other formal and informal groups establishes the parameters for activist organizations. Sidney Tarot's notion of a political opportunity structure refers to the political system's receptiveness to political action, which varies not only from regime to regime but also from time to time within a regime. Jolts of economic depression and bursts of affluence alike can provide the impetus for activism. Activism also springs from greater access to political institutions and other forms of expression like the mass media. Divided political coalitions provide an opening for protesters to assert themselves. Repressive actions by the government and corporate entities provide opportunities to rally followers and arouse the public. 20. Pluralist, democratic systems tend to offer more openings for protest groups and interest groups to influence the government. These systems are also based on standard rules of participation, communication, and association, with logics that must be defended by the government. 21 But even though dissent is more likely in pluralist regimes, those systems can also stifle and domesticate dissent by channeling it into formal political processes. Francis Fox Piven and Richard A. Cloward have argued that some kind of instability is necessary for protest politics to produce reform. Effective protest, they noted, occurs in a context of wider changes and instability. When the dominant institutional arrangements are self-evidently not functioning. 22. As Tarot points out, regime instability makes dissent possible even in authoritarian systems. Centralization of power in repressive states offers dissidents a unified field and a centralized target to attack, once the system is weakened. 23. That last phrase is critical. The risks of dissent, especially outward displays of disobedience, are too great for most potential activists under the normal circumstances of authoritarian systems. But when the system shows signs of weakness, its very visibility makes it more vulnerable. Open political systems usually produce open protest organizations. Protest over basic issues does not require the kind of covert operations that are typical of activism in post-Tiananmen Square China or Pinochet-era Chile. For the most part, group members can act as they choose in public. Protest organizations in pluralist systems, in fact, tend to be open to anyone who is willing to contribute and cooperate with the movement's actions. In authoritarian systems, on the other hand, activists must exercise restraint so that they do not expose the group to political reprisals from the regime. The safety and strategy of the whole group is at stake when individual members act on their own in public. Historically, the United States has allowed a wide range of dissident groups to form and operate with little interference. The system is especially open to groups that affirm the nation's basic values and that seek either integration into the system or moderate shifts in policy, but American politics can strongly repress groups that express fundamental critiques of the system and seek radical change. During the Cold War years, a number of government agencies repressed groups that challenged even minor aspects of American foreign policy. The Jim Crow South was also repressive against civil rights activists, thwarting protesters with violence and legal action. Labor activists have regularly faced repression for simply attempting to organize workers. 24 More recently, acts of domestic terrorism prompted Federal Bureau of Investigation Director Louis Freeh to seek authority to supervise any group advocating social or political change. 25. Repression by government and others. Neighborhoods, landlords, businesses can drive some groups underground. Peace, socialist, labor, and student groups had to tread carefully during the 1950s because of the intolerant atmosphere of McCarthyism. But some government repression can actually produce more openness in movement organizations. If activists know that political enemies spy on them, they sometimes respond by opening their activities to everyone. This takes away their adversaries' secret knowledge about their activities. Opening up a group encourages protest groups to adopt unimpeachable goals and strategies like nonviolence and thus to widen their appeal. Good examples of this approach include the civil rights, anti-nuclear, and peace movements. Despite the apparent openness of pluralist systems, however, it is sometimes difficult for activists to develop a thorough critique of the system. Pluralist systems provide innumerable opportunities for individuals and groups to act for themselves, but the norms of the community, the imperatives of capitalism and bureaucracy, and the rational technical discourse of the system make it difficult for people to confront the system. Michel Foucault wrote that power in modern societies is exerted through countless institutions, practices, and discourses that seem liberal and humane but actually repress people's sense of imagination and action. Power is not limited to the obvious imposition of strength from above. Instead, power derives from the practices and norms of sexuality, psychology, capitalism, bureaucracy, and technology. Such power, produced from one moment to the next, at every point, or rather in every relation from one point to another, constitutes an elusive target. 26 As a result, even pluralist societies pose formidable barriers to efforts to transform the society. Even tolerance, one of pluralism's signature characteristics, can be repressive, as both leftist writers like Herbert Marcuse and rightist writers like Alan Bloom have argued. Tolerance is extended to policies, conditions, and modes of behavior which should not be tolerated because they are impeding, if not destroying, the chances of creating an existence without fear or misery, Marcuse wrote. This sort of tolerance strengthens the tyranny of the majority. 27. Tolerance of all ideas and conditions undermines the human capacity for discriminating and critical thought. Without such thought, activism is difficult or even impossible. Shifts in public opinion prompt major changes in the makeup of open social movements. Many members join the cause in response to the mood of the times, because the cause is considered socially acceptable or even prestigious. When public support declines, casual members drop out. Leftist groups, for example, lost members in droves during the McCarthyist period of the 1950s. Open movements tend to attract members with many different motivations, which can be satisfied by other activities when the movement experiences real hardship. Civil rights, environmental, and feminist groups see their membership rolls rise and fall according to the political environment. Exclusive groups, on the other hand, screen their recruits and get a tougher, more committed breed of member. 28. When several groups compete for membership, each must be responsive to their followers to maintain its base. The need to attract and retain supporters makes protest leaders sensitive to even the most minor interests and complaints. Martin Luther King's opposition to the Vietnam War intensified in the late 1960s with the emergence of more radical civil rights and student activism. Mainstream feminism embraced a broader agenda in the 1970s with the emergence of radical splinters. Environmentalists also took up new issues in the 1990s with the rise of eco-terrorism and the environmental justice movement. Such a responsiveness can enable the group to strengthen itself by enlisting active and creative members. But such sensitivity to members' desires also poses a danger. When groups overreact to internal and external pressures, they lose sight of long-term goals and strategies. The 1960s peace movement lost its focus when it got diverted into broader critiques of American imperialism. The fast pace of social change seems to require loose organizational structure. Activists must respond flexibly to new challenges but sometimes fosters discipline and rigidity. Groups like Earth First and ACT UP are loosely structured organizations that deal with complex issues. Those groups' strong consensus, high levels of education, and access to expertise enables them to respond with little formal structure to changes in a volatile political environment. Other groups cope with an unpredictable environment by emphasizing internal order and discipline. The National Welfare Rights Organization provides a good example of how such discipline domesticates protest. After gaining significant concessions with rowdy protests in state and local welfare offices, the NWRO attempted to formalize its far-flung actions. After a brief period of growth, the organizations withered. Their agenda became focused on legislative policies and they lost their radical edge and bands of committed activists. Utopian communities often impose even greater discipline on their members. The mass suicide of followers of the Reverend Jim Jones shows just how disastrous extremes of discipline can be. More recently, the militia, anti-abortion, black consciousness, and radical feminist movements have developed tightly structured organizations to survive in a turbulent political environment. The sensitivity of the political environment prompts some movement leaders to centralize power and adopt secret channels of activity. Adversaries sometimes engage in covert negotiations, as well as covert warfare. Talks are held in secret to avoid the controversies that result from public exposure. Covert negotiations play a critical role in protracted movements. An activist might be called a sellout and a political leader a weakling if caught together. Protests over civil rights, university life, prison conditions, and rights of Native Americans, to cite only a few examples, all relied on secret negotiations to bring together adversaries whose constituents refused to lose face with open talks. A highly charged political atmosphere can lead to dirty tricks campaigns against activists. Extraordinary politics groups are regularly targeted for smear campaigns and various forms of retaliation designed to intimidate activists and reduce their organizational capacity. Anti-war activists during the Vietnam era were targeted for draft induction and criminal prosecution, which created a chilling effect on the activists and their potential allies. 29 In recent years, corporations have used unprecedented numbers of SLAPPs against neighborhood organizers to make the costs of protesting construction projects prohibitive. Like any organism, a protest movement must adapt to its dynamic environment to survive. Only by paying close attention to the changing opportunity structure can activists with limited resources attract attention and change the status quo. Organizational maintenance. All organizations, whether formal or informal, hierarchical or open, operate in dynamic political and social environments. To survive, protest groups not only must assemble viable structures but also must maintain those structures, prevent their atrophy, and protect them from opponents. To pursue an ambitious agenda, a movement must engage in long-term struggle, and that, in turn, requires that an organization be capable of attracting followers, raising and coordinating resources, and devising and implementing complex strategies and tactics. Organizational maintenance essentially determines whether a movement will maintain vitality or become sluggish in the face of new challenges. Maintaining membership. Retaining members can be the greatest challenge, especially for groups with open structures or losing causes. Activism is exhausting and time-consuming. Over time, participants experience protest burnout. Movement leaders need to offer reasons for activists to stay on board and to recruit replacements for those who leave. Recruiting members is only the beginning of organizational development and maintenance. In reality, members must be recruited over and over again. Political action is so unusual an activity for most people that they withhold their commitment during a trial period of activism. In economic terms, consumers of extraordinary politics have imperfect information. People often join a group to explore its possibilities, the organization then must entice them to stay. Activists search for the group that most suits them. People understand the real costs and benefits of participation by sampling different opportunities. Someone seeking comradeship might need to shop around before finding a compatible group. People with material, moral, status, or psychological reasons for joining a group also may drop in and out of several movements before settling into their cause. Point 30 Keeping people involved and happy is a major consideration of goals and strategy. Leaders risk losing followers if they pursue projects or campaigns that run counter to members' desires. The civil rights movement lost members when its leaders refused to adopt a more radical critique of American society during some of the hottest periods of protest in the 1960s. Younger activists rejected the movement in favor of more radical organizations. Other movements, the feminist, environmental, gay rights, and anti-abortion causes, also experienced splits over rhetoric and strategy. The process of recruitment and re-recruitment can be subtle. Effective leaders and organizations subtly pull members and potential members into greater and greater levels of commitment. In a major study of the civil rights movement, Dennis Chong noted, commitments can sneak up on an individual. An individual, through a series of small acts, works himself into a situation in which he must follow a course of action or risk suffering a serious consequence. Each minor act in the chain enters the individual into a side bet that can be collected only if he maintains a consistent line of behavior. If he does not, he loses it all. 31. Good leaders find ways to involve members in countless small ways. Although often inefficient, inducing members to spend time in the office, attend meetings, engage in debate, and knock on doors involves the member in progressively larger and more costly forms of action. Engagement breeds commitment. When people have ties with activists, they are much more likely to get pulled into extraordinary politics. When friends and acquaintances are involved, participation does not seem such a foreign or risky proposition. The presence of friends and acquaintances not only reassures the activist but also provides training and identity with the role of activist. Students are much more likely to participate in a demonstration, for example, if they feel some social connection with fellow marchers, especially if the protest activity somehow reinforces other social ties. A density of relationships, then, has the effect of pulling people into movements. On the other hand, activists who participate in a wide variety of outside activities can pose problems for movement organizations. Commitments to outside organizations create competition with the protest movement, making the busy activists less available for political action. To return to the example above, students may divert their attention from protest to classes, athletics, music, fraternities, and other competing campus activities. 32. An influx of new members presents difficult challenges for protest organizations, just as it does for ordinary political organizations. New members often dilute the group's intensity if they are more casual about the cause. Membership roles grow, after all, when membership entails fewer costs and greater chances for success. Neighborhood groups are especially prone to conservatism because many new members have physical stakes in existing urban structures. 33 But recruiting new people who lack settled routines and expectations often ignites a spark of creativity in the cause. Newcomers are less likely to follow a particular strategy just because that's the way we've always done it. They insist on getting an explanation for the group's practices. Such challenges sometimes inspire factional battles that polarize and radicalize the debate. If more radical people join an organization, they instantly stretch the group's ideological spectrum. What once was radical now seems moderate. The recruitment of new members raises prickly logistical issues. Decision-making and implementation become complicated. Coordinating members' actions, teaching them goals and philosophy, and providing tactical training can overwhelm an organization. The presence of new members may reduce the prestige and influence of old-timers, causing resentment toward newcomers. A large influx also undermines the movement's private language, the distinctive dialect that makes movement operations more efficient and creates an intense sense of belonging. Loss of that language makes the group less special. Membership roles fluctuate in response to dynamic internal politics and external environments. Although sudden gains and losses can cause excitement, they can also destabilize the cause. The ideal situation for most groups is a steady but manageable membership, with access to outside sympathizers who will participate when summoned. Managing factions. Above all else, the ground troops need coordination. Because of activists' inferior power position, they need to present a united front to their opponents. Actions must be efficiently coordinated for the organization to appear as a formidable adversary. The uncertainty that activists foster makes discipline essential to activism. The goal of much activism is to shake up the system, to create instability and doubt. The uncertainty of the political environment puts intense stresses on the relational patterns within a social movement organization. One study concluded. 34 The broad range of incentives and rewards determines how much a movement can demand of its members. The greater the demand which the organization stipulates and obtains from the membership, the more the organization must provide sources of rewards for such commitments, and the more the organization must compete favorably in the field of members' reward alternatives. 35. Absent attractive rewards, movements need to impose strong discipline. Schisms with protest movements present the greatest need for discipline. William Gamson's study of social movements found that 43% of all protest groups experience factional conflict. Factional strife can be disastrous for protest groups. Gamson found that only 25% of factionalized groups gain public acceptance, compared with 57% of groups without factionalism. Only 22% of the factionalized groups gained new advantages, compared to 70% of groups without factional problems. Factions need not be a result of decentralization. Some groups can maintain cohesion without centralized organizational forms. Decentralized groups without factional splits gained acceptance and new advantages 67% of the time. Decentralized groups with factional strife gained acceptance only 25% of the time and new advantages 12% of the time. 36. Formal protest organizations impose sanctions against disruptive behavior, such as speaking out of turn, betraying confidences, or failing to fulfill obligations. Some organizations require members to take oaths, fulfill certain common tasks, and contribute money. As a last resort, all organizations reserve the right to eject wayward members. Informal discipline proves to be most effective for voluntary organizations. Informal sanctions do not require clumsy procedures. If committed to the group's common values, each member functions as a deputy for organizational maintenance. The civil rights and student movements both benefited from peer pressure. Ministers in Montgomery, Alabama, for example, were ostracized if they did not help out with the 1955 bus boycott. James Farmer admitted that shame forced his continued participation in the Freedom Rides in 1961. Farmer later acknowledged that he planned to avoid riding the buses that were to challenge segregation of bus terminals across the South. But after a fellow activist questioned his rationalizations for staying off the bus, he climbed aboard. As a means of discipline, shame requires someone to set a high standard of involvement that others will follow. Martin Luther King felt compelled to march in Birmingham to set an example for others in the movement. Organizers of the campaign to end segregation in Albany, Georgia, initially recruited high school students so that they would shame their parents into participating in demonstrations. 37. Disputes about a campaign's leadership, organization, and strategy can divide a group bitterly. Larger philosophical questions about group identity also produce organizational splits. Manuel Castells noted that federal programs fragmented community groups in San Francisco since they encouraged corruption, personal power, and the formation of cliques, and divided people's energies with fights between different groups to win control over narrowly defined programs that framed popular needs into bureaucratic categories. 38. Sometimes something as simple as the age or background of activists can create warring factions within a group. Internal conflicts can be as important as battles with outsiders. Status movements are especially prone to schisms because battles over identity pose all-or-nothing challenges. The gay rights movement has split into factions over whether gays should seek to transform society radically or simply find a place in society. Radical factions demand nothing short of a revolution in consciousness. Unhappy with mere coexistence on terms set by straight society, these activists aim to shock and shame. One activist stated, "I think that homosexuality embodies an innately radical critique of the traditional nuclear family, whose political function has been to constrict sexual expression and gender roles of all of its members." 39. The moderate liberal faction, on the other hand, attempts to stress the normality of gay lifestyles and link gay struggles with the activism of women and minorities. A related schism within the homosexual community concerns outing, the practice of publicizing the homosexuality of prominent people without their consent. The goal is to force members of the aggrieved group to become part of the movement, often against their will, and to show the general public the extent of homosexuality among so-called respectable people. Critics charge that outing is a cruel violation of the dignity of gays and actually invites the kind of retribution that the movement should be fighting. Generational differences in political priorities, protest strategy, and social background have produced deep schisms in liberal movements. 40 Worldviews and general ideological principles were mirrored in the structure of protest. In the old left, protest was centralized, rigid, linearly spatial, enclosed, and reified. In the new left, protest was anti-bureaucratic, anti-authoritarian, spontaneous, mystical, and despatialized. For each of these social movements, form was tied to content. 41. Even though the two generations occasionally joined in common cause, they usually viewed each other with suspicion. The civil rights movement experienced similar generational splits, with the older generation counseling caution and patience and the younger generation demanding quick and radical action. California's migrant farm worker movement offers a good example of how internal dissension and the defection of key leaders can undermine a vibrant movement. In 1980, the movement reached its height with the passage of important state legislation and the organization of workers into United Farm Workers Union locals. During the movement's period of growth, Mexicans, Mexican Americans, and Filipino Americans set aside ethnic differences to fight together for recognition and better salaries and working conditions. The movement used consumer boycotts to draw the public into the workers' struggle with growers. A table grape boycott from 1967 to 1970 resulted in 150 labor contracts affecting 85% of the industry. But as the excitement of those successes faded, and as organizers left the state for new causes, the movement lost its unity and focus. The public, too, withdrew its active support. 42. At the opposite end of the ideological spectrum, the anti-abortion movement of the 1990s experienced conflict about goals and tactics. Fringe elements increasingly resorted to violent tactics, including the spraying of chemicals into clinics and even the murder of doctors and other clinic workers. Movement leaders reacted ambiguously, revealing the movement's deep splits. Although most leaders condemned the murders, they also said they understood the assailants' attempts to save unborn children. Most activists defended protesters' use of aggressive language and their physical barriers of abortion clinics. Leaders struggled to maintain the movement's aggressiveness while avoiding outright violence. Social movements suffer bad public relations from a lack of discipline. Unruliness in a protest group is usually broadcast to the world, undermining the group's credibility. Even if a group does not attract much media attention, its activities are well known to both sympathetic and adversarial members of the community. Groups that attempt to gain the sympathy of the public take extreme precautions to prevent activists from embarrassing the group. The Clamshell Alliance, for example, rigorously trained its members in public relations before the group occupied the Seabrook power plant to protest nuclear energy in 1977. 43 Movements based on nonviolent conflict pioneered the use of formal training and discipline. Because any deviation from the nonviolent strategy damaged the group's credibility, organizers conducted formal training sessions to instruct newcomers on how to respond to conflict. Discipline based on shared values. In this case, nonviolence strengthens group identity. Since all members regard their participation as a privilege and responsibility, vigilance is required against selfish or disruptive behavior. Schisms can be creative. The use of different tactics by factions produces the creative tension of the good cop/bad cop interrogation technique. While one faction broadens the reach of the movement by appealing to moderates both inside and outside the organization, the other faction makes more sweeping and radical statements and demands. The radical faction urges change, making the rest of the movement look benign and reasonable. The rise of feminists in the student and civil rights movements opened both groups to new forms of organizing. The feminists took the movement to the inner city with more imagination and commitment than otherwise would have been possible. Later schisms within the feminist movement helped it to develop a more thorough critique of the structures of male domination. Women in the civil rights movement challenged old stereotypes about power and eventually helped to develop new organizations. Ella Baker, once Martin Luther King's lieutenant, was instrumental in organizing the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Fannie Lou Hamer was an organizer for the National Welfare Rights Organization. The environmental movement was also energized by the rise of eco-terrorists in Earth First. The movement failed to address concerns like old-growth forests until its hand was forced by the radical new group. Splits in the ranks underscore a movement's diversity and creativity. Like all positive traits, factionalization must be channeled. Strong leadership, dedicated to bringing differences into the open and finding common ground, is often crucial to making splits a constructive rather than destructive part of extraordinary politics. Communications. Communication is a vital part of organizational maintenance. To respond to changes in their internal and external environments, organizations need reliable information. Communication occurs via newsletters, leafleting, open meetings, telephone trees, sermons, alternative newspapers and radio outlets, and cultural events. Recently, movements started using electronic mail and teleconferencing. Because of the ad hoc nature of extraordinary politics, activists often need to be clever to stay in touch. Communication often takes place on the run or in isolated spaces. 44. A communication system must deal with three varieties of information. 45. Technical. Information provides techniques or systematic data that help people to respond to specific problems. The civil rights movement enjoyed its greatest success when it effectively transmitted information about nonviolence, fundraising, and media relations to its members. Normative. Information provides the value-laden interactions that foster solidarity and a certain sense of long-term purpose. Especially given the long odds that protesters face, the belief that the struggle concerns transcendent issues is essential to sustaining the movement. Teachings about respect, equality, constitutionalism, and common heritage provided the normative underpinnings of the civil rights crusade. Finally, cognitive. Communication comprises a wide range of other interactions that bind people to one another. Gossip, common identities outside the struggle, tips about everyday problems, and conversations about mundane aspects of life all help people to get to know and commit to one another. When not directly engaged in the cause, activists share ideas about recipes, sports, raising children, and church life. Even when disagreements arise over goals and tactics, people stay together because they are bound by a number of other identities and communications. Organizational form shapes systems of communications. Hierarchical structures communicate their policies to lower levels according to the needs of the small group of elites in charge. Information is considered a resource to be expended at the discretion of the leadership. Because they feel isolated, members at lower levels can become frustrated and seek information through outside channels. In turn, the establishment of alternative sources of information can lead to the creation of entirely new movement organizations. Civil rights, women's, environmental, and community organizations all experience such splits. Open structures are less orderly, with more tangled systems of communication. The student and feminist movements fit this latter model. People throughout the organization interact unpredictably. Goals do not precede strategy in an orderly way. Communications occur not in separate and distinct streams, but in a kind of stew. Shifts in normative outlooks produce shifts in technical information and vice versa. The camaraderie of gossip and everyday small talk also changes. Because most members of a protest organization are amateurs and volunteers, communication cannot be too technical or abstract. Speaking in the vernacular helps communication and also helps to create a feeling of esprit de corps among the activists. The legendary organizer Saul Alinsky made a point of using pithy, direct language. The main objective was to speak with people in familiar terms. When you go outside anyone's experience, not only do you not communicate, you cause confusion. 46. Alinsky appealed to people with pragmatic assessments of the costs and benefits of political activism. In negotiating with church priests, for example, Alinsky appealed to the parish's self-interest rather than to their religious precepts. I approach them on the basis of their own self-interest, the welfare of their church, even its physical property. 47. Talk about religious morality, Alinsky said, only produces insincere support and disappointment. Even servants of God need to be addressed in terms of their everyday concerns. No matter how it occurs, communication provides the linkages that enable movement politics. Without reliable communication, activists grow distant from one another and fail to coordinate their activities or take advantage of their diversity and imagination. Maintaining resources. Anthony Oberschall, one of the leading theorists of the resource mobilization school of social movements, wrote, "Resources are constantly being created, consumed, transferred, assembled, and reallocated, exchanged, and even lost. Group management in its dynamic aspects can be conceptualized from the point of view of resource management. Mobilization refers to the processes by which a discontented group assembles and invests resources for the pursuit of group goals." 48. Maintaining a healthy stream of material resources presents a constant challenge. A reliable supply of resources helps the organization to sustain itself after the movement's early exuberance and commitment fade away. Political action requires structures capable of gathering and coordinating a wide range of resources. Resources take many forms: time, bodies, management and technical expertise, access to machinery and equipment, access to media, artistic and creative talents, feelings of comradeship, and even collective memory and cultural icons. 49. Resources can be finite and renewable. Finite resources like money are consumed by their use. Once a protest group uses money to pay for the production of pamphlets or to pay telephone bills, the money is gone for good. Concerted efforts are required to replenish finite resources. Membership dues help many organizations stay afloat. Skilled leaders raise money from speaking and writing fees, fundraising events, direct mail campaigns, grantsmanship, and solicitation from wealthy donors. Other members knock on doors, set up card tables in public places, and otherwise assist the professionals. Renewable resources are not consumed by their use. They tend to be intangible and actually accumulate with use. One such intangible resource is the we feeling that a group derives from protest. Another renewable resource is a movement's technical expertise and cultural identity. Members gain more knowledge as they devote more time and attention to a cause. Perpetuating the movement, then, can sustain some of the most valuable resources of protest politics. Major events that attract wide publicity, catastrophes that focus attention on salient issues, and victories in government and elections help activists attract resources. The civil rights movement raised significant amount of money after the Montgomery bus boycott, events in Birmingham and Selma, and the March on Washington. Fundraising for the gay rights movement thrived in the aftermath of its 1993 Washington March. Political setbacks produce different consequences for fundraising. Setbacks often undermine fundraising by hurting perceptions of the movement's likelihood of success. Few people are willing to contribute to a lost cause. However, setbacks sometimes galvanize fundraising by creating the specter of crisis. Setbacks also create vivid enemies, whose images are useful in fundraising. Civil rights, environmental, peace, labor, and welfare movements strengthened their resources in the 1980s with campaigns that attacked the Reagan administration. In the 1990s, the Clinton administration's liberal agenda spurred conservative groups to mobilize. Event-based fundraising can change the character of a social movement. Reliance on events can subtly shift a group from long-term organization building to an emphasis on blowout events. By appealing to a broad audience, such events take the edge off of the movement's message. A series of concerts to raise money for farmers facing foreclosure, the homeless, and human rights causes may have so domesticated those movements that activists no longer wanted to confront political adversaries. Event-based fundraising can also shift attention from the cause to the featured celebrities. Canvassing neighborhoods and setting up card tables in public areas remains a staple of fundraising. Some organizations, like the international group Greenpeace, insist on face-to-face solicitation to maintain independence and to train activists. Greenpeace raises its $40 million budget in this old-fashioned way. Most protest groups ask members to contribute dues as well. Increasingly, social movements resort to television and direct mail solicitation, which subtly shift movements away from activism and toward mainstream politics. Still, the basic sales pitch, which proclaims major crisis situations and depicts adversaries as dangerous and even evil, can radicalize the agenda even while normalizing the organizational structure. Maintaining friends. To influence the political system, activists need to cultivate alliances with other groups in the community. Euchner remarked that the outcome of every conflict is determined by the extent to which the audience becomes involved in it. 50. Alliances with outside groups are necessary to develop resources, strategies, and understandings of the issues. In protracted movements that promise few immediate rewards, it is especially important to tap into social networks. Even if a protest organization cannot produce a quick victory, it can offer members a variety of beneficial relationships. These relationships are often reward enough to activists. Like a number of fraternal and hobby organizations, protest groups offer members friendships and meeting places. These solidary incentives may be the most important benefit of all to many people. Cooperation requires learning about the goals and fears of outsiders. Community organizations like American Communities Organized for Reform Now and the Industrial Areas Foundation assume that people with important differences also share many common interests. The trick for activists is to find the issues that are amenable to cooperation and to find ways to overcome long-standing resentments and fears among rival groups inside and outside the community. Saul Alinsky wrote that, for the organizer, every move revolves around one central point: how many recruits will this bring into the organization, whether by means of local organizations, churches, service groups, labor unions, corner gangs, or as individuals. The only issue is, how will this increase the strength of the organization? If by losing in a certain action he can get more members than by winning, then victory lies in losing and he will lose. 51. Alinsky's organization succeeded when they won support from existing neighborhood groups. Alinskyites were strongest when they could count on diverse outsiders like Catholic Church dioceses, meatpackers unions, and radical students. When movements ignore or alienate groups outside their cause, they may be doomed. Student and anti-war activists of the 1960s antagonized labor unions with their arrogance and inattentiveness. The youth activists so alienated workers that organized labor was unwilling to help them through rough times. Long-term interactions with other groups can lead even antagonists to develop trust for each other. In The Evolution of Cooperation, Robert Axelrod argued that most people respond to other people's actions with a tit-for-tat strategy. 52 People tend to reciprocate others' behavior. Gestures of goodwill are met with responses of goodwill, while gestures of ill will elicit negative responses. The more people interact with each other, the greater the chances of cooperation. If people know that they must deal with friends and adversaries in the future, they will behave more cooperatively. If people know that they will not encounter someone else again, they are less likely to act positively because they will not have to bear a negative response. Encouragement of frequent interactions is the key to creating a sense of mutual dependence. Fostering cooperation is not simply a matter of day-to-day interaction. Cooperation takes work. One way to develop ties between antagonistic groups is to make it possible for leaders on particular issues to talk with each other, free of the antagonisms of the two sides' members. The leaders of warring neighborhood groups, ethnic groups, school advocates, tenant organizations can later convince followers to accept agreements. Decomposing complex issues into manageable parts is another way to foster cooperation. Opening up an organization for questioning and inspection can also produce greater trust and willingness to interact over the long term. Even a small number of cooperating groups can shape the behavior of the larger community. 53. Reaching out to the larger community can create strange bedfellows. Radical feminists have allied with the Eagle Forum, a conservative organization, to promote anti-pornography legislation in several states and localities. Even though the two sides are diametrically opposed on most issues, their common concern about pornography's effects on the well-being of women and children allows them to cooperate on the anti-porn campaign. Other strange alliances resulted when wealthy, conservative homeowners and tourist moguls allied with leftist environmentalists to fight oil drilling projects off the coast of Santa Barbara, California. 54 States' rights advocates, water-intensive farmers, and liberal peace activists also joined forces in Nevada to battle the deployment of the MX missile. 55 Friends come and go. Allies on one campaign can turn into bitter enemies in another, and vice versa. Blacks and Jews worked closely together through the early civil rights movement, but clashed bitterly starting in the late 1960s. Students and workers have also carried an on-again off-again relationship over the years. Even when groups turn against each other, though, they share a legacy. That legacy creates at least the possibility of future collaboration. Leadership. Montesquieu once noted a common reversal in politics. In the early stages of political movements, leaders mold institutions. Afterwards, the institutions mold the leaders. Long-lasting movements undergo predictable cycles of leadership. Founding members dominate a movement's early years. These framers are often charismatic. Once they leave the scene, the organization faces the challenge of routinizing the tasks that the charismatic leaders performed. The organization establishes formal procedures for selecting leaders and for directing the leaders' activities. Over time, a leader may become corrupt, lazy, or unimaginative. At such points, insurgents within the movement vie for control. Sometimes the movement is faced with such disarray that only an outsider can overcome divisions and garner enough support to restore a coherent program. Leadership helps to develop a coherent message and coordinate group action. Even more important for extraordinary politics, leadership creates the tension that challenges people to change their attitudes and behavior. To use James McGregor Burns's term, good leadership is dissonant. Change requires an experience of cognitive dissonance, a disorienting and sometimes painful realization that one's understandings of the world do not fit with the reality of the world. A large-scale organization needs strong leadership to coordinate its activities. Long-range planners must coordinate the efforts of recruiters and policy experts. Fundraisers have to be aware of the events that may make headlines and attract or repel supporters. Ordinary members need to know what kind of commitment is expected of them, what it will cost, and what it will produce. Good leaders help all movements, large and small, to overcome inevitable setbacks and loss of nerve. Without coordination, the cause could degenerate into a congeries of warring factions. During such strife, factions tend to accentuate their differences in order to attract greater support for their position. Different leadership styles create different possibilities for strategy and structure. A theoretically oriented leader may not relate well to followers, while a pragmatic leader can listen and adapt to the demands of followers. Machine-style leaders can maintain an organization with exchanges of rewards and benefits but are unable to inspire followers to great sacrifice or risk. Rhetorical leaders have the opposite tendencies. They rally supporters on the basis of appeals that often foreclose the possibility of deliberation and exchange. 56 Machiavellian leaders, in contrast, coordinate politics behind the scenes, manipulating members in ways that members do not see or understand. A growing number of scholars stress the need for enlightened and engaged followers as well as leaders. Followers who are passive, unable to contribute their own perspectives and to integrate the values of the movement into their everyday activities, make effective leadership difficult. They also make tyrannical leadership possible. The blind willingness of people to follow leaders can lead to the rise of tyrants like Hitler and Mussolini. F. G. Bailey has identified 4 basic types of followers, who are successively less dependent on leaders to show the way: apathetic, regimented, mature, and anarchic. The best followers show a willingness to submit to the test of reality, the capacity to use reason, to interpret instructions rather than to follow them literally and exactly, to ask for clarification and even for justification, and to put it another way, to do more than strictly is demanded, if that is less than is required in the situation. Mature people use their heads. 57. The mature follower is needed at every stage in protest politics, especially points at which the campaign struggles to survive and adjust to changing circumstances. Kinds of leadership. Several overlapping styles of leadership are prominent in protest politics. The vanguard is a small, self-appointed elite that gains control of the movement through its own dedication and control of resources and ideology. The charismatic leader gains control by dint of forceful personality. The anonymous, bureaucratic leader gains control by climbing the organization. Decentralized and specialized leaders prevail in a loosely structured and decentralized movement. Consensual groups rely on group deliberation and, at most, rotating leaders for the group's efforts. Outsiders are professionals brought into a movement temporarily. Intellectual leaders usually operate apart from the political fray, offering political rationales and strategic advice to activists. The vanguard. Some movements, especially those that represent small factions with few resources and little public support, do not permit democratic decision-making. In the vanguard model, a small elite cadre initiates and implements plans of action. Deviation from the party line is not tolerated. Loyalty is placed at such a high premium that leaders become autocratic. Feuds within the ruling elite split the movement into warring factions and can even lead to violence. Leadership overshadows the rest of the movement. V. I. Lenin was the principal theorist of the vanguard. Lenin argued that centralized control of a movement actually makes it more democratic. A well-run operation, he explained, enables a movement to achieve results. That, in turn, attracts more people to the movement, which forces the vanguard to be ever more responsive to mass desires. Lenin called for a separate class of activists, which he called professional revolutionaries. Such professionals are needed for the process of directing and organizing the new order, of being the teacher, guide, and leader of all the toiling and exploited in the task of building up their social life. Without such a disciplined cadre, the temptation would be great for some leaders to sell out the cause for a mess of pottage. 58. The vanguard model considers the members of great social movements almost as pawns, which play useful roles only when they are properly directed from above. Individuals' own opinions are considered at best unnecessary and disruptive. Activists are most valued when they are replaceable parts in a machine. The vanguard's job is to direct and manage, rather than to accommodate, the contradictions inherent in people's complex lives. The only way to change society is to eradicate people's petty biases and beliefs. That requires a leadership cadre that is single-minded and powerful enough to direct its followers. In recent years, the Nation of Islam has operated with a vanguard style of leadership. Control is concentrated in the upper ranks of the movement, and followers are expected to adhere to strict discipline. One of the reasons the organization has attracted public attention and addressed difficult problems like drug dealing in inner-city housing projects is that the leadership at different levels can depend on obedience from followers. In fact, one of the group's greatest appeals to young blacks is its ideology of discipline and order. The 1995 Million Man March organized by Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan also depended on the vanguard leadership structure to coordinate logistics and spread the message of the demonstration. Charismatic leadership. If the purpose of protest is to overcome the inherent limits of ordinary politics, then charismatic leadership can provide the quickest and most comprehensive leadership approach. As Dennis Wrong noted, charismatic authority typically exceeds the other forms of non-coercive power and authority in comprehensiveness and intensity. 59. Followers are willing to do more for a charismatic movement than for causes with more earthly inspirations. Movements that rely solely on charismatic authority, however, may be short-lived. Members develop a dependent relationship with their leaders, never learning how to run their own operations. While the charismatic leader is in charge, the organization may function well. But all leaders eventually pass from the scene. If the organization does not have a coherent system to maintain operations after the leader's passing, it will fail. The members of the organization need reliable coordination to continue their work. Without it, they fall into messy power struggles. Charismatic leaders seem to be born, not made. Leaders who emerge as heroes of historic events appear to possess divinely inspired authority, a superhuman bond with followers. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and Cesar Chavez seem to their followers to possess charisma. In the United States, movements with extensive organizations were directed by charismatic leaders like King and Malcolm. Lech Walesa and Václav Havel often seemed to enjoy this kind of authority in the revolutions that toppled communist regimes in Poland and Czechoslovakia. Of course, though the source of a leader's charisma seems otherworldly, the leaders worked long and hard to develop the political skills and knowledge they needed in order to lead. Max Weber argued that charismatic authority is less and less likely to shape modern politics because of the pervasive influence of formal bureaucratic structures in political and social life. Doing politics by the book in bureaucracies, technical decision-making, and routine interactions leaves little space for a transformative style of leadership. 60 But a rationalized style of politics may actually foster a hunger for charismatic leadership. The diffused responsibility and bland routines of large organizations cause people to seek out a leader with a clear focus and vision. A hunger for charismatic leadership distracts some activists from the process of building a movement from the ground up. Waiting for a Moses to lead the way to the promised land can divert activists from the tedious but necessary process of movement building. When the civil rights movement foundered in the 1970s and 1980s, many activists pined for the charismatic leadership of someone like Martin Luther King. Meanwhile, the old line organizations decayed and new structures failed to take their place. Patricia Hill Collins has argued, focusing on King the positive role model, King the great man of history, on King as King the texture of everyday activism, and denies us an understanding of how change occurs. We forget that most activism is brought about by ordinary people like ourselves. 61. Just as a sports coach is only as good as the team's players, so too a protest leader is only as good as the movement's organization, followers, and strategy. Because the United States has become so attached to a strong leadership model of politics, the absence of a strong figure is used as an excuse for movement failure. Bureaucratic leadership. Large-scale and consensus movements tend toward hierarchical, bureaucratic organizations. These organizations have an extensive division of labor overseen by career managers. Specialists perform fundraising, recruitment, training, media relations, polling, and other tasks. These organizations tend to be cautious and slow to change. They avoid controversial statements and actions. People rise to positions of leadership by working within established structures, by steadily accumulating political IOUs, and building majority coalitions within the structure. Most movements need some form of bureaucratic leadership. To organize mass demonstrations, raise funds to maintain organizations, engage in protracted legal battles, and communicate with diverse and far-flung followers, the movement requires formal structure and reliable operations. The civil rights, nuclear freeze, anti-apartheid, and environmental movements at times all operated through large structures. One challenge for bureaucratic leaders is to avoid becoming so gray that they no longer excite the imagination or the indignation of followers. They must also avoid falling into such predictable routines that the targets of protest can easily anticipate strategies and tactics. Extraordinary politics works best when it keeps adversaries off balance. It also requires rapid response to changes in circumstances. Activists waste precious time and resources and suffer public embarrassment if their organizations are so bulky that they cannot adjust themselves quickly. Decentralized leadership. Confederal movements offer leadership positions to many people in scattered places. Leaders of geographic chapters enjoy wide latitude in recruitment, organizational maintenance, and development of protest campaigns. The chapters take advantage of finances and expertise offered by the center and in return contribute resources and bodies to campaigns coordinated by the umbrella organization. When operations are not dispersed geographically, responsibility is dispersed within the operation. Organizational and business theory refer to these multiple systems as parallel hierarchies or horizontal integration. The Southern Christian Leadership Conference is the classic embodiment of a decentralized leadership structure. Member churches and regions operated their own organizations, but also benefited from the glow and the resources of their charismatic leader, Martin Luther King. They also followed the basic principles of nonviolence and assimilation. Feminist, neighborhood, and environmental movements operate as constellations of separate leadership and organizational structures. Their leaders do not always cooperate, but they share resources and work together on many common issues. This decentralized structure allows them to respond quickly as a group to local events. Because of their permeability, loosely structured movements always face the danger of takeover from outside groups. Tenant groups appear especially vulnerable since property interests vary so much among members of the community. Some of the greatest movements of recent years have split into warring factions largely because they left themselves vulnerable to outside manipulation. The Students for a Democratic Society, for example, adhering to its values of democratic tolerance, allowed the Maoist Progressive Labor Party to proselytize at its assemblies, and eventually found a new faction disrupting the meetings. The SDS could not focus on its own agenda with the Maoists' disruptions, and lost control of its own image and public relations as a result. Leaderless groups allow outsiders to shape the agenda and the image of the movement. When a movement fails to select a leader or spokesperson, the media or the movement's adversaries determine which persons to negotiate with and to depict in the media as their leaders. Government and business adversaries do whatever they can to co-opt the movement, including giving favorable treatment to the activists they consider to be the most moderate or constructive members of the movement. Mass media portrayals tend to highlight the actions and statements of colorful or radical figures as a movement's representative because such a person makes better copy. In either case, when a group fails to designate a leader or spokesperson, the movement loses control over its own affairs. Consensual leadership. Many protest movements attempt to avoid the creation of a leadership elite. Groups that agitate for democratic goals are especially self-conscious about their own structure and decision-making procedures. The inherent difficulties of organizing, especially the limited rewards offered to potential recruits, require that some degree of coordination be attained. But consensual organizations gain strength from greater levels of participation, which offsets some of the losses from a lesser degree of coordination. Whether consensual leadership works depends on a wide variety of internal and external factors, such as resources, organization, clarity of goals, and toughness of adversaries. Participatory democracy is not easy. Involving many activists in basic decision-making and coordination can slow down the movement and pull it in different directions. Members of consensual movements often resent efforts to focus on a particular subject of discussion or make final decisions. In an open organization, trivial issues often waste the valuable time of activists. Because of the growing importance of identity in contemporary issues, activists are diverted from the immediate cause. The organizer of an anti-Persian Gulf War campaign in California recalled the frustration of getting activists to focus on the war. Herring coalition meetings was extremely difficult because everyone in the room was intent upon representing not just an organization but a conception, the African American perspective, the Jewish perspective, the gay/lesbian perspective. 62. What makes it even more difficult is that when specific initiatives fail, many members become dispirited and are tempted to drop out. Political movements on issues as diverse as feminism, environmentalism, gay rights, and neighborhood development have confronted the dangers of anarchy that come from consensual leadership. The classic example is the Students for a Democratic Society. The SDS started out as an open, consensual organization but later confronted the inherent problems of coordination. The problems of operating a staff of 45 in a democratic manner are much greater than anybody seemed to realize at first. Here is a real question about whether we can afford to take 8 hours to attain a consensus on every issue. 63. The SDS moved toward a more formal structure. A dedicated cadre is necessary in any revolutionary group. Only a vanguard party, or band, has the toughness and discipline to undertake the organization of masses of people, to withstand repression, to forge a militant force, to lead the revolution. 64. Outside leadership. Some of the most effective protest leaders come from outside the community. Outside organizers enter a city or neighborhood to provide the organizational expertise needed to confront powerful adversaries. The outsiders teach the locals what they need to fight City Hall on their own. Then they remove themselves from the movement's everyday operation. Some of these outside organizers act on a pro bono basis, but others charge fees for their services. The professional core of organizers is paid with dues or other funds collected by the people in the neighborhood. Saul Alinsky was the pioneer of outside organizers. Alinsky offered his services to tenants and other urban groups and trained younger organizers to coordinate protest. Social workers and lawyers are the most common outside organizers. Their goal is to provide neighborhood activists with the tools they need to fight on their own. The activists themselves plan and execute their own strategies, but under the guidance of the outside organizer. The outside organizer can help to broaden the scope of the conflict to include agencies and issues long forgotten or unknown by the activists. For example, when residents of South Armour Square in Chicago fought the construction of a new baseball stadium in 1990, an activist lawyer filed a lawsuit on their behalf. The suit charged that the stadium was just part of a long series of abuses that the neighborhood suffered because its population was black. The legal action dramatically broadened the range of issues and participants in the controversy. Intellectual leadership. Intellectuals often seem far removed from the struggles of the streets. Their abstract terminology, elaborate statements of the obvious, and diffident ways make them appear as peripheral figures. But many movements owe their inspiration to the seminal tracks of creative thinkers. Betty Friedan's feminist mystique articulated the dilemmas of middle-class women and helped to spur the feminist movement. Since the 1960s, a vibrant feminist literature has helped to expand and to sustain the movement. Michael Bray's A Time to Kill and Joe Scheidler's Closed 99 Ways to Stop Abortion laid the ground for the violent tactics in the anti-abortion movement in the 1990s. The militia movement, which attracted national attention after the bombing of a federal building in Oklahoma City in 1995, found inspiration in William L. Pierce's apocalyptic novel of state terror called The Turner Diaries. The modern environmental movement began with the publication of Rachel Carson's Silent Spring. The nuclear freeze movement was inspired by the vivid essay about the futility of nuclear war in Jonathan Schell's Fate of the Earth. Edward Abbey's novel The Monkey Wrench Gang inspired radical environmentalists of the 1980s. The writings of C. Wright Mills, Herbert Marcuse, and Theodore Roszak inspired the student movement. Mills especially influenced the Port Huron Statement, the manifesto of the New Left. Activist Tom Hayden recalled, C. Wright Mills defied the drabness of academic life and quickly became the oracle of the New Left, combining the rebel lifestyle of James Dean and the moral passion of Albert Camus, with the comprehensive portrayal of the American condition we were all looking for. 65. Some movement leaders specifically seek theoretical justifications for their causes retroactively. After the nonviolent civil rights movement had already won important victories, Martin Luther King traveled to India and studied the thought of Mohandas Gandhi. King needed a deeper understanding of nonviolence as both an ethical appeal and a creative strategy of politics if the civil rights movement was to extend its influence. King's visits with Gandhi's followers in India helped him to deepen his understanding of the demands of nonviolent action. The trip impressed upon King the need for severe self-criticism, avoidance of material possessions and luxury, and absolute self-discipline. 66. Intellectuals usually play indirect roles, defining the general problems, but they sometimes participate as strategists too. The intellectuals' ideas are often reduced to a shorthand because protesters need to understand the theoretical reasoning behind the activism. Even in simplified form, academic treatises allow activists to envision political and social arrangements different from the status quo. Theoretical justifications also impress outside parties, such as media and political brokers, who influence public perceptions. Some observers argue that intellectuals actually create movements to test their pet theories and solidify their interests. 67 Such a theory would seem to discount the real grievances that motivate people to make the sacrifices necessary for political participation. The belief that ideas matter is the common denominator of most political and social movements. Organizers cannot recruit or sustain activists without creating a larger sense of purpose. Intellectuals provide the justification that pulls the whole movement together. While ordinary politics muddles through, extraordinary politics can offer a clarity of vision that changes the way politics is conducted. Recruiting and training leaders. Leaders come from all walks of life, but they do not just appear on the scene to promote a cause. Political activism is the culmination of a long process of development. People's unique circumstances shape their personality, organizational skills, and commitment to political causes. Protest leaders emerge from the crucible of opportunity and rejection. Future leaders grow up in circumstances that give them a sense of the possibilities of political life, but they also experience the frustration of exclusion from the discourse of ordinary politics. Many leaders come from families that offered an intense environment of support and education, and also articulated the limitations that our people face in the outside world. Aaron Johnson, a civil rights leader in Mississippi, summarized the messages that families gave their children: "You're somebody. You're somebody. You can't express it right now, but you keep this in mind. You're just as much as anybody, you keep it in mind." 68. The contrast between opportunity and restraints is foremost in the leader's mind from a young age. The peace movement of the late 20th century developed out of college campuses and church congregations. Many veterans of 1960s civil rights and anti-war movements found niches in these places and helped to incubate the activists of the next generation. It was no accident that the core of the movement against the Gulf War and the nuclear arms race came from isolated, committed enclaves like the California and New York college campuses and the Catholic Church. Institutions dubbed halfway houses provide a kind of school for training activists. These institutions, separated from social norms and practices, offer a haven for people who feel cut off from mainstream institutions. Halfway houses train activists, then send them out to reform society. People come from all over to talk about their lives and frustrations and to learn how to assert themselves in the political system. Halfway houses develop a battery of social change resources such as skilled activists, tactical knowledge, media contacts, workshops, knowledge of past movements, and a vision of a future society. 69. They are too small to coordinate movements against social ills, so they focus on education. The Highlander Folk School, loosely modeled after folk schools operating in Denmark since 1864, teaches people how to use the resources that their communities already have at their disposal. Miles Horton, Highlander's founder, argued that oppressed peoples have got much of the knowledge as a group. If they only knew how to analyze what their experiences were, what they know, and generalize them, they would be able to draw on their own resources. 70. Highlander teaches people to be consensual leaders. Rather than adopting the mantle of the expert and instructing community activists on what to do, Highlander teaches graduates how to develop their own ways to challenge their communities and involve them in developing activist strategies. Highlander trained many leaders of the civil rights movement, including E.D. Nixon, Fred Shuttlesworth, Septima Clark, Esau Jenkins, and C.T. Vivian. Martin Luther King and Ralph Abernathy appeared at the school, too. Rosa Parks attended Highlander 4 months before initiating the landmark protest against Montgomery's segregated bus system. Before attending Highlander, Parks had been afraid to confront the city's white power structure. Septima Clark remembered, after she talked it out in that workshop that morning and she went back home, then she decided that, I'm not going to move out of that seat. 71. The conservative movement has its own halfway houses. The Christian Coalition, for example, established political technology training schools in the 1980s to recruit up to 5,000 political candidates and activists at a time. Nationwide networks of churches, schools, colleges, broadcasting networks, political action committees, law firms, and publishing houses also provide socialization and political training. Halfway houses play a vital role in other movements as well. Labor unions hold training sessions for organizers and general education programs for members. The Acorn Institute in New Orleans teaches organizers how to develop community contacts, set up meetings, identify issues and goals, attract resources, and involve the community. 72 The Industrial Areas Foundation opened a training institute in 1969 that has become the bedrock of congregation-based community organizing. The IAF offers week-long instruction from active organizers to ministers and other local religious leaders who want to organize their communities. Alternative schools, such as New York City's El Puente Academy for Peace and Justice, also provide training in activism. 73 The Students for a Democratic Society grew out of the AFL-CIO's League for Industrial Democracy. The Freedom Schools and Freedom Mississippi Democratic Party taught many blacks in Mississippi the skills they would need to participate in politics later on. The Community Action Program also taught a generation of activists how to engage local political systems. Even prisons can serve as a halfway house for political action. The Nation of Islam has taken hopeless and unskilled black prisoners and taught them basic skills and discipline as well as a coherent ethical system so that they can serve as community leaders when they get out of jail. Prison serves as a different kind of training ground for many gang members, it can even be an extension of gang life. When you be in prison, the first thing you find out is that your brothers in the club got it all set up for you, a member of a New York gang said. They can set you up with certain jobs and they can get you the goods you want. They got it organized real well. 74. The prison experience is a unique mixture of isolation and exposure to outside ideas. 75. Nothing beats experience for gaining skills and confidence. One inner-city grassroots organizer said her organizing efforts in inner-city ghettos gave her the confidence and skills she needed to confront sexism in the Students for a Democratic Society and beyond. We learned how to deal with a lot of situations. We learned how to fight. We went in there and fought welfare battles. We went in there and really pushed other people to take a lot of initiative. And when it came to appearing in SDS national things, I had no doubt I could talk. 76. Women could learn how to engage in political action only by taking charge of their own organizing efforts. Structuring protest. American politics since the 1960s has been marked by a peculiar mix of energy and lethargy. Fatalism about the impossibility of basic reform exists side by side with a core anger and desire to confront the most distorted aspects of the system. It is hard to envision sweeping nationwide movements on the scale of 19th-century populism, New Deal-era poor people's and workers' movements, or even 1960s anti-war and student activism. Nonetheless, people seem more and more willing to confront grievances in particular places, from environmental racism to sexual discrimination in the workplace to the threats to the old-growth forests of the Pacific Northwest. A deep ambivalence about formal organization is part of this mixture of energy and lethargy. Politics without organization is almost impossible, but organization also stunts the imagination and repertoires of political actors. These organizational dilemmas are more acute for extraordinary politics than ordinary politics because extraordinary politics arises to challenge the political system's basic structures and ideology. Ultimately, these dilemmas cannot be solved. They can only be managed with a creative mix of strategies and tactics. 5. Dimensions of strategy. The mass media depict protest as the elephant man of politics, odd, deformed, and fascinating, a sideshow repulsive and alluring at the same time. 1. Like the elephant man, protesters find themselves marginalized and dismissed, but on occasion they exploit their notoriety and force authorities to respond to their demands. If protesters can get the community to pay attention, they can attract new supporters and resources. By enlarging the scope of conflict, the protesters change the balance of power. Michael Lipsky most forcefully developed the argument that publicity drives political protest. In a seminal study of a rent strike in New York City, Lipsky argued that protesters succeed only when they get outsiders involved in a dispute. The essence of political protest consists of activating third parties to participate in controversy in ways favorable to protest goals too. Successful movements need to publicize their cause through the mass media. Getting the world to pay attention to the protesters' grievances and winning the support of sympathetic people with money, expertise, and other resources helps activists to expand their operations. It also undermines the public posture of their adversaries. Lipsky argued that third parties, the media, the public not directly involved in the dispute, provide the key to power for the poor and other excluded groups. The problem of the powerless in protest activity is to activate third parties to enter the implicit or explicit bargaining arena in ways favorable to the protesters. Relatively powerless groups cannot use protest with a high probability of success. They lack organizational resources by definition. 3. The third-party argument assumes that protest politics hinges on the ability to persuade relevant political bodies to change important policies. Third parties can change the balance of power and forge a new democratic process. Evidence abounds to support the third-party thesis. Liberal groups joined the civil rights movement after decades of reticence and indifference. Key events in the civil rights movement encouraged liberals and moderates to support major legislation that they had previously refused. William Gogan, an assistant to Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy, later recalled that the events in Birmingham and Selma helped to attract the support of moderate Republicans on Capitol Hill. 4. A study of the United Farm Workers also identified the involvement of the public on the side of the farmers as the key element in the migrant workers' ability to extract concessions from farm owners. 5. Third parties also tipped the balance in the migrant farming issue in the form of consumer boycotts that forced corporate interests to bargain with labor representatives. If publicity makes a movement, the 1995 Million Man March offered an unparalleled opportunity to confront the problems of race relations in America. But media coverage stressed the role of Louis Farrakhan, the leader of the Nation of Islam, who called for the gathering as a day of atonement. In the week leading up to the march, Farrakhan's history of anti-Semitic and anti-white statements was the focus of attention. Just as the media focus on him seemed to fade, Farrakhan referred to Jews as bloodsuckers for profiting in inner-city businesses that did not strengthen black communities. Media thrived and struggled with this. Frisson of Farrakhan. Reporters and politicians alike struggled to separate the message from the messenger. Pundits did not reason that the hundreds of thousands of demonstrators were themselves the messengers. Despite the extraordinary organization that went into the gathering, it was first and foremost a media event with all of the inherent limitations of such an event. Understanding the media's audiences is essential. Protesters must somehow connect with the interests or empathy of specific audiences. The values that the activists espouse must resonate with some value held by the audience. That requires translation. The audience must be shown how its values fit with the interests and aspirations of the activists. The civil rights movement's nonviolence was effective because images of police brutality against peaceful marchers were broadcast nationwide. The tenant, migrant farmer, and feminist causes all succeeded when the audience developed some sense of empathy and identity with the activists. Other protests, such as student sit-ins, may be less effective if they are broadcast far and wide. Protesters in other countries may target their messages to specific audiences overseas, as was the case with Kuwaiti protesters against U.S. support of the emir, who wrote their signs in English. 6. The strategy of engaging third parties involves certain contradictions. To draw media attention, protesters must conform to the news requirements of the media. Newspapers and broadcasters thrive on drama. Reporters gravitate toward political tension and conflict, rhetorical extremes, and absolutes. Louis Farrakhan's leadership of the Million Man March seemed designed for the dramatic needs of media. In an earlier age of protest, Floyd McKissick of the Congress of Racial Equality ruefully noted the mainstream media's attraction to a statement that sounds radical, violent, extreme, the verbal equivalent of a riot. Media gravitate toward factional conflicts within communities. Media respond to protesters, McKissick said, only when one activist betrays another and uses his tongue as a switchblade, or only if he sounds outlandish, extremist, or psychotic. 7. In other words, the way Louis Farrakhan sounds to mainstream America. But drama and conflict fade. A claim that is newsworthy one day is often considered to be mindless cant the next day. After weeks of anticipation and excitement about a demonstration, people go home. Then what? To maintain legitimacy as a public force, protesters must show that they can not only attract attention to a problem but also do something constructive about it. Outsiders as well as supporters demand results. Lipsky noted, newspapers at first may be attracted to sensationalism, and later demand verifiability in the interests of adherence to professional journalistic standards or community harmony. 8. Publicity cannot be a substitute for thorough engagement in the political process. To deliver results, Lipsky argued, activists must move from the glare of the television cameras to the monotony of political deliberation. After getting attention with bold statements to mass media, protesters settle into a process of bargaining with adversaries. But that transition is difficult. Protest leaders face a choice between vivid and uncompromising public rhetoric on the one hand and pragmatic, difference-splitting talk on the other. This shift to moderation is necessary, but it also may alienate committed and extreme followers as well as the conflict-loving media. Protesters try in vain to have it both ways. At the same time that they are trying to appear responsible, they need also to energize their followers. Ultimately, protest movements live and die with their media appeals to third parties. At first glance, Lipsky's emphasis on the mass media and third parties seems justified. Lipsky captures an important dynamic of democratic politics in an age of mass society. Protesters need to rise above the clutter of ordinary politics and mass society, and the media offer an extraordinary way for them to do so and tell the world about their grievances. Lipsky's perspective is prominent in American democratic thought. James Madison's famous Federalist Number 10 indicated the importance of creating a broad public arena to deal with vexing political problems. Euchner later argued that the scope of conflict is the fundamental factor in determining the tenor of public debate and the range of groups participating in politics. 9 More recently, Todd Gitlin has suggested that the protest movements of the 1960s relied on drama and conflict. 10 Lipsky's model is aesthetically appealing, as well. It posits a simple narrative of protest, complete with beginning, middle, and end. In the beginning, protesters shout and carry on, trying to reach third parties through the media. In the middle, protesters and targets bargain. In the end, a new social compact is reached. But even though using media to expand the scope of conflict is important, it offers limited strategic possibilities. Contrary to Marshall McLuhan's dictum that the medium is the message, 11 subversive politics requires more than broad publicity. As Lipsky acknowledged, publicity can put unbearable pressure on activists to produce results. Opponents of protest emphasize the overstated rhetoric and unmet promises of extreme rhetoric, inviting a backlash and a counter-mobilization against reform. Mass media produce a blinding glare that often undermines political deliberation. It was doubtful, at best, whether Louis Farrakhan's 1995 march could ever produce the kind of national dialogue necessary to change American race relations. The event was too fleeting and the players and issues too detached from American politics for it to lead to the development of a meaningful program of reform. As important as mass publicity may be for a social movement, even more vital to social movements is a particular kind of publicity: the long-term diffusion of information about issues and strategies. Charles Tilley and Sidney Tarrow have argued that protest became a major part of political conflict only with the development of modular tactics and strategies. Modularity, Tarrow explained, refers to the capacity of a form of collective action to be utilized by a variety of political actors, against a variety of political targets, either alone, or in combination with other forms. 12. Modular tactics are the interchangeable parts of protest politics. They can be employed virtually anywhere at any time. Pickets and blockades, for example, can be used against government agencies, factories, public housing, and abortion clinics. Tactics that are versatile and capable of being replicated enable a movement to expand and sustain itself over the long term. The important point is the following: only with modular tactics. Never alone. Can mass communications enable extraordinary politics to spread far and last long. Without a broad and sophisticated repertoire of tactics and strategies that can be used in a number of circumstances, protest movements achieve little by publicizing grievances. Politics requires knowledge of how to confront the opposition, a variety of approaches and flexible means of implementing them, and not just an ability to attract attention and sympathy. Low-intensity forms of communication, in fact, often circulate essential information better than mass media. For the purposes of the day-to-day education of activists, diffusion occurs not only through mass media but also through newsletters, electronic mail, conference papers, training seminars, and books and pamphlets. These forms of communication enable activists to learn their trade, share experiences, and develop common identities. Even in repressive regimes like China, communication systems like computer networks make it possible to share information about their political battles. 13. This kind of communication, far from the glare of publicity, enables activists to interact without outside interference or scrutiny. Without doubt, the bright lights of the mass media can help to recruit people for protest across vast expanses. The revolutions in Europe in 1989 testify to the rapid mobilization that is possible with mass media and to the potential influence of third parties. Mass media can teach people throughout the world about the goals and strategies of protest. But extraordinary politics usually operates outside the view of a large audience. Activists perform on a public stage for only fleeting moments, if at all. Before and after the public performances, activists must study, organize, raise money and other resources, and enlist expertise. Sometimes activists win their most important battles without any public notice. The spotlight even detracts from the strategic imperatives of extraordinary politics. Involving the larger community in a dispute can help protesters, but it is never enough to create a full-fledged movement for important political reform. The 4 dimensions. Strategy provides the broad outlines for conflict, which activists fill in with the specific tactics necessary to confront political adversaries. Strategy represents the logic behind the specific actions that people take to achieve their objectives. It is the grand design of conflict. A strong and consistent strategy provides a lodestar for activists, and thus the specific tactical actions may be coordinated effectively. In itself, extraordinary politics represents a major strategic decision, a resolve to forego or to supplement ordinary structures and processes. By working outside formal structures of politics, people challenge the very legitimacy of the political system. While activists clearly lack a variety of the political resources and strategies used in ordinary politics, they do enjoy a unique freedom and creativity. To develop an effective, long-term movement, activists must apply four basic dimensions of political action: time, space, force, and mind. These dimensions provide a framework for activists as they decide upon the shape of their strategy. They indicate the basic ways that the activists might confront their adversaries and approach others in the community. Because the dimensions interact with one another, and even overlap at times, activists cannot afford to ignore any of them. Time. Time is the most precious of resources, it is the ultimate non-reproducible asset. Every moment that passes cannot be used again for protest or anything else. No one can escape the chronological net that restricts options for action. Point 14. Because time is a unique and inescapable dimension of experience, protesters must be aware of the quantitative and qualitative aspects of their own time as well as the time of their opponents. Time is precious to all, but more precious to some than others. In different circumstances, time is more or less dear to the protester than it is to the protester's adversary. Time is understood differently by political antagonists depending on the circumstances. Time limits demand that people choose some actions and prioritize over others. In their study of the experience of everyday life, Alfred Schutz and Thomas Luckman wrote, "The possibility of actualizing a number of plans, of undertaking acts, having experiences, is already very limited by time alone. I must postpone one thing and give another temporal priority. I must arrange the temporal course of my affairs according to their degrees of urgency." 15. This principle of first things first expresses the possibilities and limitations of human action. It is a principle especially important to activists since their resources are so precious. Time imposes itself on people in the form of demands and deadlines. In a complex political environment, actors juggle several different demands at the same time. Have the members of the organization been called? Has the lawyer been contacted? What about allies of the movement? Has the adversary's ultimatum been answered? Have rooms in the meeting place been reserved? Have internal squabbles been settled? Have reporters been contacted? On and on, activists with few resources must somehow manage the press of events, deciding what to give priority and what to delay for a later time. Activists constantly debate which priorities are so urgent that they must be addressed before others. Some argue that an overall strategy must be developed before activists can confront their opponents, that action requires a design for action. Others disagree, insisting that a detailed blueprint for action costs protesters precious opportunities to hit their targets. The Latin American revolutionary ideal of Foucaultism holds that action without design dramatically challenges established political structures. 16. Revolutionary attacks that are planned in advance tend to conform to the logic of the target, rather than expressing an uncontrollable opposition. In addition, waiting too long to act can give the opposition a chance to consolidate its position. A case in point is the nuclear freeze movement, which, according to one activist and scholar, waited too long to confront formal political structures. Instead of attempting to perfect its strategy, Pam Solo has maintained, the movement should have acted to take advantage of public opinion in favor of the freeze. The movement's dawdling enabled the Reagan administration to strike back and co-opt the movement's message. 17. Even though time is a dimension that is usually understood in scientific terms, it is a social dimension. People understand time according to how their social structures and obligations are arranged. Time frames the way people understand all kinds of phenomena. Commuters, for example, find it more realistic to express the distance they travel to work in hours and minutes rather than miles. People also respond to time according to the way they have been taught to think about it. Time is conceived differently in modern post-industrial settings than it was in medieval or mercantile settings. Technological advances, particularly in transportation and communication, have compressed time. The relevance of time for protest can be illustrated by understanding how it runs out or bears down on different people. Student activism is always constrained by the knowledge that university officials will no longer have to deal with them once the semester ends. Administrators delay responding to protest demands with the knowledge that when students disperse they will not be able to press their cause effectively. In this example, time is most precious to the outsider group. A case in point is the student movement that pressed for university divestment of financial holdings in South Africa. At campuses across the country in 1985, student organizations marched, set up shanties on campus quadrangles, and occupied key campus spaces including administration buildings. A typical administration response was to welcome discussion, allow students to remain where they had set up demonstrations, and wait out the protesters. One student activist at Columbia University, where activists blockaded the administration building, recalled, during that third week a kind of mood of lethargy hit, and it became a chore-like atmosphere. There was a lot of feeling that it was kind of futile to stay out there 18. Waiting for summer recess was the ultimate administration response at universities like Columbia and Johns Hopkins. Time puts the greatest pressure on crisis movements. Two examples illustrate the limited window of opportunity for activists. Groups that have organized to confront the AIDS crisis face a constant threat to survival because many activists face the possibility that they will die soon from the complications of AIDS. The life expectancy for people with the human immunodeficiency virus is only about 15 years from the time of infection, and the actual time of infection is often unknown to the victim. Most gay people have lost countless friends to AIDS. The dreadful prospect of early death reduces the strategic possibilities for activism. In order to be effective, most movements need to develop a broad repertoire of actions and engage the community in the full complexity of the issues. AIDS, however, has demanded instant action. Activists have focused on actions that might deliver quick assistance on matters like job and housing discrimination, access to health insurance, drug availability and cost, and hospital and hospice practices. Broader strategies have not always been possible because of restricted time horizons. Protest against the Persian Gulf War provides another example of the time restrictions on activism. Little more than 4 months passed from Iraq's August 1990 invasion of Kuwait to the January 1991 date set for war against Iraq. Activists mobilized quickly against the possibility of war, staging demonstrations, lobbying public officials, and advising conscientious objectors. But events moved so quickly that activists did not have the time to devise a long-term strategy that explored the complex dimensions of the war and confronted different levels of the system. When President George Bush announced attacks on Iraq, public opinion swung strongly in support of the war. The anti-war effort was limited to pockets of liberalism like San Francisco, Berkeley, Madison, and New York. Barbara Epstein, a scholar and anti-war activist, recalled, "We were caught off guard by the quick and dramatic drop in opposition to war virtually the moment the bombing began. Many of us found ourselves in the awkward and unhappy position of hoping that the war would last a long time, that the Iraqi opposition would be strong enough to impose substantial costs on the United States. 19. Time can be the activist's ally, too. Often, the only resources that protesters have is time. During labor strikes, businesses lose money with the passage of each moment. As long as they have means of survival, workers can afford to lose time. The key question is which side can outlast the other. Probably the best indicators of the two sides' abilities to survive a strike are the sizes of labor's strike fund and management's insurance policy. The major strategic question concerning time is whether to seek a quick knockout or to settle in for a long process of trench warfare. Both approaches entail risks. The knockout approach entails amassing resources to overwhelm the opponent quickly. If the opponent survives, the attacker might not only lack resources for future engagements but also suffer an extreme psychological blow. The long-term approach, which relies on winning by attrition, has its own risks. The longer a political battle, the more difficult it is to maintain the interest and enthusiasm of supporters. The long-term strategy also falters if the protest group depends on a media strategy to enlarge the scope of conflict. Media reporters and managers get bored when nothing dramatic happens, so reporters either drift away or focus on internal squabbles of the movement. Spontaneity and surprise among the most effective gambits of protest represent an interruption of normal time. As the targets of protest unsuspectingly go about their business, the activists spring into action. Catching opponents unaware can put them in awkward positions where they are more likely to make costly mistakes. An element of uncertainty enters the everyday calculations of adversaries. The adversary does not know how long the siege will last, when the activists might make a new strike, or what the eventual costs might be. How bystanders will respond to the conflict also poses uncertainty. The more inscrutable the movement, the more unnerved the target. Time is often the only resource of activists. Lacking money and other tangible resources, activists give hours instead. The problem with reliance on time as a resource, however, is that volunteers might expect a faster return on their investment than is possible. Use of other resources in addition to time lends the movement strategic sophistication and flexibility as well as the means to sustain the long and uncertain process of political engagement. When a political campaign relies too much on the activists' time, a sense of urgency results. Activists who give their time to a cause become impatient and frustrated when the cause does not produce quick results. As Michael Lipsky has noted, to keep wavering followers energized, leaders of extraordinary politics feel pressured to take extreme stands and make outlandish statements. That, in turn, could make the transition to a process of negotiation difficult. Pacing is another important factor of time. Especially in groups lacking resources, leaders and their followers must pace themselves to make sure that they do not squander what resources they possess. The pacing of actions determines who confronts whom and when. Fast-paced politics could force the protesters to deal with many adversaries at the same time, while a slower pace could allow protesters to deal with different adversaries one by one. Dealing with many adversaries at once usually presents disadvantages, since it strains the activists' resources and reduces their focus. It can be creative, however, if the activists expand their repertoire of action and gather valuable information about strategies and tactics. When activists spend a lot of time away from home, they are more susceptible to internal stresses and tensions. Activists who travel cross-country are less likely to accept a slow-motion conflict with the adversary. They are eager to return home to their families, friends, jobs, and familiar places, and so they push for dramatic and conclusive actions. That can put the movement at a strategic disadvantage, since time is often one of the few resources that many protest organizations have. To get more time from activists, it makes sense to recruit close to home. Protesters orient themselves differently with public and private authorities. Protest moves faster than most government action, but slower than developments in the private sector. 20 Activists must pace themselves, realizing that different entities have different time orientations. Effective activism requires adjustment to the paces of public and private entities. Schools that operate 9 months a year, businesses that work 5 days a week, corporate farms that pick crops only 4 months a year all require that activists adjust their calculations to fit rhythms and cycles. Sometimes, though, activists can set others' pace. The ultimate strategy is to subvert the rhythms of adversaries. Tying up adversaries in court can cost them not only time and money, but also their reputations. When none of these options is viable, protesters must decide whether to allocate much time to these bodies or move on to new targets and conflicts. Time is a dimension of necessity. Time forces people to respond to others' actions or lose forever the chance to do so. The question for all concerned is whether the space they occupy gives them an opportunity to force themselves on others or evade the challenges of others. Space. While time is fluid, space is relatively fixed. Space is the physical environment in which people perform actions. The way space is divided, occupied, and made to appear determine what people can do with it. For activists, the important spatial issue is position. Position determines how actors approach their opponent. They can attempt to confront, surround, or elude their opponent. Before making such a decision, the activists must decide what form their campaign will take and what they want to do to their opponent. Do they want to consolidate their own forces? Or would they be better off split into pieces? Do they want their opponent intact, or fragmented into parts? Activism is limited by the way space is structured. People are restricted within spatial containers. Homes, neighborhoods, schools, factories, and so on, provide a limited range of movement for all people. Political power depends on the extent to which people can overcome the limits of structured space. It is spaces that provide fixed positions and permit circulation. They carve out individual segments and establish operational links. They mark places and indicate values. They guarantee the obedience of individuals but also a better economy of time and gesture. 21. Spaces help people to deploy and position themselves relative to their adversaries. Students are limited by the structures of schools and universities. But those spaces also allow the development of abilities, linkages, resources, and idioms that can be helpful for political action. Activists can usually attack only part of the system at a time. Over time, as different parts of the system are confronted, a larger and larger portion of the whole is confronted. No political system is a unitary and seamless structure. A political system resembles a stained glass window, with separate and discrete parts held together with a bonding agent. Rather than trying to confront a monolithic structure, activists isolate one of the many pieces of the system and attempt to influence it. Attacking one piece of the system at a time, activists can adjust their strategies and tactics according to the logic and circumstances of each piece. They can look for weak spots in the power structure or for linkages between parts of the system. Once they have conducted a successful campaign in one part of the system, they can extend their battle to other parts. Space is divided into distinct domains, and the strategic imperatives differ in the separate domains. For much of the industrial age, the workplace was the center of activism. Neighborhoods can be hospitable to activism because they are the site of the reproduction of families, the places where people must make the circumstances of their lives work. Universities are gathering spots for the young and unsettled, people with few time constraints and with experimental proclivities. Churches likewise gather people, with the added strength of mutuality and commitment to a higher good. Central business districts can be strategic sites not only because of the practical necessity of conducting business, but also because they are the symbolic center of the city. Other important domains for extraordinary politics include schools, government buildings, and parks. In his superb study of neighborhood organizing in Cincinnati, John Emerus Davis argues that territory serves as the fundamental basis of conflict in the city. Urban conflict does not just represent a displacement of class struggle, as Marxians argue. It involves a wide range of issues distinct from economic imperatives. People occupy and use space according to different goals and rationales, and conflicting goals result in political conflict. Davis identifies 3 accumulation interests and 3 accommodation interests. Point 22 briefly. The 2 clusters vary according to whether the interests desire to exploit space to make profits or to serve other human purposes. A developer, for example, might consider a house to be an asset with the potential to produce profits on rents or resale. A homeowner, though also cognizant of the property's resale potential, might care more about whether the house accommodates the family's basic living needs. Because accommodation interests often lack political connections and resources, they sometimes resort to extraordinary politics to protect or advance their interests. Whether to confront an opponent directly or indirectly poses the fundamental spatial question of strategy. One classic spatial strategy is the head-on attack. Either selecting some weak links in the opposition's position or confronting the whole structure of the opposition, activists can draw out the enemy for an engagement. Examples of direct action include sit-down strikes, pickets, occupations of workplaces and other buildings, and physical confrontation. Direct confrontations polarize the community, especially as more force is used. Violence produces the deepest controversies, usually to the activist's disadvantage. Encirclement provides an indirect spatial means to confront the opponent. If an adversary has superior physical force and position, the activist might surround the enemy to cut off supplies or information. How tightly to squeeze the enemy is an important consideration of encirclement. Keeping a distance might serve to avoid unnecessary conflicts but cost more in time and people. A tight ring around the opposition might create a more airtight seal, but it also provokes a more aggressive response. Some strategists advise leaving an opening for adversaries to escape or to negotiate a conflict gracefully. Whether to employ such a strategy would depend on whether activists desire a long-term dialogue and relationship or a decisive victory. Infiltration is another indirect approach. Secretly moving into enemy territory can enable activists to undermine the cohesiveness of the enemy while gathering valuable information. The advantage of infiltration is that it is a kind of takeover of the opponent's space. Control over space gives people the ability to protect themselves and devise strategies for confronting opponents. Infiltration undermines these advantages. Occupations of offices or factories, use of proxies at corporate board meetings, and movement in forbidden sanctuaries like churches can undermine the adversary's sense of security and control. Whatever spatial form is taken, it is important to be able to advance and retreat as circumstances dictate. Traditionally, groups that occupied permanent and high ground held the advantage in political battles. The fortress of medieval times is the pure model of positional advantage. But space has become less important with the explosion of technology. Particular locations matter less, in a way, since transportation and communication technologies offer numerous ways to move quickly from space to space. Still, holding advantageous positions remains a vital political strategy. The organization of metropolitan areas gives favorable positions to some at the expense of others. The tools of spatial control include incorporation, zoning, tax systems, highway location, and various informal structures of discrimination. 23 The isolation of the poor and minorities into ghettos results not from natural ecological processes, but from conscious political and economic designs. 24 Advantaged groups can build ramparts to protect themselves against challengers. Even when their physical position is not superior, occupants of a space often hold an advantage in political battles. When a group is protecting its turf, it fights more fiercely and effectively, requiring the opponent to be stronger than most opponents in most of these struggles ever are. 25. People know their own territory, its physical contours and social character better than outsiders. This knowledge can help them not only position themselves better but also to spring surprises on the opposition. Knowledge of space has been a major tool for workers and other activists. Space is rife with contradictions, tension between competing needs and imperatives, particularly in an economy based on constant transformation. Those contradictions are often understood best by the people who occupy the space involved. Factory slowdowns and shutdowns are difficult for management to confront effectively because foremen and other superiors do not know how the shop floor operates as intimately as workers do. Housing activists from squatters to tenant groups sometimes assert control over urban spaces that they know better than landlords and bureaucrats. Permanent positions in space give activists a base from which to recruit followers, devise strategies, and develop a strong understanding of us versus them. But attachment to place is not always advantageous. People who get stuck in a particular place do not have the flexibility they need to confront their adversaries. Consider city residents who oppose projects like highways, stadiums, and other forms of urban development. They have the knowledge of the terrain and the determination to fight these projects. But it is often difficult for them to attract allies to their cause because it is so place-specific. People in surrounding neighborhoods often respond with indifference if they are not directly threatened themselves. In fact, the possibility that the unwanted project might be relocated to their own area often makes nearby neighborhoods hostile to pleas for assistance. The inability to make these alliances not only limits activists' resources but also their own vision of the politics of change. A tenants movement, stuck in its own neighborhood, has a difficult time understanding the systemic forces at work in the community the movement is parochial. A lack of attachment to place gives activists the important element of surprise. Groups like Earth First and ACT UP could not conceivably be as effective if they had permanent positions to defend. The ability to hit and run provided them with the element of surprise and undermines their adversaries' ability to respond. These groups constantly improvised their political tactics as they moved from target to target. While they attempted to shape the public agenda with their guerrilla tactics, they sometimes became reactive to what was occurring in a particular time and place. Having no particular place of their own, they responded to the dynamics of whatever place they happened to occupy. Earth First has experienced difficulty expanding its protests into a full-fledged movement. Because its actions are so dispersed, its members have had no coherent worldview that could keep the group from splintering into innumerable hostile factions. Point 26. Modern economics disperses production and distribution globally. The distance and invisibility of major economic forces makes it difficult for organizers to educate or organize people in their workplace or communities. Saul Alinsky's classic approach to organizing, assembling local groups to battle vivid local enemies, may no longer be effective because of the dispersal of important economic institutions. Simply put, it has become nearly impossible to identify targets that are visible, local, and capable, two critics of the Alinsky model have argued. Banks, manufacturers, and even landlords are no longer based in poor neighborhoods. A local bank officer noted that he was not in a position to give protesters anything even if he wanted. "I can't do a thing locally. Now we're just a branch city." 27. In an era of economic globalization, activists must make connections from their local situations and the far-flung forces that shape their local problems. The slogan "Think globally, act locally" underscores the need to make this connection. Local problems like disinvestment, drug trafficking, environmental degradation, excessive reliance on specific industries, and healthcare all derive from international processes. To confront these problems, activists must adopt strategies that help them to confront both immediate and distant forces that shape the issues that concern them. Point 28. The environmental movement has struggled to develop linkages with other movements. The most productive linkage of recent years has been the merger of environmental and civil rights concerns. Communities of blacks, Hispanics, and other minorities have confronted the use of their neighborhoods as dumping grounds for hazardous wastes, sidings for nuclear power plants, and general disregard. The environmental justice movement took off after the release of extensive reports documenting government and industry's burdening of minority neighborhoods disproportionately. Other linkages are also necessary. Organizing workers is vital to environmentalism. Workers often accept industry's depiction of environmental regulation as a threat to jobs. But workers actually suffer the most when logging and mining industries, to take two examples, extract resources without restrictions and then leave the site barren. Workers also suffer from other wasteful industries and indoor pollution. Connecting the local with the global is the strategy that student and community activists in Baltimore followed in their campaigns against local holdings in South Africa and disinvestment from their own area in the late 1980s. The students began the campaign to protest the Johns Hopkins University's investment of endowment funds in the apartheid regime of South Africa. That campaign failed in its immediate objective, but it succeeded in other goals when it made linkages with groups in the community and beyond. Activists protested a bank's investments in South Africa and its disinvestment in Baltimore, a local corporation's takeover of union pension funds in North Carolina, the relocation of a manufacturing plant from Maryland to South Africa, and the Johns Hopkins Hospital's plans to evict neighbors to make room for an expansion of its facilities. The most tangible result was getting the bank to set aside millions of dollars for low-income neighborhood investments. People relate to space according to its intangible as well as its tangible characteristics. Social scientists distinguish between space and place to account for the different ways that people relate to their physical surroundings. Yi-Fu Tuan wrote, "What begins as undifferentiated space becomes place as we get to know it better and endow it with value. The ideas of space and place require each other for definition. From the security and stability of place we are aware of the openness, freedom, and threat of space, and vice versa. Furthermore, if we think of space as that which allows movement, then place is pause. Each pause in movement makes it possible for location to be transformed into place." Point 29. The subjective character of place makes symbolic protest possible. When protesters confront an adversary's place, they challenge that adversary's identity and social position. Gay activists invaded the Catholic Church's place identity when they threw condoms during services in New York City. Other examples of place-conscious protests include blacks' occupation of white business districts during the civil rights movement, anti-nuclear activists' occupation of the Seabrook power plant, and students' occupation of administrators' offices. International movements have struggled to understand the different perspectives of people in different places. The same issues can be viewed from different perspectives, requiring dialogues among activists from different places. In the movement against the nuclear arms race, for example, American activists were largely concerned with superpower competition between the United States and the Soviet Union, while Western European activists focused on American deployment of cruise and Pershing missiles on European soil. The movement's split vision undermined its ability to confront the Reagan administration. Point 30. Space and place, literally, provide the ground of political action. Without an understanding of this ground, activists cannot understand their condition or devise workable strategies for political action. Force. Politics is fundamentally a matter of confrontation, the actions of one side to coerce or cajole the other side into submission. The means of physical force used in politics include not only concrete resources such as weapons, communication systems, and organizational capabilities but also the ability to use these resources to damage opponents and to change the environment in which conflict occurs. The major strategic question of activist concerns what kinds of force to use against adversaries. Is discourse effective at forcing the adversary to submit to activists' demands? Is physical force more effective? Or is economic pressure, in the form of a boycott or a strike, the most effective pressure that can be applied? The decision about what kind of force to deploy depends on the strength of the adversary. Sun Tzu, the ancient Chinese warrior and theorist of conflict, wrote some 2,000 years ago about the importance of obtaining good estimates of the other side's strength. With many calculations, one can win, with few one cannot. 31. This calculation of the other's strength, the extent of their moral strength, weaponry, allies, food, and other necessities is especially important for extraordinary politics. Activists typically have few resources and need to concentrate their attacks on the other side's weak spots. Knowing just where the weak spots lie is critical to successful engagement. The political theory of Jürgen Habermas is useful for exploring the nature of force in politics. 32 Habermas posited two kinds of action, instrumental and communicative. Communicative action refers to the use of talk, research, debate, analysis to influence political debate and deliberation. Communicative action hinges on the idea that persuasion can cause people to change social arrangements. Right makes might. Criticism of political and social systems can expose their hidden logics and biases and in turn undermine the legitimacy and support for those systems. The emphasis is on giving different political actors a mutual understanding of intentions secured by the general recognition of obligations. 33. Mainstream institutions often legitimize and strengthen their power base by making false or distorted claims about how the political system works, about who governs and who benefits. A political strategy of communicative action aims to get people to scrutinize the claims spoken and unspoken of all political and social actors. Scrutinizing those claims' comprehensibility, sincerity, legitimacy, and truth can itself be a form of political action. 34 Political arrangements that are legitimate can withstand such scrutiny, Those that are not so legitimate, conversely, crumble when faced with persistent questioning and criticism. The force of communicative action depends on the protesters' ability to get authorities and other targets to respond to their claims and to abide by common standards for judging claims. If we did not suppose that a justified consensus were possible and could in some way be distinguished from a false consensus, then the very meaning of discourse, indeed of speech, would be called into question. 35. The reliability of public and private statements affects people's willingness to enter negotiations rather than trying simply to coerce opponents. It affects the utility of discourse as a strategic approach to problem solving. While it might require more time and, hence, patience, communicative action can be more flexible than instrumental action. Communicative action offers strategic potential anywhere it can engage people in argument. Because the costs of action tend to be low, signing petitions, participating in a demonstration, provoking debate with public officials or ordinary people, communicative action allows more people to participate. Instrumental action, in contrast, refers to the ways that people exert themselves to change the material reality of the community. By altering the physical position or conditions of people and groups that affect the political balance of power, activists attempt to change that balance of power. Activists deploy a variety of material and technical resources to change what they and their adversaries are capable of doing. Instrumental action positions people without regard to the merit or logic of their cause. Might makes right. It is non-discursive. It does not attempt to appeal to the logic or values of either the opponent or the larger system. The point is to create an advantaged position, not to develop consensus about the legitimacy of a particular situation. Instrumental action does not address the validity or legitimacy of political arrangements or modes of politics as much as it addresses the most effective ways to influence existing political and social structures. Activists tend to focus on instrumental action when devising their strategies. The goal is to change the physical or material context of their political struggle. Anti-abortion activists in recent years have blocked access to clinics to promote stigma and fear in both doctors and patients. Anti-war protesters in 1969 attempted to shut down Washington, D.C., by blocking bridges and roads leading into the capital so that war efforts would be hampered. The actions can be direct or indirect. Factory sit-down strikes directly confront the enemy. An example of indirect action would be a boycott against companies doing business in the apartheid regime of South Africa. The goal here is to punish a target by punishing its allies. All political and social movements contain elements of both communicative and instrumental action. Democratically oriented movements attempt to sway opinion by communicating the validity of their claims. Various kinds of public displays are intended to reach out to the public at large, as Michael Lipsky has argued, and convince people of the tightness of the cause. Some movements also rely on instrumental action. Without explaining a rationale, acts of subversion can alter the balance of power. Creating physical barriers and undermining the strength of opponents is the basic strategic imperative. Strategy usually takes on either an offensive or a defensive cast. Offensive strategies enable the activist to define the terms of conflict. By initiating action, the activist sets the timing and location of events. Offensive actions can catch targets off balance and cause mass confusion. In order to restore some semblance of order, the target might have to accede to demands for concessions or negotiations. Riots, demonstrations, and blockage of public and private facilities all fall under this category. Defensive strategies, on the other hand, create situations in which adversaries are prompted to make the first move. Activists provoke their opponents and play mind games with them, depicting themselves as the innocent parties in a conflict. The civil rights movement participated in demonstrations and other actions that activists knew would provoke violence against them and a defensive response that could show the nation that they were innocent victims of an unjust system. Technology can dramatically alter the elements of force used in extraordinary politics. Television, for example, proved to be a decisive technology for the civil rights and anti-war movements of the 1960s, so much so that many scholars of the period argued that mass media comprised the one essential element for successful protest campaigns. Mass media helped to exert the force of public opinion on adversaries, as Birmingham officials discovered after police brutality in 1963 damaged that city's reputation. Modern transportation systems enable people from all over the country to gather for massive demonstrations such as the 1,995 miles on Man March in Washington and the 1982 demonstration for a nuclear freeze in New York. Communications technologies have proven more important in the 1990s, not only publicizing events but also attracting other resources. Nowhere is the importance of technological change more important than in the inner-city neighborhoods controlled by gangs. Where fists and knives once established power, now increasingly lethal guns do. Whether to resort to violence presents difficult strategic issues of force. Most societies accept violence as a necessary and effective kind of force in politics, particularly in foreign affairs and in challenges to the legitimacy of the state. Violence is circumscribed legally to avoid random or arbitrary use. Even the conduct of war is limited by doctrines of just war and formal and informal rules of engagement. Of particular normative importance is the status of the different combatants. Violence is viewed differently when used by police, gangs, student organizations, and labor unions. Whether the force is used offensively or defensively also affects value judgment. Increasingly, scholars and practitioners of dissent question not only the morality but also the efficacy of violence as a force. Force stands at the forefront of debate about political conflict. The means of conflict demonstrates the character of the combatants. More than other dimensions of strategy, force has a pressing normative component. Mind. The baseball sage Yogi Berra once commented that 90% of the game is half mental. Berra's mathematics may be faulty, but his point is an important one. The dimensions of force and mind overlap in important ways, but it probably makes sense to treat mind as a separate dimension of strategy. As noted in the previous discussion of communicative action, political discourse is itself a powerful political tool. But the dimension of mind goes beyond communicative action, which refers solely to the process of reasoning with others on the basis of consistent standards and verifiable information. The dimension of mind includes the full range of ways that the political environment is affected by information and misinformation. Gene Sharp, a leading proponent of nonviolent conflict, has noted the central role of mind games in protest politics. For sanctions to be effective, they must operate on people's minds, produce fear, and create willingness to obey. 36. Much of extraordinary politics involves deception and surprise. Psychological warfare mind games can produce a decisive impact on political conflict. Ultimately, the goal of politics is to change the mental orientation of one's own group, other groups, and society at large. A basic strategy of protest is to give a psychological boost to supporters and to deflate the psychological strength of opponents. Deception can be critical to this process. Activists often prime their opponents to think one thing, so that they can surprise them later on. The psychology of a situation can result from a skillful manipulation of information rather than an objective perception of the reality of a situation. Mass media, networks of insiders, even street rumors can shape and distort the thinking of political adversaries. Physical attacks on the system can be counterproductive. The spate of violence by fringe groups in the United States in the 1990s produced a backlash on the part of government and ordinary citizens alike. In the aftermath of the bombing of a government building in Oklahoma City in 1995, for example, investigators revealed links between the accused terrorists and private militias operating in Michigan, Montana, Idaho, and other states. Newspapers depicted the militia movement as a growing and dangerous threat to the political system. But as the social critic Gary Wills pointed out, paranoia about the paranoids is itself dangerous. 37. Likewise, the explosives sent or delivered to scientists and business figures by the so-called Unabomber, which killed 3 people between 1976 and 1995, created a frenzy among law enforcement agents. The apparent involvement of Muslim extremists in the bombing of the World Trade Center in 1993 created a strong backlash against Muslim groups.